Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. Today the committee will examine the Foreign Affairs and Trade portfolio as set out on the circulated program. The committee has fixed the 5th of November 2021 as the date for senators to submit written questions on notice, and 10th December 2021 is the due date for the return of responses. Information on procedural rules governing the estimates hearings and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to departments and agencies and is available from the Secretariat. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent. I welcome the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator the Honourable Marise Payne, and Ms Catherine Campbell to her first estimates as Secretary of the Department. And I also welcome officers from the Department. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Briefly, Chair. Yes, please. Thank you very much, and let me also acknowledge the new Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Catherine Campbell, and welcome her to the role and to her first estimates in this capacity, although it's fair to say that she's a veteran not only of estimates but many other things, with a distinguished public service career and indeed a distinguished military career, and I look forward to her stewardship of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Chair, before we commence the proceedings today, I did want to make a short reference to a significant event in Australian foreign policy from last night's historic first annual ASEAN Australia Summit, which was attended by the Prime Minister. Chair, last night ASEAN leaders agreed to Australia's proposal to enhance relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership. This is indeed a significant milestone. It reflects the strength of our partnership and of our ties as neighbours. This government, as I have said many times, has ASEAN at the heart of our Indo-Pacific strategy. Australia is ASEAN's first dialogue partner, and this is the first time ever that ASEAN leaders have agreed to establish a comprehensive strategic partnership with a bilateral partner. Enhancing our relationship to a CSP will, importantly right now, help us to address those complex and emerging regional challenges together, and also position our partnership for the future. It is, by any review of the Chair's statement of the first summit, about substance and about deeper cooperation, and we look forward to working with our ASEAN partners to implement this new partnership. To mark this new chapter and to support this cooperation, Australia has indicated we'll invest $154 million into our programs with ASEAN, a new $124 million Australia for ASEAN Futures initiative, 100 Australia for ASEAN scholarships to support emerging leaders, and an Australia for ASEAN digital transformation and future skills initiatives, including VET scholarships. This does sit alongside other significant initiatives of recent times in security, in foreign policy and development. They include the AUKUS partnership, which I'm confident we'll talk about today. The first in-person Quad Leaders Summit, held just 2 years after the first Quad Foreign Ministers meeting, which I attended in New York with my counterparts from India, Japan and the United States in 2019. The holding of 4 2+2 ministerial meetings across the Indo-Pacific last month, our efforts in solidarity with the European Union, for example, against malicious cyber activity, and the convening and co-chairing of the 4th Virtual Pacific Women's Leaders Network meeting. And all of those, Chair, in the context of COVID-19, which has, of course, made the work of diplomats across our network and of our system that much harder, but that means we have stepped up the effort that much more. We're taking the very positive approach of strengthening our networks of partners to foster a secure and prosperous Indo-Pacific, and that is our focus. And I commend the Chair's statement of the first ASEAN Australia Summit of 27 October 2001 to the Committee Chair, and I commend and thank particularly Brunei Darussalam for their leadership and their chairing of ASEAN during, again, this difficult COVID-19 impacted year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Campbell, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator.
All right. As is our usual wont, I will pass the call to Senator Wong.
Thank you, Senator Betts. Appreciate that. Secretary, welcome to your first estimates. It's a tough time in foreign policy, and I look forward to engaging with you.
Thank you, Senator.
And can I also say, Minister, just to welcome the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. I think it is an excellent initiative and very pleasing at this time. Secretary, I want to go first to the AUKUS partnership and the department's engagement. So I don't know if there are other officers who may wish to come to the table. I am interested in, I think you commenced in DFAT in July, Secretary?
Catherine Campbell, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Yes, Senator, I was appointed on the 22nd of July, but I was just finishing some leave, so commenced in the department on the 26th of July.
Was the AUKUS partnership included in your incoming brief?
I was briefed on the 27th of July on the AUKUS partnership.
Right. Including the nuclear propulsion point and the partnership point, or only the latter?
I was briefed on the package.
Right, okay. 27th of July.
July.
27/7. Sorry, I should do this. At the last estimates, I had a very useful aid summary from the CFO, I think, which had, so it's headed Senator Wong, ODA budget, 3rd June 2021 responses. I just wonder if, and it lists the ongoing base, excluding temporary and targeted, lists the temporary targeted, goes to indexation and GNI. I wonder if I could again request to truncate any aid questioning, if this could be updated.
Senator, the officers will be listening to that.
Yeah,
and we'll
so if
see
they
whether
can
we
just
get
provide that by, I assume they may well have done it because they often do, but if they could provide that, then I will truncate the ODA part of the questions. Sorry, thank you. Now, yesterday, I think Defence Estimates, Senator Payne, you were briefed first, or you became aware of the AUKUS partnership in which month, March or May?
I was briefed in early this year, sorry, Senator, early this year on the work that the Prime Minister had commissioned.
Was it March or May?
It was January.
Oh, January. So you were briefed personally in January?
Yes, Senator.
That the Prime Minister had commissioned the capability assessment of the submarines.
Yes, Senator.
I was actually, when were you first aware of the possibility of the AUKUS partnership? When were you first advised of that?
I think around May, Senator, as we were saying.
Yeah, I thought I remembered an M month yesterday. Yes, right. Were you not briefed in January because it wasn't in contemplation then?
Senator, I think there's obviously a great deal of sensitivity about the matters that were being considered, that the Prime Minister had commissioned, and it was a growing process, if you like, in terms of as the initiatives were stepped out.
Yeah, I wondered why the Foreign Minister wasn't briefed till May on the AUKUS partnership.
Well, Senator, I think the development of the consideration, the developments as they were considered, I'm sorry, that's not very articulate.
That's right. The end of a sitting period.
Yes. Meant that was the time that the partnership itself was briefed more broadly.
Mr Hayhurst, when were you brought into the process?
Justin Hayhurst, Deputy Secretary, Indo-Pacific Group. Senator, I was briefed about a proposed trilateral defence technology partnership in May, and I was briefed on the submarine matter on the 15th of June.
Okay. Now, I think yesterday we heard there was an set of NSC and cabinet considerations between June and September. Who else in the department, after you were briefed, was engaged on both of those components? Because there are two aspects, aren't there? There's the partnership, and then there's the submarine issue, which has sensitivities associated with the French contract. So when were those different components? When was the department or people in the department aware of those two different
So there was a
components?
small handful of people briefed in May about the partnership
In your division or across the board?
in different parts of the department.
Right.
And then from late June and in advance of the announcement, select numbers of other officers were briefed.
Right. Right. Did you, obviously, you know, the sequencing of the announcement and diplomatic engagement are important issues. At any point, was DFAT asked to provide advice to government about the handling, the diplomatic handling of the announcement?
Yes.
When did you provide that advice?
Well, we were working in the lead up to the announcement.
I'm trying to get timeframes here, Mr. Hayhurst.
We'll get to that, but from the point of being briefed in on the announcement and other officers being briefed in from late June, we were engaged with Defence on those matters. So there were issues for DFAT that were relevant, diplomatic engagement, counter-proliferation, international legal questions. We were involved in providing advice and
So
preparations on those
I'm actually
issues.
focusing on, there are a whole range of questions about capability, NPT, etc. I actually am not asking about that. I'm asking a reasonably specific set of questions about the handling of engagement with non-AUKUS countries of the announcement. And I'm asking, when did you provide advice to government first about the handling of that?
From late June
Okay.
and leading up to the time of the announcement.
And did you provide that advice in writing?
Some of our advice was in writing.
Did you advise that Indonesia should be told of the decision to acquire nuclear-propelled submarines before the announcement?
We spoke about a range of options for advising important partner governments, but the details, given that some of these matters were considered by Cabinet and NSC ministers, but we were fully engaged on all of those plans and preparations.
Well, I'm trying to understand, Mr. Hayhurst, if it was just that the government didn't listen to you or whether your advice was poor. So I'm trying to understand why it is that so much, I mean, was it your advice to advise the Indonesians as late as they were advised?
Our advice was that some countries would need to be advised in a matter the government deemed appropriate about the announcement, and that's the advice we provided.
Right. Was it your advice that people should wait till after this matter had become public online before the Indonesian government was advised?
I think, Senator, if I may, we provided advice for the government to consider about the diplomatic handling
Right.
of this announcement and of this initiative. The specific details, as I say, were part of a wider cabinet process. We worked on it jointly with Defence, and we provided extensive advice to government for it to consider, and government made decisions.
Well, I again ask, did you give advice that the Indonesians should be told before the matter became public?
So, Senator, I think there will be, I think Mr. Hayhurst is setting up for you the engagement of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade from June in relation to, as you say, the diplomatic communications plan. But I would suggest that that the advice which was provided to Cabinet for this matter and the specific details of which country and when and not or yes is advice that was provided to Cabinet, and I don't expect the officer to go into those details.
You can answer the question. I mean, whatever criticisms some people have of DFAT, I can't imagine their advice was the sort of diplomatic handling the government actually engaged in.
Your opinion, Senator.
Well, okay. Was it your decision to not contact Retno Masudi until the matter was already public and online? Was that your personal decision?
Senator, we, as is public, indicated in meetings in Indonesia that the government had an imminent announcement of significance, that it flowed from the work that had been done comprehensively in the Defence Strategic Update in 2020, and that following our meetings in Jakarta, I would go back to the Foreign Minister, the Prime Minister would speak to the Indonesian President, the Defence Minister would speak to Minister Prabowo Subianto as well, and they were contacted on the day before the formal announcement in relation to the announcement itself.
Can you confirm that your contact to the Foreign Minister in relation to this was at around 11 p.m. Canberra time by text message?
Senator,
Can you confirm that was the first time you actually contacted her about this, the detail of the announcement? And can you confirm that at the time that you did, this matter was already in the online news?
So, Senator, as you would be aware, the timing of the announcement coincided with the commencement of the UN General Assembly Leaders' Week, and although I indicated to the Foreign Minister that I needed to speak to her by message, she was literally travelling at the time, and as soon as she landed, we spoke in person. So that was the difficulty in terms of the timing. But she was aware that I would be in touch in relation to a significant announcement, and I made that commitment personally.
So you agree it is the case the conversation didn't actually occur till 11 p.m?
I don't. Well, Senator, I was in the United States on the East Coast. The Foreign Minister was in the United States, as I recall, she was on the West Coast, I was on the East Coast, yes. And so I don't recall exactly what time it was in Australia.
Right. It was after the matter was already public and reported online.
Well, I don't think that it certainly was before the announcement by the leaders.
Because it leaked and there was substantial online, because after the briefing we had while I was in the plane, we started seeing stuff online.
So did we, Senator?
Yes. So after that, this was after that you spoke to her?
I spoke to her made contact at a prearranged time with her office, which is the way such things usually occur.
But would you agree it was after the matter had become public?
Well, Senator, I don't believe it was the government's intention that the matter become public.
Okay. But that's what happened, isn't it?
Well, Senator, the President and the Prime Minister spoke.
No, Senator, can you please answer the question? For whatever reason, you've explained the context.
Yes.
You didn't actually speak to the Foreign Minister till about late on the night before the announcement, by which stage it was already on Australian and international from memory news.
No official announcement, Senator.
No, that's true. I agree with that. But it was well, first, can you agree that?
Senator, I'm not being difficult here. I actually don't have the Australian time zone, the West Coast of the US and the East Coast of the US time zones in my head immediately.
I wonder if your office could work that out during this
I'm
hearing
sure they
and
can,
come back
Senator.
to us and tell us when you actually spoke to Foreign Minister Marsudi.
I'm sure they can. Well, I've indicated when it was.
Sure. Can I just ask you this then? Have the Indonesians raised concern about the lateness of the advice?
The Foreign Minister discussed this matter actually at the at a meeting she did with former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, she indicated that I had, as I've said here this morning, advised her I would need to contact her again about an imminent announcement, and she has put that on the record.
Have the Indonesians...
The Asia Society, I'm sorry.
Have the Indonesians, at any level, indicated any concern about the latest of the announcement? Have they at ministerial level or to your
Not
office?
directly to me, Senator,
About it?
no.
Not to my knowledge, but at any level, I'd have to take on notice and check, Senator.
Then someone's not talking to you.
Well,
Well,
I
this
think
is
the Deputy Secretary said not directed to
Yeah.
him, he would take that on notice.
You don't think... Were you aware of... When did you become aware of the timing of Foreign Minister Marsoudi's conversation with Foreign Minister Payne?
Well, not long, either simultaneous with or not long after it took place.
Right, so you weren't part of setting it up?
I was not involved in
Right.
setting that phone
Did
call.
DFAT, were DFAT asked to set a plan out of engagement with Indonesia ahead of the AUKUS announcement?
We were involved as part of the cabinet
No, don't give
consideration.
me a process answer, Mr Hayhurst. Did you?
Senator,
Did you?
I'm just explaining
Well,
and answering
let me
the
just
question.
finish my question because I think your answer is non-responsive. Did you set out a plan?
We had a plan.
Right, what was your plan?
We advised the government about arrangements that it could make to advise partner governments, some prior to the announcement, some immediately after the announcement.
So who was in, well, and let's go, I want to know who was in each category, but in relation to Indonesia, I assume was in the prior category, correct?
It was advised before the announcement, correct?
No, you gave me a factual answer about what actually occurred. I asked you who was in the, whether Indonesia was in the category of those who were to be advised prior.
It was,
Thank you.
yes.
Was it your understanding the government would actually advise so late at official levels? At ministerial level?
Our advice gave options for the government to advise partner governments,
Did they-
some before and some after. The precise timing was a matter for ministers.
Is a matter for ministers.
Well, the precise timing
Okay.
was a matter for ministers.
Did your options include give Retno Marsudi a call after it's become public?
Senator, I think you have agreed, and I have clearly stated for the record that the timing of the formal announcement was the point from which the engagement strategy or the engagement and contacts were planned. As you say, after there was briefing done, the matter became reported online, but not officially announced. And as we were able to, we made those contacts. And they were booked, if you like, in inverted commas, or arranged between officers to do that.
But Mr Hayhurst didn't answer my question. I'm putting it to you that none of the options you put to government included the Foreign Minister of Indonesia being advised after the matter became public.
Our advice was about the official announcement of the government's decision.
Is that an answer to my question?
You're asking about our advice, and
Yep.
our advice relates to the official announcement. We didn't factor in or think about media speculation or other things like that.
So, how long before the official announcement did you suggest that, for example, Indonesia should be advised?
Senator,
There was an agreed plan for the contact between the Foreign Minister, the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister with counterparts across a range of countries, and the timing on that, which was anchored around the timing of the official announcement.
Where's that agreed plan?
It's a cabinet document, Senator.
Right. Did it actually pick up
Prepared for cabinet ministers
by DFAT?
by agencies including DFAT, yes.
Did you comply with the plan?
Yes, Senator.
Did all of the government comply with the plan?
As far as I know,
Because
Senator.
what it looks like from, and I'm, people across the sort of political spectrum, the diplomatic handling of this has been heavily criticised. So I'm just trying to understand, was it a bad plan or was it a plan that was poorly executed?
I don't agree with either of your propositions.
Well, they're not
Senator.
mine, just mine.
Well, they're yours right here and now, and I don't agree with them, Senator.
So the plan was fine. And the plan was that Foreign Minister Marsudi would be called after.
So I think, no, Senator, that was clearly not the case, and you are misleading if you continue to say that.
Which bit is misleading?
That the intention of the government was not to advise before the matter was formally announced, because clearly that was the intention of the government, Senator. And as
But
you've
you didn't
indicated,
plan it so that they were.
after the opposition were briefed, when you yourself were on a plane, there were media reports, and that was that is the matter that you've pointed to, but the official announcement was to be preceded and was preceded by contacts with a number of key partners.
So do you say, is it your assessment or your evidence to this committee that you think it was acceptable or regrettable that the Indonesian Foreign Minister was contacted after the matter became public?
Actually, Senator, I would say that it is regrettable that the matter became the subject of media briefing.
I
in
agree,
Australia.
as the extensive briefing to the paper about information that I wasn't aware of, the papers in the morning. So, but let's leave that aside.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, but is it acceptable or regrettable to you, as the Foreign Minister of Australia, that the Foreign Minister of Indonesia only became aware of this after this matter had become public?
So, Senator, as I have said to you this morning, had taken steps to indicate to...
You never do anything wrong, do you, Senator Payne?
Well, I'm not able to finish a sentence, that's for sure.
You really never do I think it's fine to say it's regrettable. Of course it's regrettable.
So, Senator,
Yeah,
I
there's
would
a-
much prefer that after briefings had happened, that matters had not been canvassed in the media before the formal announcement, given that the timing of the formal announcement was the point from which we were engaging with a number of key partners on what are some of the most sensitive decisions and announcements that a government can make in relation to sovereign defence strategy. I think that is regrettable, and that is why we had a formal strategy in place based on the timing of the announcement to brief those key partners. That is why I indicated to a number of partners, including all of the partners with whom we met during those travels, Indonesia, India and Korea, that we would have another significant announcement to make flowing from the Defence Strategic Update and the work which the Prime Minister had commissioned.
So you just... So you're not going to answer the question?
I think I've answered the question comprehensively.
Yeah. Do you regret that circumstances meant that Foreign Minister Marsudi, the Foreign Minister of a country which is critical to our relationship with the region, was only advised after these matters became public?
Senator, I am absolutely committed to Australia's relationship with Indonesia, and I work as closely with Foreign Minister Marsudi as any of my counterparts anywhere, but particularly in the region. And the work that she and I do together is something that I think has had very beneficial impact in the region. However, it is unhelpful, absolutely, that matters were briefed after or were ventilated in the media after briefings were given. I don't support that, and I had indicated that an announcement was being made. I took every step to speak to the Foreign Minister as soon as I could.
Mr Hayhurst, can you tell me which were the countries that you advised ought to be advised prior to public announcement?
I don't have the full list.
You're a smart
but the
gentleman.
But
I'm sure you can remember.
Indonesia, obviously, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, India, France and Canada.
Japan?
Not all of those necessarily by the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Sure. I'm not asking how, I'm just asking whom. Is Japan not on that list?
Japan's on that list, yes.
So, anyone else? So Indonesia, New Zealand, Republic of Korea, India, France, I can't even read my own writing, Canada and Japan.
And the IAEA.
I'm
And
sorry?
And the IAEA, Senator.
IA.
The Director General, that's
Yeah,
right.
Okay. So we've done Indonesia, clear about what happened with New Zealand. So before I go to the detail of France, obviously that's most of it, could you just tell me in relation to the Republic of Korea, India, Canada and Japan, how those how that briefing was communicated, or how the communication was given effect, and at which level and when?
The Minister, Minister Payne, spoke to the ROK and Canada and India.
Okay, when did that occur?
And the Defence Minister also spoke to those counterparts.
So you spoke to the Republic of Korea, India and Canada prior to the announcement? I think that was just Mr Hayhurst's evidence.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, when did that contact, can you give me details of each of
On the
those three?
15th of September, Senator.
So the 16th in the morning is the announcement, correct?
Yes.
So the 15th of September, when on the 15th did you speak to each of those and at which level? I assume your counterpart
Foreign
level?
Minister
Yeah.
level, Senator, and I'll take on notice the times. They were East Coast US times, so I'll clarify that.
Was that before or after you spoke to Foreign Minister Masudi? Did those calls get made?
Around the same time, I think, Senator.
Some before, some after.
Around the same time, I think, Senator, but I'll check for you.
Japan? How were they advised, Mr Hayhurst?
Japan was advised by the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. That's in the public domain, and that was prior to the announcement.
And we'll come to France shortly. In addition to Foreign Minister contact, and in relation to Indonesia, Republic of Korea, India, Canada, and the PM contact with Japan, what DFAT contact was there?
We spoke to governments after the announcement. Ministers made some calls prior to the announcement.
So you didn't speak to anyone prior to the announcement, or in conjunction? Sorry, I'm trying to understand if there was a sort of tandem of minister to minister,
So,
and then at official level. So can you just tell me how that played out?
so with bilateral partner governments, it's at ministerial level. The pre-notification to the International Atomic Energy Agency
Yeah.
was through officials.
I'm asking about partner governments. So there was no official level contact till after the ministerial level contact?
Officials engaged after the announcement.
Okay. So can I get the sequence of the French advice, please? The advice to France. So was the first engagement with the French the Prime Minister's text message to President Macron about the actual announcement? So obviously there's a lot of engagement because we've previously had a very strong partnership, and etc. I'm asking about the announcement. Was the first advice of the announcement the Prime Minister's text message to President Macron on the evening of the 15th?
The Minister spoke to her counterpart. I'm not sure about the sequencing in relation to the Prime Minister's communication and the Minister's communication.
Now that was, I assume, the plan, was the plan in relation to France to have only ministerial or prime ministerial contact before officials engaged?
That's correct.
Was the plan in relation to France to ensure they were briefed ahead of the announcement?
That's correct
Right.
also, Senator.
I'm sorry?
That's correct also.
Okay. Was the plan in relation to France that Prime Minister, Minister for Defence and Minister for Foreign Affairs would speak to their counterparts before this matter became public?
prior to the announcement, those ministers were to contact their counterparts.
Right, is there anyone else at ministerial level, just the...
To my knowledge, it's just those ministers.
Okay. So, when did you become aware that the Prime Minister had sent a text message to President Macron, Mr Hayhurst?
I'm not directly aware of that. I've only seen what's in the public domain about personal communication and the comments that the Government of France was contacted in advance of the announcement.
What does that mean? No one told you it was by text message till it was in the media. Is that what that means?
I'm saying that I was aware that the Prime Minister had made contact. I'm not aware of the details.
Well, you've read the media. It's asserted to be a text message. I'm asking when you became aware of that. Was that only...
I've seen the media reports.
Yeah, so was it only when you saw it in the media that you became aware that the communication was by text?
I don't know whether I don't know about the form of communication. I've seen the media report. I know that the
Was that
Government
the
of France
first time that a text message as the form of communication had been raised with you?
That's the first time any reference to a text message had been seen by me, yes.
Yeah, in the media?
In those references you're referring to in the media, that's
yeah,
right.
Okay. So, Minister, I'm sorry, you answered this yesterday, but can you just remind me when you spoke to your counterpart?
I spoke to the Minister on the 15th of September.
What time?
I'll check for you, Senator.
Before or after, around the same time you spoke to Foreign Minister Massoudi, or earlier?
So I made a number of calls across several hours, Senator, based on time zones, and I'll check for the time for you.
Was that the first, and you spoke to him personally?
Yes, Senator.
And I think Defence Minister Dutton spoke to Minister Parly also on that day?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say, well, how would you describe Monsieur Minister Le Drian's response?
Senator, as you know, it's not my habit to go into the discussions I have with counterparts, but it is a matter of public record and one which I absolutely understand that the Minister conveyed the very deep disappointment of France at the decision.
And that was the first time the Minister was aware of the decision, or had the Minister become aware through other forums or through other means?
Senator, as again is on the record in, I think, PM&C estimates and elsewhere, there had been discussions over a period of time of our concerns about the capability that a conventional submarine, even a conventional submarine of the standard of the prospective attack class, was not going to be able to meet our strategic needs in the future. The Prime Minister had been clear that decisions Australia would be making would be based on our national security interests. And so those discussions had been had, but in the relation to the specific decision itself, Senator, that was the
problem
first time.
The problem is here that the version you just gave is utterly inconsistent with the version the French have given.
I'm only able to speak for Australia, Senator.
I appreciate that, but you know that it's not just the deep disappointment. The clear public statements from the French government suggest that they feel deceived. That is a real problem in diplomatic relations, isn't it? Because you're going to have different interests, you're going to have different perspectives, you can have conflict or disagreement, etc. You know, that's you know, statecraft is about trying to manage, negotiate, you know, navigating those. So, and I think the capability argument is compelling. But isn't the problem for the country that both at a personal level and a state, government-to-government level, the French government feel deceived.
Senator, we have been addressing the French government's concerns since the announcement. As you know, the ambassador has returned to Australia and will be leaving quarantine on the weekend, hopefully the last quarantine for many. He has had a number of conversations. I'm meeting him myself on Monday. That is part of the process of addressing these concerns.
Yesterday, Secretary Moriarty said that the French were surprised and disappointed, understandably. Now, as much as I try and put a bit of pressure on him, he's a very good officer, Secretary Moriarty. He used the word surprised. And that certainly accords with their reaction. So they were taken by surprise at the decision to cancel the largest procurement contract the nation's ever engaged in. Why was the decision made by government not to, I suppose, prepare the groundwork on this more with the French?
Senator, I don't think that you should presume let me recast that. I think
Because I don't think it's useful to sort of, when somebody feels deceived, to also accuse them of not being correct about what they say happened, because they have a very different view about what happened.
so. I'm not aware that I did that, Senator.
Yeah.
I'm not aware that I did that. I think that I have indicated, and the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet has indicated in their discussions with you that there had been a number of conversations on these matters. But I fully accept, Senator, the disappointment that has been
But it's not just a
expressed.
disappointment. It's not just empathising. You know, you see, their public statements, and I assume they correlate with their private indications, are that they were taken by surprise. There were people inside Defence who were taken by surprise. Demonstrably, the groundwork was not laid with the French government for the announcement sufficiently. Now, there are a couple of ways of dealing with that, a few ways one can deal with that. You can deal with it as some in your government have, which is saying, oh, they just didn't listen, versions thereof. Or another way of dealing with it is to understand why, to take some responsibility for those communications clearly not preparing that ground with a valued partner.
Senator, over and above the submarine announcement,
Sure.
there is also the proposition of the AUKUS partnership as well, which, to be very clear, the French government was not aware of.
Yeah, I'm talking about the submarine
And
component.
I think it is both.
No,
actually,
but
Senator.
we're talking about, look, you agree, we don't have to go through this, do we? You agree they are a very important Indo-Pacific partner, correct?
Absolutely, no question.
So this is an important relationship for us.
Absolutely, no
right.
question.
So demonstrably, they're disappointed, and some of the public language is quite strong.
Yes, Senator.
I'm putting to you that demonstrably we didn't prepare the groundwork, and I'm asking you to give us an explanation of why that is the case.
Senator, there are a range of reactions that have come from the French government and from Europe more broadly, and although you did not want me to refer to that, I do think they go to the broad of both aspects of the announcement, not just the announcement in relation to submarines, but also the announcement of the AUKUS partnership, and that has been raised with the government, of course, and through me and other ministers as well. Ultimately, we will work through this and these issues because of exactly the points that you have just made.
Well,
the importance of France in the Indo-Pacific, their contribution in the Indo-Pacific, the importance of the relationship. We will act as you would expect us to in our national interests and advancing our national interests, but we are committed.
But our national
to
interest is
working
not just the
through these
capability, it is
issues.
also strong partnerships with like-minded.
Indeed it is, Senator.
I mean, you've
We are
given, you know,
committed to
it's
working
in
through
a whole
these
range
issues.
of your speeches, etc. So, I mean, it's about actually doing, making sure your actions reflect your words. We haven't treated them like they're a valued partner, or that's their perception. Now, this is always going to be sensitive to manage. It's
That's
a very,
correct.
you know, I have some recognition of the fact, you know, I recognise how hard it is, but I mean, look, Minister Le Drian on the 17th of September, it really is a stab in the back. We built a relationship of trust with Australia. This trust is betrayed. I'm angry today with a lot of bitterness. This is not done between allies, especially when there's been 2 years of negotiations for this contract. So what I'm putting to you is, it isn't that I think that the thing that potentially is risky for the relationship is not just that we've done this, it's how they feel we've done it. They feel deceived. It's quite clear from public statements.
And as I said, we will work through all of these issues and all of these steps. There had been discussions in advance of or conversations in advance of the announcements, but not, as you say, Senator, to in the complete detail of both the AUKUS announcement, but certainly in raising our concerns, as you said, and acknowledged of the strategic environment and what capability we needed to work within that. And we have shared a great deal of information with our partner, France, on that. And we'll continue to do so.
Why did we make a decision not to give them more, like, as I said, to prepare the groundwork, if either to not give them more notice or to do more work in advance to get them to be, you know, so that the actual scrapping of the contract was not such a surprise? Because the distinction that is drawn is that we were in a lot of discussions about the implementation of the contract, and obviously there were negotiations and challenges and difficulties there. But it certainly doesn't appear at a political level there was any awareness that Australia was about to walk away from the contract.
So discussions about both those aspects of the submarine program, which you and I have discussed at great length through the estimates process over many months now, years if not years. Also discussions about the restrictions of conventional submarine capability, notwithstanding that the attack class would have been, in our view, the best conventional submarine on the planet. When it came into operation, the difference, I think, Senator, between the point that you make and where the government determined our position was that when you are talking about the most sensitive issues at the heart of our sovereign defence strategy, a decision to announce the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines and also the development of the AUKUS partnership, it was the judgment of the government that sensitivity precluded broader information sharing substantially in advance of the announcement, and that is the reason that we set out a plan to make contact with key counterparts in advance of the announcement on the 15th of September.
Well, there weren't just any counterpart though, were they? I mean, this has been...
No, I'm not suggesting that at all.
I mean, for this announcement, given that really the only two actual government decisions which are being made as a partnership, apart from the partnership, but in relation to submarines, are the scrapping of a contract and an 18-month consultation. Right, that they're the only actual two decisions as made. They're not just a counterpart on this.
They are, as you say, they are a very, very valued partner, and I will reinforce that with the ambassador when I see him.
Yeah, I'll come to the ambassador shortly. Now, well, the inaugural France-Australia 2+2 Foreign and Defence Ministerial meeting on the 30th of August. We talked about greater military cooperation with Australia, supporting their force posture in the region, and the importance of the future submarine program. You didn't provide any or give any indication that we had concerns about continuing that program at that point?
Senator, those meetings are held, as you would imagine, in confidence. But,
Sure, but
in the 2+2 meeting, the Defence Minister did raise, again, the deteriorating strategic environment in the Indo-Pacific, Australia's review of its capability needs, including the question of the capability of conventional submarines in this region into the future. But at that time, there had been no final decision taken on these matters.
Wow. So we go ahead with a 2+2 on the, what was the date?
30th of August.
30th of August, and Cabinet, you come back from a 2+2. You don't tell them, you don't even give them an indication. There's no final decision. You come back to a range of, Cabinet or NSC meetings, and 15 days later we tell them you're junking the subs.
Well,
It's probably understandable that they're pretty angry.
I think, Senator, the agenda and the outcomes of the 2+2 go to your point earlier about the breadth of the relationship, most certainly.
Can you not digress to that? You and I both know the problem here is what happened on the submarines announcement, where everyone agrees about the importance of the relationship. My concern, frankly the concern of many, is that the way the government's handled this has damaged or risked that partnership for a significant period of time. And I'm asking, do you understand if you have a 2+2, you don't tell them that this is a possibility, and 15 days later you tell them you're junking the subs contract, why they might be a bit grumpy?
Senator, I'm not sure if it's your suggestion that we should not have had those engagements. It is the government's view that the relationship is a very, very broad one, and the other activities which were reported out of the 2+2 in the joint statement indicate that. But I do understand, as I have said, I do understand these concerns, and that is why our task is to move forward on these matters, and that is what we are focused on.
Can you confirm that the day before the announcement, Department of Defence sent a letter to Naval Group which refers to the continuation of work and reimbursement under the Core Work Scope 1 program and the execution of the extension contract proposal?
Well, Senator, I don't think you asked Defence that yesterday. I don't have those details.
No,
with
I'm
me.
just on, but it goes to the diplomatic relationship.
I don't have those details.
It's been reported publicly, and
Yes,
the
but
French
Senator, you could have
ambassador has.
asked the
Can I
Department of
finish
Defence
this? No, of
yesterday.
course you can play those lawyers' games, but really, this is about the
How is that a
diplomatic
lawyer's game?
relationship.
It's just that they were on
No,
yesterday.
no.
Not today. It's not a game.
This has been raised by the French government. You might want to diss it. You might want to make a joke about it, but it's
So
been
I'm not,
raised by the
Senator.
French government, and
I'm not,
maybe you
Senator,
should
but
listen
I
to
don't
what they
have
are
the
saying.
details of the systems
Well, if
review
you'd listen to the
correspondence
question,
with me.
I am going to say to you, I'm going to ask you something.
Oh.
This has been raised by the French government, the fact that they got a letter which was all about the continuation of a contract, and then 24 hours the contract was then cancelled. So did anyone in DFAT or did anyone in government think about whether or not it was a good idea a day before the announcement to send them a letter saying we're on track?
So, Senator, you might not wish to accept.
You might not
that.
wish to listen to your French counterparts, but it is your job. It's from them.
So, Senator, I'm going to operate on the basis that this is actually a monologue, because if you don't let me finish a sentence
finish
in
your
response to a question, then that's what it is.
Sure, you go right ahead. But I'm putting to you what the French government have put to you. So you can play games around where it should have been asked, etc. But as the Foreign Minister, I would have thought you might listen to what they're saying.
Well, enough of the editorialising.
Sure.
This is about questions and
Yeah.
answers. Minister, can you please answer?
Firstly, Senator, I am listening and have heard very acutely what the French government is saying in two languages. Secondly, I have also indicated, in relation to the correspondence that you have referred to, that it is not correspondence which was
In two
sent by the
languages.
Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Sure.
And the detail of why it was sent, I understand it to be, and Senator, I will actually have to check with Defence to ensure that I have this correct. I understand it to be an advice letter at the conclusion of a systems review process that does not go to some of the things which have been reported in the Australian media. Because frankly, unless you actually understand or have the details of, perhaps is a better way to put that, unless you have the details of the processes of that
Sure.
aspect of the program, I don't think that you can say
No,
with
but you
confidence.
see, it's
So I don't have any further information
no,
for
but
you,
it's
Senator.
about perception, isn't it? It's actually not about the detail of the letter.
Well, it may have been contractually required, Senator. I
but,
don't know.
but hang on, well, it's not a factual argument with me. This is our partner government. They're pretty grumpy. I haven't put this into the media. It's the foreign minister or the
Yes,
ambassador.
I understand that.
The ambassador has talked about this. Did you not? Have you thought? Have you turned your mind to whether or not that was a good idea
Yes,
or
I
how you
have,
might
Senator.
manage it? Okay.
Yes, I have, Senator. And as I said, I don't know whether it was contractually required. If it was contractually required, then I understand that means one imagines that that means it needed to be provided.
All right. But as yet, you haven't had a chance to actually have a discussion with anyone from France in either of the two languages about this issue.
Well, I can only listen into, Senator. I can't speak into. I'm not nearly as good as Senator Kitching, for example, Senator.
Moving right along.
We could really.
Moving right along. Senator Wong has the call.
Thank you. There was an article in, I think it's called Axios. Is that how one says that? It's one of those words I've only ever read.
Axios.
Axios. I've never actually said it. In
pretty
which it's this 6th of October 2021. President Biden knows his administration messed up with French President Emmanuel Macron, is scrambling to make amends. Sources familiar with the internal deliberations told Axios. The White House secret deal with Australia last month left the French feeling betrayed and blindsided. Secretary Blinken visited Macron on Tuesday. Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, is on his way to Paris too. Biden and his aides have acknowledged they were mistaken to leave it to the Australians to tell the French they were killing their submarine deal. They also say Australia told the Americans in June that they, meaning Australia, had all but told France that they were pulling the plug, both in writing and in direct conversations between Macron and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison. So my first question is, did anyone from DFAT indicate to anyone in the Biden administration anything which could ground that assertion that we, Australia, had all but told France they were pulling the plug, we were pulling the plug?
Senator, I'll ask the officials to answer, but I think you have in part spoken to it yourself by calling it an assertion.
My question was, I'd have to rewind. Is there anything that you can point to which would ground that assertion that the Americans, that we had all but told France that they were pulling the plug?
I'm not aware of any DFAT official saying anything like that to an American official.
Right, that was my second question, was both the content, but also do you have any knowledge of anyone from DFAT communicating that message to the
I
Biden
don't.
administration?
Senator, I do not.
Right. So is that something that you're aware of at political level, Senator, that someone in your government at political level or office level has told the Americans we all but told the French?
Senator, that piece of reporting is just another piece of reporting, Senator.
Do you have any knowledge
No, I don't.
of anything
No, I
that
don't,
occurred
Senator.
at you don't, okay. So no one...
So, Senator, there have been extensive engagements between the Australian government officials and the governments of the United States, the governments of the United Kingdom, in the development of both the AUKUS partnership and the announcements which were made pursuant to that.
What is interesting, though, is not just the assertion, but then the subsequent actions. So the Americans have done a lot more than we have to immediately move to seek to repair the relationship at very senior levels. But this is the assertion. I'll read the full quote. The Australians told the Americans in June that they had all but told France they were pulling the plug, both in writing and in direct conversations between Macron and Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, according to two sources familiar with the assurances. So, two sources in the Biden administration are telling these two journalists that those are the assurances Australia has made. Is there any basis to the assertion that we did tell the Americans we had it in hand?
Senator, as I said, and I don't comment on multiple random media articles, but because otherwise people in our jobs would do nothing else. But as I've said in my previous responses, Australia had been in discussions for an extended period of time across multiple avenues. With the French, as I said previously, particularly in relation to the issues with the capability of conventional submarines going forward in the strategic environment. With the United States and with the United Kingdom on the development of the partnership and the prospect of the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines. But I'm not going to go into the details of those discussions between officials.
I'm not asking you to do that, though. I'm just wondering, is there any basis to... did we tell the Americans at any level that we had it in hand?
Well, you are asking me to, Senator, and I'm not going to do that.
So we might have.
I did not say that,
Well,
Senator,
I mean, because it goes to sort of diplomatic mishandling on two key relationships.
Well, I disagree with you,
Well,
Senator.
well, unless you can tell me it's not the case. Credible reporting, two sources from the administration who say that Australia told the administration we've got it in hand, we've all but told them. The French who say we're blindsided. So if that is the case, we've obviously handled it or mishandled this with the French in a way that makes them feel deceived and blindsided, and mishandled this with the United States in a way that makes them feel that they trusted us to manage this and we didn't, and then they had to go into overdrive, including the US President, the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor seeking to get the relationship with France back on track.
Senator, we've been
it's
very...
extraordinary. That's
Senator,
pretty
we have
good
been
hit.
extremely...
US and France in one go.
We've been very clear, Senator, with our partners, that there was always going to be very significant disappointment and concern in France in relation to this decision.
Did you
very
or
clear in
anyone
relation
to your
the
knowledge... Sorry. No, fair enough. I thought
very
she
clear
finished.
in relation to the conversations that had been had both between Australia and France, but can I also say that there has been extensive engagement across the administrations between Australia and the United States and Australia and the United Kingdom, discussing these issues at great length, with great regularity, right through this process. There has been a very close and joined up process, Senator, or we would not have been able to come to a point where we achieved the delivery of the AUKUS partnership and the announcements on nuclear-powered submarines.
How you land something also matters. And I'm just saying, it's demonstrably damaged or undermined the relationship with France. And we also had the US, who on their public statements and private statements suggest that they were relying on us to manage this, and then they had to deal with it themselves because we told them that we had handled it when we hadn't.
So, Senator, I think I disagree with you in terms of the actions that the United States may or may not have chosen to take, because it is a trilateral partnership, and the United States has its own bilateral relationship with France, which also has the perspectives of AUKUS attached to it.
Is there anything of which you're aware in any communication with the United States administration that suggests that goes to an assurance that we had it in hand with the French and that we'd all but told them?
Senator, the way it is cast in a media article does not necessarily reflect the way engagements have been had.
So I'm asking you if there's anything that you're aware of in communications from government to the US administration in which we suggested that we had it in hand.
Senator, I think the holding of the OSMIN the day after the announcement itself shows that the relationship is
this is not my question.
As deep and committed as ever.
It's not, of course.
And I'm not going to go to, Senator, as I have said.
Well, I think it is notable.
It
is notable that you are not denying that we did make those assurances to the United States,
Senator,
and in which case they were clearly assurances which were not correct.
Senator, I will not agree with your assertion.
Well, then deny
that because I won't go to the details of bilateral conversations, you then tell me that that's not a denial.
No. Well, I'm actually asking. I'm not just asking. All right, even if we say you're not going to tell me what you and the US Secretary of State spoke about, okay. But are you aware of anyone in government telling the Americans we have it in hand?
Senator, I am not privy to every single conversation across...
Are you aware was the preface?
Well, I'm saying I'm not privy to every single conversation.
Are you aware?
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, but I'm not asking you about conversations you're not aware of.
I have nothing further to add, Senator.
Are you aware of any conversations?
I have nothing further to add, Senator.
All right. So we've got our most important ally who's relied on us to deal with this, and you won't tell people whether or not we actually told them, no, we've got it in
Senator, your
hand.
continued misrepresentations of this are not going to
Are you going to answer a question? Or are you just going to tell me what I'm doing wrong?
Misrepresentations of this are not going to make me change the approach I have taken consistently in this role to bilateral conversations. What I am saying to you, Senator, is that there have been constant,
regular, I was waiting for constant and absolute. They were the two words I was waiting for here.
I'm sorry, I disappointed you by not saying absolute.
Absolutely committed.
Constant,
that's what you usually say.
Regular, and I would say, in fact, I'll elevate constant to continuous for you, Senator.
It's not correct.
Engagements between the US administration and the Australian government officials through the development of both the AUKUS and of the announcement of the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines, which are those conversations that went to every aspect of this process, Senator. I cannot account for every single conversation, but in my case, I was not involved in any of the conversations that you have referred to by referencing that article.
So was it your understanding that the understandings between the US and Australia and the UK was that Australia would handle the engagement with France for the purposes of communicating the decision to move to propulsion and the cancelling of the attack class?
Australia would handle our bilateral interests, the United States would handle their bilateral interests, and the UK would handle theirs, Senator.
Yes.
And of course, for Australia, that goes to the dealing with the difficult decision that has, of course, so disappointed France in relation to the submarine itself.
Can I re-ask the question? Was it agreed or understood that Australia would take responsibility for advising France of the cancellation of the submarine contract and the decision to move to nuclear propulsion as part of the AUKUS agreement?
Senator, responsibility for engaging with France in relation to our decision on the submarine partnership is ours, yes.
Okay. So the US, presumably because if the US had engaged to say we're doing AUKUS and the first cab off the rank in terms of capability that it's dealing with is a nuclear propulsion, that would tell the French that we were cancelling the submarine contract. Presumably, the US could not engage until we had communicated the ending of the attack class contract, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Right.
That
So-
is basically correct.
Right. And did we so it is correct to say that the US were relying on us to manage that communication?
In relation to the submarine contract,
Yeah.
yes, Senator.
Okay. And did we, and I again ask, did we express to the Biden administration that we had it in hand? Did we express to them that we had laid the groundwork?
Senator, as I've said, I'm not going to go
Okay.
into the details of those conversations.
Okay. Now, the French ambassador was recalled to Paris as a result of the decision to scrap the submarine contract. When were you advised of that decision, Mr Hayhurst?
I think it was announced publicly, which was when I found out about it on the 17th of September.
Were you advised ahead of the public announcement, Minister?
Senator, I was advised on the day of the announcement by my counterpart, the Secretary-General in France.
Before the public announcement?
Yes, just before the public announcement.
Was there any ministerial or political level contact before the public announcement?
I advised the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
I'm sorry?
I advised
No,
Minister
yeah,
Payne.
ministerial level contact. So was there any contact at a political or ministerial level giving notice or indicating we're going to be recalling our ambassador?
No, Senator,
Oh, okay.
because it was conveyed to the Secretary.
I want to put something to you, Minister, partly because I hope you will just say it was a bad idea for someone to say that, but I am actually, but because I think it's unhelpful. Mr Galloway wrote on the 24th of October, I didn't write the title, he says the title of this is Australian Foreign Policy is Getting Clumsy and Arrogant, but leave that to a side. He reports a sentence that he describes as having been heard a few times over the past 48 hours as coalition MPs rubbish any suggestion that Australia has seriously harmed itself in infuriating France over dumping the $90 billion submarine deal. And the sentence he reports as a direct quote is, "They're just having a sook." Now, I'm assuming, whatever our differences, that that is not something you would say, Minister.
That's absolutely correct, Senator.
Right. Are you aware of your colleagues saying that?
No, Senator.
So how is it, because Mr Galloway he doesn't make stuff up, and he's got a direct quote here. I mean, would you agree that coalition MPs putting those sorts of quotes onto the public record is deeply unhelpful at a time where there is a lot of sensitivity in the relationship with France?
Well, I don't think glib statements of that nature about bilateral relationships, no matter what they are,
It's not just-
are helpful.
Yeah.
And in this instance, it is not helpful, Senator.
Yeah, it's not just glib though, is it? It's where if a nation.
If it's true, Senator.
Well,
and I have-
he's saying, I'm not going to call him a liar. Like he's saying this is what's been said to him by your colleagues, and more than one.
I
They're just
understand
having
that.
a sook.
I saw the piece myself,
Oh, you
Senator.
did, right? Did you raise it with any colleagues, or did you raise it in the party room or any other context, saying, look, this is really unhelpful?
I'm not sure that I specifically raised it, Senator, but I have certainly been very clear that this relationship is a very important relationship
did you
to
not
Australia
address-
and in the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, well-
and I don't recall specific conversations, Senator. I may have. I don't recall.
Yeah, I just wonder why it's not something you might actually say in the party room and brief out to say, so that there's clear leadership, like this is not okay and it's not the position of the government. And this is actually deleterious. This is damaging to...
any question I have been asked, I have spoken only of the importance of the Australia-France relationship.
But your job is also to lead the people in your government and to try and make sure that they
Well,
don't say
Senator, I've been
stupid
very
stuff.
clear with the people, as you put it, the people in my government.
How?
And more broadly, in all of my conversations, Senator, across our backbench committees and across a range of colleagues.
Has anyone ever said to you they're just having a sook?
No, Senator, not that I recall.
See, isn't the problem with it that it's not... Well, there are a number of problems with it. It's not just that it's glib. It is, again, denying their perception about what has occurred. Like, we may not... I mean, you have a different perception to...
Their perception being the French.
The French, yes. So the French government's clear perception from what they've said, you know, and is, as I said, very disappointed or upset, angry, whatever, but also that they feel they've been deceived. You know, in order to move on from this, sure, we have to hear that, and dismissing it as them having a sook or they should have known, etc. It just seems to me will compound the damage to the relationship, will it not?
Well, Senator, it's unnamed and it's unsourced.
Would you
and
agree with
it
that?
It is not something that I think is helpful at all.
Do you
and I've been very clear about that.
Do you regret any aspect of how you have handled the relationship with France and the context of the AUKUS partnership and the cancellation of the contract?
I certainly regret the deep disappointment that France feels, Senator, and I have been absolutely explicit in indicating that. And I would say for the record, Senator, that I have worked extremely closely over 6 years with Jean-Yves Le Drian, who is the French Foreign Minister. He was previously the French Defence Minister, and these are matters on which we have worked very closely. And I know that not only France, but Minister Le Drian feels the disappointment acutely. And I absolutely understand the role for this government, for me, for the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister and others, to ensure that we can continue to work closely with France to acknowledge and appreciate their deep importance in the Indo-Pacific, and I am very committed to doing that and to moving forward.
Ms Bishop has made some public comments. She says, offending France in the way that it appears we have done will need a great deal of effort to rebuild the trust that did exist with one of our oldest friends. I can't speak. For Australia to renege on the contract in the way that we did, I think is a big mistake and needs a lot of time and energy and effort to go into diplomatic relations. You think she's right?
I've seen those comments, Senator, and I think I've responded in terms of the government's approach.
So Mr Hayhurst, I'm assuming that, so we've done the pre-announcement list: Indonesia, New Zealand, Republic of Korea, India, France, Canada, Japan. Can you give me the post-announcement list? Did you have an order of priority or a sequence there?
I've got it here somewhere, Senator. I can come back to you in a minute or two when I've located the list.
It's all right, I'm waiting for a quote too. So. Well, while you're doing that, I noticed Mr Shanahan, who seems to get a lot of information about what the government is doing, said today that, or wrote today that Mr Morrison said he did not think he would meet Mr Macron in Rome or Glasgow because Australia needed to give him, quote, some space, end quote. Sometimes it's just best to give our friends a bit of space. So do I understand from that we didn't request a meeting, or We requested a meeting and we were not given one.
Senator, that is ultimately a matter for PM&C in terms of
You're the Foreign Minister.
the meetings that, Senator, in terms of the meetings that make up the Prime Minister's program, and I think all of the relevant ministers, whether it's the Prime Minister or me or the Defence Minister, have indicated that we would be very pleased and are available to speak to our French counterparts or meet with our French counterparts.
Sure, but I
when
mean,
possible.
you're the Foreign Minister, and I think you've expressed that you do recognise an imperative to try and repair the relationship. So I'm just asking, in the context of that, are you aware personally of whether or not we sought a meeting with President Macron, or we made a decision not to seek a meeting at the G20?
I'm not sure what that status is. I will ask PM&C in terms of where that is up to.
PMO?
Oh,
I mean,
well-
it's a political level decision. Did we make a decision to...
Well,
yeah.
the programs are derived through PM&C with the Prime Minister's office. That is correct. I will check that, Senator.
Thank you. Have you found your brief, Mr Hayhouse?
I have, Senator. After the announcement, I should say that every Australian mission overseas was tasked to go in and brief governments in detail. We had briefings for the diplomatic corps here. There was a separate briefing for Pacific missions. There was one for ASEAN missions. There was a broader one for the wider diplomatic corps here in Canberra. I spoke myself to a number of ambassadors. I was acting secretary at the time. Our posts went in. The minister, so they went in internationally. The minister also made further calls, as did the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister. The Foreign Minister, for example, spoke to her New Zealand, Brunei and Malaysian counterparts on the day of the announcement, Australian time, and some of those calls continued in the days.
I'm actually just running a
thereafter.
list of the two trances, partners who got a call
Yes.
ahead of time and then post. Can you give me an order or just confirm in the next, when did we speak to Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, other ASEAN nations, Pacific Island leaders?
Well,
Do you want us
it's
to put that
it's
together
quite
for
a
you, Senator?
detailed and extensive list, so I can do that, but
Do you want to do
if
it
you're asking at officials level or ministerial level?
ministerial level?
At ministerial
Yeah.
level.
We could do both. We could do it by country. I mean, I'm interested in, as I said, so we have the ASEAN nations. It was only Indonesia from ASEAN, I think, who was advised ahead, if you call it ahead, yes?
That's right.
Yeah, so can you tell me, how about you perhaps on notice, you tell me, how do we engage with the rest of ASEAN countries, so which level and when? Pacific Island leaders, because you've already told me about India, Japan and New Zealand, who are the others on my
I can
list.
give you some detail now if you wish, Senator.
I'm happy to move on if they're...
All right.
Can I just clarify, if I may, that's just ministerial?
No, ministerial and official for
official,
those.
fine.
So I'm trying to truncate. I'm trying to
I-
circumscribe it by nation rather than by.
I understand.
Yeah, thank you.
We can do that on notice.
Okay. Unless I get a message soon from somebody, I'd finish this section. I can go to some. Yeah, I've got something else, but I assume you might have. I've got plenty of other questions, but did you want to move on to? Are we through till 10:45?
10:30, which is, sorry.
Okay.
When are we? Yeah, 10:30 is the morning tea break.
Okay.
So I was intending to
Let me go till
Labor
then.
senators go till 10:30.
Okay.
But always happy to assist with questions.
Do you want to do now or will they more than 5 minutes?
I've got I've got a few just general. But you ready to go, Senator Ayres?
Yes.
Take your mask off and we'll be able to hear you. Good.
Thank you. I want to ask some questions about our United Kingdom mission premises. If the
You mean Australia House, Senator?
No, that's...
No, I mean...
You mean the
Stoke-
residents?
I mean Stoke Lodge.
The residents?
Yes, yes.
Certainly, we'll have someone.
We'll see whether we've got someone here to...
Great, thank you.
So, Senator, we have both from our Service Delivery Group and the Desk Office for Europe.
Thanks,
at the
Ms
table.
Campbell, Mr Gearing, Ms Sadhu. I understand that there's been some substantial works there that come up to around $500,000 Australian dollars. Is that right?
Harinder Sidhu, Deputy Secretary, Service Delivery Group. I think that is one question of detail that I might invite the Executive Director of our Overseas Property Office,
Thank
who
you.
oversees those works, to answer.
Hello, I'm
Thank
too
you.
far away. It's glasses on and glasses off. I can't see you without my glasses on. Hello.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Pitson, Executive Director of the Overseas Property Office. Senator, your question was in relation to Stoke Lodge.
Yes.
Yes, we have done some work there lately, but to get the dollar value, I'll take that on notice and come back to you shortly if I may.
I think there's a question on notice from me that the department responds, I think, and says $444,136, and the bulk of that though is to a terrace, isn't it?
Yes, Senator. The works also included window replacement and improved ventilation.
And it looks like some of that work is because there's non-compliance of the terrace perimeter, some local council issue, is that right?
Yes, Senator.
So that was the initial beginning of this development, but the department's raising the height of the paving with something called mono-install pavers on adjustable feet. This is a sort of grand design style renovation of this terrace now. It's quite substantial.
No, Senator, I don't believe so.
$250,000 for this aspect of it. Can you tell me what the thing that caught my eye about this? That there's a flush glaze walk on the roof. What's that all about?
Sorry, Senator, whereabouts are you referring to?
Well, in the designs which we were provided with, there's a walkway here that has that is composed of glass that allows Mr. Brandis to walk across the terrace and observe the kitchen staff below. Is that something that you were aware of?
Sorry, Senator, you've got more detail than I have. I can look into it and
I
come
sense
back
that
to you.
possibly I do have more detail than you have.
So, Senator, it's a heritage building. We'll get you what information you need in terms of
It
the
just
work that's
seemed
been
like an odd thing, like it's sort of upstairs, downstairs plus, isn't it? To be able to observe the staff downstairs
Well,
while you
Senator,
are upstairs.
I think your your interpretation of this, which I'm sure is for your own purposes, and what actually has been done is something I would rather respond to factually on notice if you have particular questions, because I don't have with me, unless you want to share it with us all and we can get the information that you need.
It's no secret. I think we got them from the council, so presumably.
I'm sure. So as I understand it, the refurbishment works include repair and replacement works to the rooftop, the parapet, the balustrade, the paving, the lighting, the chimney and waterproofing membrane.
Is that what the flush glaze is?
I've no idea, Senator, and nobody would ever let me go near a construction project, so I don't intend to pretend I know. Repair and redecoration of internal and external cracked walls includes window replacement, improved ventilation works, and I would note it is a heritage property, Senator. So
She
that
knows more
comes
than
with
you
its
do
own
about this
constraints.
project. Is the project finished, Minister, if you're on top of the details?
As I said, Senator.
Did you go and did you go and walk on the deck when you were in London?
Well, Senator, interestingly, I have been to Stoke Lodge once in my parliamentary career, and it was to host a dinner with the then Secretary for Trade and Gender Equality, Secretary Truss, who is now the Foreign Secretary, in June of this year when I attended the G7+. It is my only visit to the residence. I have been in the library and the dining room. I can't tell you any more.
I want to come to functions in this particular facility
Oh, no,
in
I
a
can
second.
tell you one thing else.
Wait a minute. Let the Minister finish.
The works
and then
are being
we'll
undertaken to
suspend.
address non-compliance of the terrace perimeter balustrade to current local health and safety height regulations. I presume the Council would also be interested in that. And repair building elements which have declined over a long period of time. The works at the staff quarters are to replace aged and damaged windows and address inadequate ventilation that is causing condensation and mould issues. The RFQ was issued to 3 local tenderers, and all 3 tenderers replied to both RFQs.
Right, those
that-
of you
that doesn't
hanging on, sorry, Senator Ayres, those hanging onto the edge of these seats with anticipation of more information will have to wait until 11:30 because we are now going to break for morning tea.
He must watch a
after
lot of Grand
which-
Designs, and
after
possibly
which,
if Senator...
Excuse me, Minister, and Senator Wong, Senator Rice will have a bracket of 20 minutes, then Senator Patrick 15, Senator McGrath 10 minutes, and if all that works out, in my maths, 11:30 will return to this great topic.
Senator
And just to say,
Chair,
I don't know
I
whether it's
have.
finished, Senator Ayres, but I'll check.
Sorry.
I don't know whether it's finished, Senator Ayres, but we'll check.
Yes, and I have about 4 minutes more questions on this, Chair, and I think it would.
No, it's going to knock out others that also have other appearances, as I understand it. So,
Then he's off the list.
for good?
Well, no, just on this topic.
No, look,
Could
look. The committee
give
is
me more time. That's the problem, Chair.
the committee
to get
is
organised.
suspended until 10:45. The committee is resumed, and Senator Rice has the call.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm going to start with Julian Assange, given the US appeal against his extradition to the US began last night. Minister, you'll be aware of the reporting that the CIA considered kidnapping or assassinating Julian Assange. When did you or your department first become aware of these claims?
So, Senator, 2 things. First of all, I would say that, well, I look for my notes here. First of all, I would say that you have indicated on the record, and I would have done the same, that there is an appeal underway. So I will not be making any comment in relation to the matters before the court. And secondly, I would say in relation to the question that you have just asked about the media story that I found out in the media. When you found out, I presume.
So in the media?
In the media, Senator.
In the media?
Yes.
So what steps did you take when you found out about that media story?
Senator, I saw the story. I referred my staff to it, or they referred it to me. I can't remember in which order, Senator, and I would have to take on notice what has happened since then, which I will do.
Okay, have you raised it with your counterparts?
Not that story, no, Senator, but I did raise Mr Assange again with the Secretary of State in our last meeting, and I raised Mr Assange, I think since the last estimates, with the then UK Foreign Secretary, Secretary Raab.
So in terms of the Secretary of State, when you last raised it with them, was that after this CIA story?
I don't recall, Senator, in terms of the dates, but I can check that.
Okay, and if you get on notice the dates of both of those things, that would be good. Did a representative of your department on the 26th of September dismiss concerns about this raised by a member of the Assange family by saying, well, just because it's written in a newspaper doesn't mean it's true, and the CIA has been accused of a lot of things, including faking the moon landing?
I don't know, Senator. there are a range of commentaries made in relation to that story that I have seen, and that would be that comment would in fact be in keeping with some of the public commentary about that story. But I do not know if a member of our department made that comment. I can seek advice on that.
Okay, if you seek advice and get back to me, that would be good on that. Overnight, we've heard during the opening day of the US appeal that Mr Assange could apply to serve a sentence in Australia and the US would agree to that transfer. Have you agreed to that, or at least discussed it with your US counterpart?
I'm not going to go into the details of those discussions, Senator. I'm not going to make any comment on the matters that are before the courts.
Minister, it's been widely reported that a key US witness admitted fabricating key accusations relied on in the indictment against Mr Assange. What have you or your department done about his prosecution in response to that?
Senator, I'm not going to make any comment on any matters that are before the courts.
Okay. Minister, you say you've raised Australia's expectations about Julian Assange's treatment with former British Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab, and you've raised Mr Assange's case with former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and with Secretary Blinken, yet Mr Assange remains in a supermax prison and the appeal is going ahead. Did you at any time ask all or any of them to drop the case against Julian Assange?
Senator, as I understand it, Mr Assange is in the Belmarsh Prison Hospital, or the Belmarsh Prison.
Well,
I don't know what the status of the prison is in those terms. As you know, as I have discussed with you previously, the government, through the High Commission in London, has sought to provide Mr Assange with consular assistance and
that's not my question, Minister.
And or assistance with medical support 29 times
That's not my question,
to date, Senator. So I'm endeavouring to say to you, Senator, it's very difficult to raise matters of the sort that you describe.
This isn't consular
with no
assistance, Minister.
Ability to communicate with Mr Assange.
This is not consular assistance. This is asking you whether you asked any of them to drop the case
So
against
Mr Assange
him.
is undergoing extradition proceedings between two countries, Senator. The UK and the US legal processes are what pertain here. It's not a criminal trial at this point in terms of the determination of guilt or innocence. They are the facts. I will ask Mr Newnham if he wishes to add anything, but I'm not going to make any further comment.
Look, I will move on because I've got limited time. So, Minister, you told Senate estimates in June this year that you had read only parts of the 4th of January judgment of UK Judge Vanessa Baritza. Have you now read the entire judgment?
I'm not sure if I've read the entire judgment, Senator, but I'm familiar with it.
So have you read more of it since you
Yes,
had...
yes, Senator, I have, but I'm not sure if it's the entire judgment. I'm familiar with it, though, Senator.
Okay. Minister, when we did still have consular permission from Mr Assange, where the Australian government had Mr Assange's authority to provide consular assistance, talking points prepared by your department and released under FOI confirm that on the 30th of May 2019 that the Australian High Commission contacted Belmarsh prison authorities to inquire about Mr Assange's health after media reports about him being moved to the Belmarsh health ward. Was the information provided by the prison brought to your attention?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, and I would not necessarily expect that to be the case given the number of, for every detained Australian, given the number of Australians that are detained in a range of circumstances around the world. From time to time they are, it is correct to say, but I don't recall that specifically.
So you don't... you just... Okay. I mean, I'm told that the Belmarsh health authorities at that stage are refusing to respond to calls and letters from Australian officials about Mr Assange's health at that time. I mean, given the grave concerns for Mr Assange's health, you weren't told, but can you tell me why didn't the Australian High Commissioner further intervene at that stage, when you had the authority for consular assistance?
Senator, on the 13th of June 2019, the UK Minister of State for Justice advised our High Commission that consent had been withdrawn.
This was on the 6th of June, Minister, and may have had something to do with the fact that there wasn't effective consular assistance being provided.
Well, I disagree with your point, Senator. I absolutely disagree with your point, Senator, because our consular officers do make every effort to engage where it is possible to do so within the confines of the legal systems in the countries in which they are operating and working. And when we were advised that consular assistance, consent for information to be passed to the High Commission had been withdrawn, we have since then, and I know you do not wish me to go through these dates, Senators.
No, because I've got very limited time, please, Minister. And I'm talking about the period when we had consular authority.
Yeah, I know you are, Senator.
Yes.
I know you are, Senator.
When there was no response coming from Belmarsh Prison, despite Post having written to them on 3 separate occasions. And it wasn't brought to your attention.
The court documents, Senator. So there are sensitivities here, Senator. I don't usually discuss the private health status of Australian citizens, including detained Australian citizens, on the public record in estimates. Most people would think
I'm
that
not
is
asking for
inappropriate.
that.
Well,
I'm
yes,
just asking whether it was brought to your
degree,
attention and
Senator.
why didn't the High Commissioner take further action?
To a degree, because I think the High Commission has endeavoured strenuously to take action in relation to this. There are a number of matters, Senator, which have been raised with Mr Assange's lawyers. There are a number of matters which have been raised from letters from the 25th of June 2019 to the 14th of October 2021.
Minister, that's not the period that I'm talking about,
support.
and I have limited time, so I really don't want you to go into answering questions that I haven't asked. Can I move on? Minister, you told estimates in June last year that you were quite capable of making the assessment about the strategic implications for the US-Australian alliance if diplomatic assistance is provided to Mr Assange. Minister, what was and is your assessment of that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what your question is, Senator.
You said last year that you were quite capable of making the assessment about the strategic implications for the US-Australian alliance if diplomatic assistance is provided to Mr Assange. That's what you said in estimates in June last year. So what was and is your assessment of what are the strategic implications for the Australian-US alliance?
I don't know what you mean by diplomatic assistance, Senator.
Well, actually advocating for the charges to be dropped against him.
Well, Senator, I'm not going to go into the details of my engagements with the United States. I have told you that they have occurred, but I do not usually, as I have said to other members of this committee, I do not usually discuss the details of those exchanges.
Minister, Australia's former Foreign Minister Bob Carr said in May 2019 in relation to Mr Assange that Marise Payne needs to protect herself from the charge that she's failed in her duty to protect the life of an Australian citizen, and that not to do so would leave the minister exposed to withering criticism that they did not take all appropriate action that might have made a difference. Minister, have you taken all appropriate action that might have made a difference in the case of Julian Assange?
Senator, across the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in consular terms and in my engagements with my counterparts, both in the United Kingdom and the United States, I have consistently sought to assure myself of Mr Assange's position in terms of the legal processes to which he is subject. I have consistently encouraged my consular staff to engage on his case and to seek to provide him with consular assistance and or assistance with medical support. That has been met with rejection or no answer for 29 occasions so far, Senator.
So you think that that's all the appropriate assistance that you should have provided?
Senator, I have provided the assistance that I am able to.
Look, I want to move on. I want to move on to the proposed amendments to the Autonomous Sanctions Act. When's the government going to introduce those proposed amendments to allow for the imposition of targeted sanctions against the perpetrators of egregious human rights violations?
Senator Simon Newnham, Acting Deputy Secretary, International Security Humanitarian Consular Group. Senator, I'm sorry, would you be able to just repeat your question?
Yes, we have in response to the committee report on
yes.
Magnitsky,
Yes.
there was the government response said that you were proposing to amend the Autonomous Sanctions Act 2011.
Yes.
So when is that going to occur? When is it proposed that that amended legislation be introduced?
Senator, the answer to that is as soon as possible. We're working obviously with the Attorney General's Department and the drafters of that legislation.
So what does as soon as possible mean?
Well, Senator, of course, there's a schedule for legislation to be introduced for the remainder of this year. I can assure you we've got a team.
Are we talking this year?
That is absolutely our expectation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I do want to quickly move on to Afghanistan. Minister, I presume the Australian government is aware of flights that are currently being organised out of Afghanistan, which other governments such as the US, France, Canada and Germany are utilising to evacuate people from Afghanistan. So is Australia utilising those flights out currently?
Senator, could you be more specific about what flights you're referring to?
There are chartered flights that are leaving both Kabul and Mazar-i-Sharif. I'm told from people on the ground in Mazar-i-Sharif that there are flights going out every day.
Senator, we have had the opportunity for some citizens to leave from Kabul on a flight to Qatar recently. And we are identifying all opportunities, but I'll ask officials to add if they have any further information.
Senator, thank you. And I note Ms Logan's also at the table. I could certainly say that on the 11th of October we managed to secure 34 seats on a flight from Kabul, organised by the Qatar government. And it's absolutely our focus to continue to secure further seats on further flights. And we're very actively engaged on that. It is the case that from time to time flights are also taken from other parts of Kabul, and I've seen those media reports as well. Senator, I would just caution there, of course, our travel advice is very clear regarding our caution and our concern about the risks associated with those that travel overland, whether it be to border regions or to regional airports. Now, of course, if there are flight opportunities elsewhere and individuals present at that location and are seeking government assistance, we will look at every chance we can to assist. But I would just note, we also need to be mindful of those that are conducting those flights, the sorts of permissions that are needed, and the risks associated with some charters that may occur in some parts of Afghanistan.
Okay. So can you just very quickly tell me what you are currently doing then to assist visa holders who are currently trapped in Afghanistan, other than it's good to hear that there were 34 people that you managed to get out, and particularly, not just Australian nationals, but permanent residents and visa holders.
Yes.
And what are we doing to assist individuals who've made it to other countries?
Yes,
such as
of course.
Pakistan?
Senator, again, I'll look to Ms Logan to assist, but what I can say up front is currently, as at the 22nd of October, there are 96 Australians and 106 permanent residents remaining, according to our consular and crisis database.
How about visa holders?
Visa holders is a figure that we, of course, rely on Department of Home Affairs to clarify, and that figure is outstanding. We don't have clarity around that figure exactly. I know they answered a series of questions about this yesterday, but what I wanted to answer was the part of your question that goes to what are we doing to assist all of those folks that are remaining in Afghanistan. It is a combination of things. It is phone calls and SMS messages and emails to the individuals. We're working through their particular circumstances almost on a line-by-line basis. We continue to try and provide, in many cases, lost or damaged travel documentation, which of course is crucial to further steps they may be able to take in departing the country. There is a great deal of effort to refer individuals to counselling services. We also, where requested, will liaise with family members that may be here in Australia to sort of update them on the state of play. It is the case that, as I mentioned earlier, that some individuals present over the border, particularly in Pakistan, and our High Commission has been incredibly active in assisting with flights and assistance to Australians, permanent residents, visa holders who present in locations like that. Whilst it's not recommended, Senator, and it is highly risky, we note too efforts by our High Commission in Islamabad to assist those that present at the border that need authorisation to cross the border.
Have we got any update on how many visa holders Australia is going to accept? I mean, we've been told that was 3,000 was a floor, not a ceiling, or not a cap. How many of those visa holders, of which you don't actually know how many, you are unable, or at least Home Affairs need to be able to tell us that by the sound of it.
Yes.
But I'm told it's a government decision as to how many of those visa holders we will accept.
It is a matter for Home Affairs, Senator, and I presume those questions were asked in Home Affairs this week.
Does Australia have any diplomatic engagement or informal contact with the Taliban?
Senator, thank you. The answer is in good company. And here, Senator, of course, there are a number of equities that we are seeking to prosecute on behalf of, particularly the examples you've given of those remaining in Afghanistan, and our Special Representative on Afghanistan, Mr Daniel Sloper, where there are engagements to pursue our interests with the authorities, the Afghan authorities, with a number of other nations represented, then yes, the answer to that is he would join those engagements where appropriate.
Okay, look, I won't go into further details about that because I'm going to run out of time. And what's the status of the Afghan embassy here in Australia? Or can I just have one more after that? It's not quite last. The status of the Afghan embassy
One more
here.
after this.
Yeah.
Senator, I would defer to Mr Cowan on that question.
Senator Rice, Gary Cowan, First Assistant Secretary, North and South Asia Division. The Afghan embassy here continues to operate. It continues to provide consular services to Afghan nationals in Australia.
Okay. My last question is on a completely different topic, and it's the methane pledge, which we have heard overnight Australia has refused to sign up to. Did the department investigate joining 35 other major countries in signing up to the methane pledge, or just dismiss the prospect?
Senator, I think that might be a question probably best directed to the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources.
Even though it's an international issue, I mean, it's the US and the EU that created this pledge. Has a formal request been made by either country for us to sign up to it?
Right, take that on notice, please, because time has gone past, and I move to Senator Patrick. Yeah.
They have lead responsibility for policy, although I note that only one energy official is actually going to the COP. But we have responsibility, and you have responsibility in this portfolio for the international components. I think questions about the decision to not sign up to an international arrangement are legitimate in this portfolio.
All right, Senator Patrick has the call.
Thank you very much. I've got some questions that go to our relationship with China. First, I'll start with you, Minister. When did you last have direct contact with your Chinese counterpart? And was it face-to-face, by telephone, by what means?
Senator, as I've indicated on the record previously, we have not spoken for some time, notwithstanding my absolute willingness to speak with Foreign Minister Wang Yi at any time. We spoke in the beginning of some of the more significant COVID challenges, and we have exchanged a number of letters since that time.
So have you had any exchange of letters this year?
I believe so, Senator, but I can check that.
Thank you very much. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask whether the Trade Minister has had contact with his counterparts, or whether I should do that later.
Probably later this evening.
Okay.
Or Ms Lawson can respond.
Thank you.
I just need to check on the timeframes for that. So Ellie Lawson, First Assistant Secretary, East Asia Division, will need to check on the timeframe, Senator.
So you're wishing...
We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's good. Foreign Minister, what about direct contact with the Chinese ambassador here in Australia?
I have, who is about to depart, if he has not already departed, Senator. I spoke to the Chinese ambassador some time ago now. My office spoke with him last week prior to his departure, or his imminent departure. I know Deputy Secretary Hayhurst has also spoken to him
I will check on when I last saw him, Senator.
Thank you
For the
very
record.
much. When have you had direct contact, i.e. a face-to-face?
Oh, that's what I'm checking for you,
Okay,
Senator.
thank you. Because I thought it could have been included telephone calls.
Senator, if I may, I just wanted to point out that the Minister Tian wrote to his Chinese counterpart in January this year.
And my question relates to direct contact, so either by telephone or face-to-face. Okay. Can you tell me, in terms of any Australian minister with their Chinese counterparts this year, have we had any contacts between any of our ministers and their Chinese counterparts?
Senator, no direct contact by phone or in person between Australian and Chinese ministers this year.
Okay, thank you. Just
A
want to go
range
to...
of multilateral meetings, of course, Senator.
Sure.
Foreign Minister Wang Yi and I both participated in the East Asia Summit. Premier Li Keqiang was participating in the East Asia Summit with Prime Minister Morrison last night. I know Minister Colbeck engaged in Olympics-related matters with Summer Olympics in Tokyo-related matters with his counterpart. G20 foreign ministers as well. So a number of things, Senator.
So multilateral is I guess, normal. One would consider noting the importance of the relationship, that there is an absence of direct contact, not unwilling from our side.
No, not at all, Senator. We believe that dialogue is very important.
Sure, understand. In relation to Taiwan, you'd be aware that Mr. Biden, President Biden, made some remarks about commitments to Taiwan, where he indicated that pretty unambiguously that the United States would come to Taiwan's defence if China attacked. Now that's an unambiguous statement that departs from a normally ambiguous statement that they tend to make about Taiwan. Is DFAT's assessment similar to mine in that this is a departure from that?
Senator Justin Hayhurst, Deputy Secretary, Indo-Pacific Group. Subsequent to that, White House officials have clarified in detail that there is no change to US policy, and so that is our judgment too, that there is no change.
So that language doesn't go past what the language in the US-Taiwan Relations Act at all?
Not according to the United States. It not only talks about that act, but some of the communiques and the 6 assurances and other matters. So the US has clarified that there is no change to its policy to Taiwan.
Okay, so they've done that publicly. Has DFAT sought any formal clarification?
We haven't sought formal clarification, having received public clarification very shortly after the President made his remarks.
Thank you. In October 2020, I asked in this forum about the increasing tension between Taiwan and China, and Ms Adamson expressed some very clear concerns. I might say Her Excellency Adamson
As
expressed...
a South Australian, you must say
Yes,
that.
I must say that. Thank you. Very, very clear concerns about the relationship between China and Taiwan. Now, of course, there has since that time been increased rhetoric in China and increased incursions with other activities, such as an increase in its Air Force and mainland forces at mainland bases near Taiwan. How seriously has the situation deteriorated over the last year? What's DFAT's current view?
So, Senator, the situation has deteriorated. It is very serious. We are concerned about the increase in air incursions into the Air Defence Identification Zone, and we consider that the risk of some sort of miscalculation is higher than it was before. There's more activity, there's more pressure, and so we're concerned.
So you would characterise the risk of an incident or moving towards conflict across the Taiwan Straits as reasonable or likely?
No, Senator, I wouldn't go I'm not going to speculate on conflict, but I do think with greater air incursions and more pressure and more activity on the water, there is a higher chance of miscalculation, and tension is clearly higher than it was before. I think conflict is still something that we judge as not likely in the immediate term.
Have we made formal...
Without eating into your time, Senator Molan would like to ask one question right on topic.
Sure.
And Senator Wong as well? All right.
Oh, no, I just wanted to be clear.
No, Senator Molan
sorry.
first,
Sorry.
and then Senator Wong.
Thanks, Chair. And I was just going to say, Deputy Secretary, that my understanding is that the presidential statements have now been made twice, and twice that state has come out and clarified the situation, returning it to strategic ambiguity. Is that your understanding? Once in August and once in October?
I'm aware of the one in October. It's possible before, and it's not uncommon indeed for officials to give greater context and clarity around presidential statements.
Thank you. That's all I've got, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
May I just follow something up
Yes,
very
yes, of
quickly?
course,
Yeah, I
yep,
just wanted
yep.
to be clear on the I have seen and given bipartisan support to the comments I think a DFAT spokesperson has made in relation to the escalation in incursions into the ADIS. I just wanted to check with you, if you're able in this forum to tell us whether those concerns have been communicated in non-public ways to the Chinese.
We have made our concerns about this known to China, yes.
Via our post in Beijing and or here?
Correct.
Can I just check at a ministerial level?
At officials level, that's right.
Thank you. Just clarifying that. Now, has Australia warned China in any way about the possible consequences of a confrontation in the Taiwan Straits, including, for example, the consequences for China's access to vital commodities required for its economy?
Senator, we haven't gone into detail, but it's our position that a conflict of any sort across the Strait would be a catastrophe for regional security. That's very clearly known and has been conveyed in those terms.
But I presume that without necessarily taking a side, so I'm not asking you to depart from your ambiguity in relation to Taiwan, in the event that there was conflict, I don't think the denial of our commodities to China would necessarily sit on any particular side. I would have thought that informing China of the consequences, the difficulties, the likely prospect of us not conducting trade in a conflict would be, something you might do.
Senator, we haven't had conversations of that character, and nor have we sort of entertained speculation about specific aspects of a hypothetical conflict, but it is clear that our position is, like that of many other governments, that any such conflict would be massively disastrous for the region. And at that sort of high-level assessment, that's the basis of our position and our representations, but we have not in any way gone into the level of detail that you're suggesting, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you. Just in relation to President Biden's comments, and I understand what you've said about officials coming out afterwards, but Article 4 of the ANZUS Treaty provides that, and I'll quote, "Each party recognises that an armed attack in the Pacific area on any of the parties would be dangerous to its own peace and safety, and declares that it would act to meet the common danger in accordance with its constitutional processes." Does the Australian government consider the Taiwan Straits to be part of the Pacific area for the purposes of the ANZUS Treaty?
Senator, I'm a little reluctant to get into interpretation of the treaty.
Exactly.
But
Well,
I
it's a
have...
public treaty and
I
actually...
know, and I've got the article in front of me.
Sure.
But the article says it's an attack on any of the parties.
So, Senator,
So there's a...
we're not going to engage in a hypothetical discussion on the circumstances in which the ANZUS Treaty might apply. Mr Hayhurst has gone through the approach that we are taking as a government. Our role, our engagement in shaping what is a changing strategic environment is absolutely focused on avoiding conflict. Absolutely focused on avoiding conflict. And that is the very clear approach we have taken in our 2+2s with Japan, or our bilateral engagements with Japan, with our AUSMIN statement itself. We have been very clear about that.
Yes, I'm not trying to suggest anything, but I would say to you that isn't the Australian public entitled to know how the government interprets a treaty in which it has put its signature to?
I think the Australian public would like to know, Senator, that their government is very focused on avoiding conflict and of encouraging peaceful and constructive resolutions to differences in these circumstances.
Thank you, Chair. Have I got any time left at all?
One question.
One question. Okay.
And
I'll
then
just depart
Senator
then.
McGrath, if you can get yourself ready. Oh, look at that, right on.
I'll just
Senator Patrick.
just depart slightly from China. I might come back to it. Minister, I had a conversation with you a week or two ago about Barbados seeking access to vaccination in some way, shape or form, COVID vaccines, in light of news reporting that we may have some AstraZeneca, which is due to expire. Just wondering specifically in relation to Barbados, have we offered that vaccine, and just more broadly, what are we doing in that space in respect of vaccines that are close to expiration and what we can do to assist other countries?
So, Senator, yes, you did. And our focus is on supporting countries directly in the Indo-Pacific, particularly the Pacific and Southeast Asia, with the provision of vaccine doses. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Department of Health have worked on the ability of Australia to transfer any excess doses to our region based on a set of criteria which ensure the safety of those doses. But I'm going to ask Deputy Secretary Cathy Klugman to expand on that.
Senators, Cathy Klugman. I'm Deputy Secretary, Global Cooperation, Development and Partnerships Group in DFAT. As the Minister said, the focus of Australia's vaccine access initiative is on the Indo-Pacific region, so Barbados is not within sight of that. Australia has, though, I will note, made a substantial contribution to the COVAX advanced market commitment. So that is a global mechanism through which countries across the world can access vaccines. On our regional vaccines initiative, there is a combination of sources for us, and one extremely important part of that is the offtake from Australian vaccine doses. We are now on a regime of at least 800,000 doses supplied from our domestic stocks for us to distribute offshore. There is a process, as the Minister said, for us to make sure that the doses that we take from our onshore stock to deliver offshore meet all the right standards and are the same quality, the same integrity of supply chain records, etc., the same care for expiry dates that we would apply to ourselves. The Prime Minister and the Minister has made it clear to us as implementers of this initiative that we need to apply the same standards to our distribution offshore of vaccine doses as we apply for doses delivered into Australian arms.
But the aim is not to...
Senator Patrick, I think you've had a fair crack.
Okay, thank
we
you.
now
The aim
move
is
to
make
Senator
sure we
McGrath.
maximise the use of the vaccine, Senator, and we distribute them to our closest neighbours.
Yeah, but you won't waste...
Senator McGrath has the call.
Thank you, Senator Abetz. My question relates to unexploded ordnances in the Pacific. And can the department please advise the details which have been reported in the Solomon Islands media about the explosion of a World War II bomb in Honiara, specifically the number of casualties and injuries?
We have somebody coming forward, Senator McGrath, so just bear with us. And my apologies that I couldn't put a name to a someone.
This is the head of the Office of the Pacific,
Mr.
Ewan
McDonald.
Good
The
morning.
mask doesn't help, Senator, I agree.
My apologies. Good morning, Senators. Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. So, Senator McGrath, yes, there was reports on the 25th of October in relation to that. That matter is currently being investigated by the Royal Solomon Island Police Force, and it appears that 2 people have been killed. It's still not clear, Senator, whether it's actually in relation to an ordnance detonation. That's still being investigated, and there's support being provided for that from our Defence Force with the Solomon Islands Police to investigate this further.
Does the department have an estimated indication or a risk profile of how many explosive remnants from World War II remain in the Solomons and then also across the broader Pacific?
Senator, I'm happy to take that on notice.
I think that would be a very significant challenge, Senator, in terms of this issue. It's not just an issue in the Solomon Islands, obviously. It's an issue in New Caledonia. And the reason I know that is because I have previously been in Noumea at the time of the holding of Exercise Croix du Sud, which is a French-led humanitarian exercise, humanitarian assistance exercise in which Australia, multiple Pacific nations, the United States, Japan and others participate, and it was paused the morning that I was there because the Royal Australian Navy was engaged in assisting the government of New Caledonia in towing a World War II mine out of the harbour in Noumea so that the exercise could proceed, towing it and dealing with it, so the exercise could proceed. We have a good EOD program, or explosive ordnance disposal program, and it has been helping in the Solomon Islands, but there have been some very tragic accidents where unexploded ordnance has ended up in the hands of civilians, and it has gone terribly wrong, Senator.
Thank you, Minister. I'll get to shortly in terms of what the government, the department are doing presently. But do we keep information on how many ordnances have exploded and the list of injuries and casualties that have been caused by UXO from World War II?
Senator, as I said, I'll have to take that on notice, but of course we've been working through our ordnance programs for some time through our Defence Department, so we would work with them to look at the information you're requesting. And just in relation to that, it's an ongoing program for us, and as the Minister said, we recently, or the government recently announced a $15 million program, additional funding for this in terms of enhanced support, particularly around infrastructure works and equipment and training, which are very important, as you'd understand, for people to understand the dangers around those sorts of things. So this is an ongoing priority for us with our Australian Defence Force. So in terms of the information, yes, I'll take it on notice and get back to you.
Are you able to expand upon the training aspect? Because my understanding is that the Solomon Islanders are sort of used to these UXOs sort of lying around the place, but in terms of what does the training mean? What does the education mean, especially for children?
I suppose part of it is raising awareness of the dangers. So as you know, Senator, a number of these explosions have been caused, where people are, having or creating fires of some kind that then cause the explosion. So part of it is education around, explaining that there are these unexploded ordnances around the Solomon Islands, and therefore being aware that some of the things that can cause a problem are explained to people. Also, I think that training goes to just expertise for the Solomon Islands government, not only in terms of how you deal with an explosion when it occurs, but also in relation to preventing that in terms of their education with the community as well.
You may need to take this one on notice, and it'll be my final question. What about the United States and Japan? Are they working in partnership with us? Do they have their own programs to assist in terms of the training and the education, but also the removal of UXOs?
Senator, if it's okay, I'll check that for you. I can certainly say that we're working very closely with the US and Japan in the region overall, so I'd just like to check that with our defence colleagues as well, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. Senator Abetz, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McGrath, for the assistance of colleagues. The Labor senators will now have the time until lunchtime at 12:30. And then after lunch, and that's, I suppose, is for Labor senators, Senator Patrick, Senator Rice, and then Coalition senators might ask a few questions as well. So if Labor want an extended lunch, they can. Senator Wong, over to you.
First, can I go back to the Minister? You're going to check whether or not the Prime Minister had sought or not sought a meeting with President Macron in the margins of the G20?
I don't have that yet, Senator. Thank you for reminding me. I'll follow that up.
Thank you. Any engagement, have you had any engagement with the French ambassador since his return?
No, my Chief of Staff spoke to him once, if not twice, to arrange our meeting on this coming Monday, Senator.
So this is coming Monday is your first meeting?
Yes, since his return, yes.
Yeah, sorry. Have you, are there any other initiatives, travel to France, meetings that you are, as Foreign Minister, proposing to engage in order to restore trust in the relationship?
Senator, a number of activities, as you say, in terms of engagement, Senator. I will be in Europe later this year, and we'll seek to speak with counterparts then. Right. And of course, I am clearly, and have indicated clearly, available to speak at any time.
Have you sought a telephone call with your counterpart?
Yes, Senator.
Has that been granted as yet?
No, Senator.
When did you seek it?
On my departure from quarantine, I think, Senator, which was about 2 weeks ago.
So 2 weeks ago, you sought a telephone...
I'll check on when I said
approximately,
yes.
Yeah, with the French Foreign Minister, Le Drian. Yes. And as yet, there's been no...
Not as yet. It has not taken place, no.
Sorry. Has there been a response, or has there been a response that's negative?
No, I think we're awaiting a response, Senator.
That's okay. My next question is probably to Mr Hayhurst, actually.
Okay.
He's been doing very well today. It may be to you, maybe to someone else. It's actually the announcement by the Indonesians as to what they describe as a loophole in the NPT, which on reporting is the part of the legal framework which enables us to have nuclear-propelled submarines as long as they're not nuclear-armed and still be NPT compliant. So it's obviously an important point. I'd just like to understand, did we have advance notice of their intention to raise this before it became public?
Senator, I don't know if we had advance notice of their intention to raise it. Our Ambassador for Arms Control can talk about the specific details.
Yeah, no, well,
So we've engaged with them extensively on all matters relating to counter-proliferation questions.
in the context of AUKUS.
In the context of
Okay,
AUKUS.
I understand that, but I actually just want to know first, did we know before they went public that they would be pursuing this in the multilateral forum?
I'll have to check. I'm not aware.
Senator Wong, Amanda Gawley, Ambassador for Arms Control and Counter-Proliferation. I'm not aware of them raising it prior to us meeting about it.
And it's correct to say, is it not, that in order to maintain compliance with the NPT and have nuclear propulsion, nuclear propelled submarines, this, I don't want to call it a gap because that's pejorative, but this aspect of the NPT needs to be retained.
Sorry, Senator, I don't understand what you mean, which aspect?
Okay. Indonesia will seek to address a loophole in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty at an international review conference early next year that allows non-nuclear weapon states such as Australia to acquire nuclear-powered submarines. I assume you have read this or you have a brief on it. Okay, so I'm just saying, try to truncate this because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. Government's position, opposition's position, we want to stay compliant with the NPT. Can you tell me if the NPT were changed in the way that the Indonesian official has publicly described, would that present a problem with our compliance in the event we acquired nuclear-propelled submarines?
In the first instance, we don't agree that there is a loophole.
Okay, that's why I was trying to use non-pejorative language. I was quoting. So can we?
Yeah. So Senator,
that's why I called it an aspect or an architectural, a design feature.
Aspect is nice. We could go back to.
So Senator, we don't.
She just didn't understand. That's all.
We don't believe that the language of loophole.
Okay,
is
can we not
accurate.
get stuck on loophole? I've moved on to the next bit.
So, we didn't know about the proposal before it was aired by the Indonesian official. But as you know, Senator, the NPT, when it was concluded, is very carefully balanced.
Okay, this is not helpful, I'm sorry, but I just want to know, have we raised any concerns with the Indonesians about the approach?
We've just clarified in great detail our view of the non-proliferation obligations, and we've underlined firmly the commitment that that the proposal we're working on with the United Kingdom and the United States will be consistent with the NPT and our obligations.
What is Australia's attitude to the proposition which has been publicly stated that one more pillar should be added to the NPT, including non-peaceful usage of nuclear technology?
Senator, we would be very cautious about any suggestion that the NPT should be opened up for any reason.
So our objection or our concerns are as a matter of process and opening it up rather than in relation to that specific proposition?
Senator, we don't believe it is necessary to open it up to deal with nuclear propulsion. It was something that was in the minds of the negotiators when it was negotiated, and it's not forbidden by the treaty.
Okay.
And given
what I'm not. It's a diplomatic point, not a legal point about the NPT I'm trying to make. What the official is proposing here, though, if it were to be adopted, this is hypothetical, but it would be problematic for a position that both parties of government have, which is yes to nuclear propulsion and yes to NPT compliance, correct?
So, Senator, I don't encourage officials to engage in hypotheticals, and we don't believe that there needs to be a fourth pillar added, and we also don't believe that it would be at all in the interests of the prosecution of the core agreements under the NPT to open it up to renegotiate on these issues, given it binds, it has 191 states parties.
Yeah. Now, obviously, Indonesia has a strong view about this, but are you concerned, Minister, that something has gone into the gone public about a proposition to be put to a multilateral forum without notice to Australia that has direct relevance to our AUKUS and submarine announcement?
Senator, to reinforce what Mr Hayhurst said, we have been engaging very closely with Indonesia on the the plan that Australia has announced on the acquisition, including on our commitment to do it in the strictest compliance with our NPT and our IAEA obligations. And so we'll continue to do that, Senator. I will discuss that with my counterpart in our next engagement, and we will be very clear about our positions as we've stated here today.
So, but you had no notice of it?
Of an official making a statement? No,
But it's not just an official making a statement. It's an official making a statement which goes directly to an AUKUS response. And a nuclear, it goes directly to their response to our announcement. Let's not pretend.
No, I'm not pretending, Senator. And no, the statement was made by the official in the context of their role. I am pleased that I am able to engage frankly and openly with my Indonesian counterparts, and we will continue to do that. And I think we are working very closely in Indonesia on these issues.
I'm going to PNG now. Thank you, Mr Hayhurst. And Ms Hawley, wasn't it? Gawley, sorry. I have to put my glasses back on. Just trying to get as far away as possible. And I'm always really nice to you.
Very COVID safe, Senator.
No, he's just like right down the end.
By the time you're in the fourth row, you're about 20 metres from the front, not 1.5 metres.
Miss Duff was wanting to be a bit closer to you, Senator. So.
No, he's dumped you in it.
Not at all, Senator.
I have a lot of questions, but do you want to just give me, does someone just want to give me an update on the situation in PNG, latest case numbers, regional spread, the capacity of the current health system, current population, and then I will be having been vaccinated, and then I want to ask a set of questions about what we're doing and about the vaccination program. So could we just do the update first, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Wong. And if I can start, Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. So, Senator, if I can just say daily on these, we're doing IDCs that I chair to make sure we're monitoring exactly what's happening. So the latest situation, as you know, is quite concerning. This is the third wave, as you know, and the Delta variant is at least confirmed in 12 of the 22 provinces, but is probably more broadly circulating. As you know, data is a problem. Data is, I suppose, not as robust as we would all like, and the testing, as you said, is very low. So as at 23 October, there was 27,627 cases reported and 335 deaths reported.
Sorry,
but as 27,627 cases, COVID-19 cases, and 3,334 of those are active at the moment, and there's 335 deaths confirmed as at 23 October, but as I mentioned earlier, the data is a challenge on this.
Yep.
There are 12 provinces that have been declared high risk in PNG, and I can give you those if you wish. And I suppose the other thing on vaccines, as you know, vaccine numbers have been very low and have been of concern for some time. So in April, the weekly average was about 1,000 vaccines a week. In July, it was about 5,000, and currently it's about 35,000. So we are seeing some change. Of course, Senator, this is PNG-led, and they have a national coordination centre that we're working very closely with, which is looking at changing their approach to a province-by-province approach with this outbreak. I think in relation to that, that's trying to change the dynamic in terms of province governors having the lead in trying to increase some of those.
Sorry, can you explain, can you decode that for me, please?
Oh, sorry. So of the 22 provinces, when the vaccine rollout started, it was a national approach to vaccine rollout. So as you know, in PNG, the provinces, and we picked this up through the data, if you look at the vaccines across the board. For example, in Western Province, the vaccine numbers are much higher than they are in some of the other provinces where they're very low. So a province by province is looking at the needs of those provinces. For example, if there's large hesitancy in there, how can you deal with hesitancy? So it's that sort of approach. So they're doing a blueprint at the moment, not yet approved, but we're supporting them in the drafting of that.
And that blueprint will go to, amongst other things, a more regionally focused rollout of vaccines. Will it go to vaccine hesitancy as well?
Yes,
Right,
so a
and-
comprehensive, yeah.
Okay.
And Senator, the other major problem has been hesitancy. Now, as you know, and I know you're familiar with this, but PNG has a very low immunisation rate anyway, about 40% actually.
And where are we at on COVID vaccines? What,
So-
did you give me the number before?
Oh, sorry, COVID vaccines at the moment in total.
Percentage of the population?
So if you take the adult population, it's about 4.5% that have had...
So 4.5% of what, 16 plus or 18 plus?
18 plus that will be, who've had at least one dose.
4.5%.
Yep, 4.5%. And about 2.6% have had a double dose. Now this varies. A good example is if you look at, say, for example, the treaty villages, first dose is 56% and second dose is 29%. So that's a good example of how it's varying across the country. But overall...
Is this Saibai and...
no, Saibai is on the Australian side.
Yeah, so I...
Sorry, the treat...
Daru.
Yeah.
Daru?
Like that.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And just on this, Minister, I think it's worth saying, Senator Wong, that there's been a lot of outreach from Minister Payne with Minister Wong, who's a health minister in PNG, who's got the overarching responsibility with David Manning, who's the coordinator of the NCC.
Yeah, okay. Current hospital capacity and the state of the health system?
Yeah, so on this, Senator, I think the AUSMAT deployments have been very important. So, as you know, we've just, the government, the Foreign Minister and Minister for International Development have just announced the 6th deployment. It has...
Arriving today?
Arrived yesterday, I think.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, Senator Wong, there's two bits to this. One is the clinical, you know, in terms of the way the numbers are dealt with as they present at the hospital. The other is logistics in the country is very challenging. As you know, the geographic dispersion, the ability to get these out to the provinces. So AUSMAT are looking at both of those aspects, and Mark Little and two other AUSMATers, this is their third time they've been there, very committed and known in the PNG system. So you're right, that's absolutely a challenge. The other is oxygen, and the government has provided another 247 cylinders over the weekend.
Oxygen concentrators.
Yeah.
The Red Cross, Red Crescent called for concerted international action to prevent massive loss of life in the coming weeks and days, just on the 25th of October, so is that Monday? Are we... has the PNG government sought any further assistance over and above what we've been providing?
There's a British team in Goroka at the moment as well, UK, similar to an AUSMAT team, but they have a different acronym. So there is that, and I'll ask Mr McDonald to talk to the WHO and other actions.
Yes.
Has the PNG context? International Red Cross saying massive loss of life, international community's got to step up. Question. Has the PNG government in the last week sought any further assistance from Australia?
So, Senator, all the assistance they have, and when they've sought that assistance, we've provided it. As you know, this has been going on since February 2020. I think the challenge here, in terms of calling for international assistance, so one was on emergency medical teams, and as the Minister just said, the UK have just arrived in country. The other is we are using our NGOs on the ground as well to support us. But the reality from the leader of our AUSMAT team, Senator, is this is a chronic health challenge going forward. So you need to look at this at two dimensions, one being dealing with the short term, some of the issues you talked about earlier, but how do we build capability going forward? So similar to Australia, you're seeing in provinces a sort of 2-month cycle of COVID going through and peaking and then starting to come down like it did here in Australia. And it's important that we're building within the health system under PNG government leadership the resilience.
Yeah, I appreciate all that, but, you know, if we're at, I mean, I think you will decline to, but I assume you have a working number of what multiple of actual reported cases you think are actually the load.
Senator, I don't have a multiple. What I have is an understanding that the data, for a variety of reasons, is not robust.
Sure.
And that's the assumption we're
But do we have
working
a planning assumption of how
Yeah,
many?
I think the best way to do that is to observe it. So our AUSMAT team's gone out into those...
Yeah, do you have a planning assumption about current caseload?
No, I don't.
Okay. And the AUSMAT team, we've sent another AUSMAT team to PNG, is that right?
Yes, we have.
Last week?
We sent one last week and we sent one yesterday.
Okay, so how many AUSMAT members are in PNG at the moment?
I think it's 13, and Ms Duff can
Ms Duff?
correct me if I'm wrong.
Kate Duff, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Bilateral Division. Yes, 13 currently, including the additional that went in yesterday evening.
And where are they deployed?
So they're currently in Port Moresby.
All of them?
Currently, yes, there are plans to do some further regional travel. The team that deployed initially on the 16th made visits to Goroka, Mount Hagen and Lae, and the intention of that was to talk to local health authorities and determine whether or not there was more practical advice they could offer, and the forward program will be for some more visits to regional centres.
So on notice, just because of time constraints, can you give me the, of the 13, what they're doing, qualifications, etc. I'm assuming, and you can on notice change, that the focus rather than direct engagement with frontline engagement is much more around trying to provide assistance to strengthen the systems, correct?
Yep.
Health systems, yep. And the rollout of the vaccine at a regional level, correct? Are we engaging on the disinformation, vaccine hesitancy issue at all, and how are we doing that?
So, Senator, there's a couple of ways we're doing it. We're working with the PNG government to try and, I suppose, deal with the incorrect messaging through, as you know, Facebook's very big in PNG. We're also doing a Sleeves Up campaign to try and generate using key sports people and those sorts of things to assist.
I hope not their sports people. People they would know.
Yeah, correct. As you know, no, exactly. Sorry, I should have clarified, but absolutely. So hesitancy is definitely one of the areas. The other area I wanted to mention was, Senator, and it's not directly with your question, but it's probably worth raising, is yesterday a team of Australian Defence Force personnel went across as well to work with the PNG Defence Force, because there's a need to train in vaccinations, etc., to help get that rate up. So that's another area.
Yeah, and presumably local provision is central to getting the rate up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's trust.
Can I go to Western Province and the treaty villages? You would have seen some media reports of treaty villages in PNG's Western Province, which are now relying on food and medical supplies from Daru, because there is a ban on food drops from Saibai and, is it Boigu, is that how one says it?
Boigu,
I've been to Saibai, I haven't been to Boigu. Islands which are obviously in Australian territory. Can you tell me what is your understanding of how treaty villages in PNG can ensure essential supplies if they're not permitted to obtain them from the islands in Australian territory?
So, Senator, they grow a lot of their own food.
Really?
We have a ranger program as well that monitors on a monthly basis food and water security. So that's happening on a monthly basis. We have done food drops in the past, and we'll do them again where that's needed. The travel of treaty villages, as you probably recall, Senator, it's about a 250 kilometre span. The travel to Daru is for a variety of reasons, and we know that because we've surveyed them. So some of them are family connections, some of them are health related. So they're not simply about food and water. They move around a lot. There's some maps that are done that show how much movement there is in the treaty villages. So it's not a straightforward matter to deal with, but we're monitoring it very closely. And, you know, we are, in terms of the border, I think the other thing to say is we've talked to the, and I know the Foreign Minister has as well, around the leaders there, and they want that border remaining shut.
Okay.
Can
I, Mr. Ensch, on the 17th of September, labelled the response by Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to this issue, this is this provision of food, as a, quote, bloody disgrace, end quote. He said that only 2 supply rounds to the islands have been organised since the pandemic began. He said, early this year I was able to convince the department to supply basic food items for the treaty villages. We did 2 deliveries. The problem was that instead of buying it or sourcing it from stores on Saibai and Bogie, where it always comes from, they bought it out of Moresby. So there was criticism of that. Can I ask, in the case of the deliveries to which he referred, who were they done at his request and who approved them?
Senator, I will. I'd have to check whether they were at his request, but he's, you know, the member for Leichhardt is very.
Why did he have to request it? Like,
well.
We engage on these matters regularly with.
But were you weren't doing it, or you were doing it?
No, well, Senator, I'll have to check that. This would have come out of our PNG post, and that's where the approval for the food drop would have occurred.
Okay.
I'm happy
Minister,
to take it
are you
on
aware
notice.
that your colleague had labelled your department a bloody disgrace?
Yes, I engage with Mr. Ensch regularly on these matters, Senator, and he's a user of very colourful language at the best of times.
Yeah, he's known for it.
As you would be aware, but as Mr. McDonald has said, we are dealing with a closed border, including for traditional movement between. Because both Papua New Guinea and Australian governments declared their borders closed in March. So what the Indigenous leaders in the Torres Strait have made clear to the government in formal consultations, both with the Pacific Bilateral Division, with the Torres Strait Treaty Joint Advisory Council meeting, a meeting that both that I and the Minister for International Development in the Pacific had with them, is that they oppose the Torres Strait Islanders, such as Saibai or Bourgu, being used as a supply base or a staging post for PNG because of COVID risks, and they are very concerned that assistance to the PNG treaty villages are delivered from within PNG to minimise the impacts on their community and what are limited infrastructure and resources. So we have. So
you don't agree with him?
We have been. Well, he and I have an ongoing discussion.
But on this, you don't agree with it?
Not necessarily, no.
I never know what that means.
So we have an ongoing discussion about it,
No,
Senator.
he said your department's a bloody disgrace. I assume you don't agree with him.
Well, I certainly don't agree with
There you
that.
go.
Absolutely not. And I have a range of information here, which I'd be very happy to provide you, Senator, but I think you'd prefer to have it on notice because it's very detailed. That goes to what we have been doing, particularly the work that Post has been doing in making regular visits into the villages on the PNG side to make sure that we are providing the support that that they have what they need, and where they do not, that we provide the support that we are able to. But can I provide that to you on notice?
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
We're always welcome to provide stuff on notice. Torres Strait communities, which the Minister actually referenced, and concerns about risk of exposure, vaccination rates and health. I assume that, well, what engagement is DFAT having with those communities and/or on ensuring vaccine rollout to Torres Strait communities who may be at risk of
On the
exposure?
Australian side or the PNG side?
Australian side.
So, Senator, on the Australian side, Queensland Health have that, and we have those statistics which Ms Duff can give.
So you leave it to the states?
No, for that side,
Do you
yes.
engage about it?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's entirely relevant to the point that the Minister's raising. So in part, the problem of hip bones connected to the thigh bone. So the problem of Western Province, Daru, increased transmission there, and food supplies is also, it is a border closure problem, but it is also about the making sure the safety of the Torres Strait communities is retained, correct?
Yeah, no, that's correct.
So do you engage with Queensland Health at all?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So on the IDC I referred to.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I talked to Queensland Health a lot about this issue.
Okay.
And also, Senator, on the treaty villages, it's worth saying we've now finished our second run through those treaty villages, which, as you know, are not only geographically dispersed, but the terrain is very difficult. And we're going to do a third run now because they're quite spread out and moving around, but the vaccination rates there are very positive, and the way
they're higher than the broader population, aren't they?
Well, 56%
Yeah.
first dose, and I think the key to this and learnings for us out of this, Senator Wong, are when we're providing communication and explanation, then it's good to be able to vaccinate shortly after that rather than come back, right? So we're bringing a team because, as you know, in treaty villages, the leaders are the ones that are going to influence whether people...
Well, most places, isn't it? That's life. Ms Duff, I was going to finish up. Was there anything you wanted to...
No.
No, okay. Thank you very much. I'm moving to climate now, if I may.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
Oh, I might give Senator Ayres a run first. He can finish on George's latest renovations.
That'll allow the climate people to get themselves arranged, I suppose.
Sorry, we'll go to Stoke Lodge first.
I do want to return...
It's completed, Senator.
I did want to return briefly to the...
have climate control installed.
To the saga of Bookshelves, Brandis...
George, top shelf.
And the $250,000 deck. Hello, welcome back. So I was informed over the break, thank you, that the works have completed. Can you tell me, did the scope of works increase from the original proposition?
Thank you, Senator. Harinder Sidhu, Deputy Secretary, Service Delivery Group. Could I just correct an assumption I suspect that you're working on, which is the document you appear to have is not the final plan. So it is one of a number of feasibility plans that were provided, as we always do, at the start of a project. We consider it. The plan as you have it is not what we proceeded with. So if I could just clarify that point, and then we can go from there.
So the plan was amended over as you're going through the approval process and dealing with engineers and architects and...
Yeah, and we make assessments around cost and feasibility and obviously a whole bunch of considerations. As the Minister mentioned, this is also a heritage building, so of course we have to look at those aspects as well. The building before the works was in considerable, those elements were in considerable disrepair, so there was quite a bit of work that needed to be done. So that's really the story.
So did the cost of the project get bigger or smaller as the...
It actually got smaller. So we had actually, we had budgeted for, one moment, I'm just trying to get my numbers. Yes,
I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
Suzanne Pitson, Overseas Property Office. So we had budgeted for $444,157.44, which was the amount included in the answer to the question on notice.
Yes.
The total project cost, which concluded in April, came to $439,730. So it was less.
And the design I have here has this flush glaze walk-on deck. Did that get incorporated into the final design?
No, Senator. We speculate, Senator. You have there's Ms. Hadu mentioned a feasibility. The flash glaze walk-on roof and mono-install pavers on adjustable feet. These were removed from the final scope, and that helped save some money.
And that saved some money, did it?
Yes.
And
Spoils your media release.
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm sure you'll...
Chair, and I'm sure you'll be disappointed to learn that's...
If If I could also
case?
add, Senator.
Of course you can.
The skylight was removed and covered with standard paving.
Okay, but it still cost over 400,000 for the total amount. Was that because, removal of those very expensive features, what elements of the project?
Sorry, there was quite a bit of work done on that project, Senator. There were project particulars included the roof terrace refurbishment, which we've been discussing, which included to renew the roof build-up and provide a 20-year water tightness warranty, to reconstruct and raise the balustrade to a height of 1.1 metre in compliance with building regulations, to repair and redecorate the balustrade and the building elevation, and to install LED lighting. Additional works also included the chimney commissioning, so we cut out the chimney brickwork and manually clear a blockage, repair the brickwork, replaster and redecorate the wall, install flue liner. It also included damp repairs, repair and redecorate cracked wall internally and externally, repair and redecorate damaged skirting board, and it also included window replacement and ventilation installation. So it replaced all existing windows, redecorate window reveals, heads and sills, and install extractor fans and air bricks. So there was quite a program of work.
And it's like Grand Designs. Mr. Brandis has had a history of expensive tastes when using.
Question or editorialising?
Well, it's easier to ask the question if you're not interrupted halfway through, Chair.
That's an interesting point, Senator.
And I do recall, as would you, Chair, that Mr. Brandis, when using public money for fit-outs, was extravagant in his previous role. The difference with this Grand Designs project to other Grand Designs projects is, of course, he's using public money. Is this? Will these renovations enable Mr. Brandis, High Commissioner Brandis, I should say, to host more diplomatic functions?
Senator, these renovations would have been done as part of our regular asset maintenance program.
Would be. I hate that phrase.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, when officials say would be, it means they're answering in the general, not in the specific. Were they or were they not?
Yes, yes. These renovations were done as part of our asset.
He had nothing to do with asking for them?
No, Senator.
So
no one believes that. We all know him.
Senator,
that's editorialising, Senator Wong.
David, you'd be on my side here, I reckon.
Moving right along.
That end of the table.
Moving right along.
So I do want to go to some of the functions. Can the department confirm that the High Commissioner hosted a reception for an organisation known as the Conservative Friends of Australia at the 2021 British Conservative Party Conference on the 6th of October?
Senator, I'm not sure we're going to have that information. We'll see what we've got, but we're happy to take what we can't on notice.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Ms Campbell. Mr Gearing.
Senator John Gearing, First Secretary of the Europe and Latin America Division. Yes, Senator, there was a group, or is a group, that's part of the Conservative Party. There's a number of these Friends of organisations, and there is a group called the Conservative Friends of Australia. And the High Commissioner did attend an event that they put on as part of the Conservative Party conference.
But to be clear, Senator, were you suggesting that the event was held by the High Commissioner? If that is your suggestion, my understanding is that is not the case.
No, it's an event held by the Conservative Party.
Which he attended.
Right. Well, can you just take that on notice?
In the High Commissioner's residence?
No,
no, that's
cross purposes.
No, hang on. Yes, there is an event. We are asking whether the High Commissioner hosted any event for that event at Stoke Lodge.
So we'll take that on notice,
Thank you,
Senator, because we're currently talking at cross purposes.
Yeah.
Yes, would you take that on notice? Were attendees at that event asked to support or join or donate to Conservative Friends of Australia?
I'd have to take that question on notice, Senator.
And this was this was at the conference. The High Commissioner Brandis attended. What was the nature of his attendance at the conference?
Senator, the High Commissioner attended the conference he gave. He spoke and he also had meetings with a fairly large number of members of the party.
So he met with members of Parliament and...
Yes, including senators, I'm sure you're aware, with Minister Truss.
Yes. And you're saying he presented at a conference event?
Yes, Senator.
What was the nature of that event?
Senator, my notes say he presented, and I should note, Senator, as they did at the Labor Party conference, the UK Labor Party conference, that is, a little bit earlier, but I'll take on notice the nature of the presentations given.
So Mr Brandis attended the Labor conference?
Yes.
We're going to come to the Labor conference in a moment, Chair. I'm told that it was an event about free market environmentalism hosted by the Adam Smith Institute that he was a panel speaker on. Is that right?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, and get that information from
Well,
you.
hang on, guys.
Sounds like a good
What
cause,
is?
but we'll find
No, I have an issue. What we don't. Does no one in the department know what this bloke is doing? Why do we have to keep taking it on notice?
Well,
Senator,
Senator Ayres is asking about individual events in High Commissioner Brandis.
I do recall that previous secretaries used to be able to answer these questions about Senator Brandis's activities. So why are you coming with
He's High
our
Commissioner
capacity?
Brandis.
I don't care what his
I know
name
about
is.
much of this because...
Unlike him and unlike you, I don't have quite as much sort of forelock tugging in me. Whatever he is, Mr Brandis, High Commissioner Brandis.
That is definitely my nature, Senator.
Yeah, well,
I think...
why can't you answer?
So I don't have the detail with me, I'm sorry.
Perhaps...
That hasn't been the case for some time, I'm afraid, my friend.
Much of this is on the public
Senator,
record
of
because of
or otherwise.
Mr Brandis's extensive social media around his activity at the Conservative Party conference. There are many social media entries for that. I don't follow High Commissioner Brandis on social media, but somebody on the staff team obviously does. He did, as you say, attend the UK Labor event. There's no record of that in social media land. Can you tell me what he did there? Was he as enthusiastic a participant at the Labor event as the Conservative event?
Senator, he did. My advice, Senator, is that he had meetings with the Shadow Foreign Secretary, the Shadow Climate Change Secretary, and attended quite a few, Senator, of the events at the conference.
So he's big on one side of politics in the UK, but not on the other?
Well, I think that is not what Mr Gearing just said.
He attended a few events.
He
There's very
went
little
through
evidence of his
a range of
enthusiastic engagement. He didn't feel any need to publicise his engagement at the Labor Party
I
conference?
don't know, Senator.
Sorry?
Post will do what it deems appropriate in terms of social media. I'm not sure whether they were invited to host a British Labor Friends of Australia event. If they were, they would do that. And it's a matter for their engagement on a day-to-day basis, Senator, but we'll provide whatever information we can for you in relation to these matters on notice.
Thank you. And just finally, I'm sorry, the officer on the renovation left the front table.
Ms Pitson, yes.
Just on notice, could I be provided with the final plans and when the final plans were submitted to Council? I'm just a bit interested to see if the final plans were arrived at after questions on notice started to arrive on the renovation. Can you confirm that High Commissioner Brandis hosted another event at Stoke Lodge for the Conservative Friends of Australia, their first event on the 6th of August?
I will have to take that on notice, Senator.
So you do know about his attendance at the event
I'm
at the
aware of
conference,
his attendance at the event at the party.
but you're not aware of an event that he
I don't
hosted
have something on the
at
6th,
the newly renovated Stoke Lodge
I don't have that information, Senator.
But you managed to come prepared with the Labor Party event as cover.
I've got what I've got, Senator.
Who prepared your brief?
So I think, Senator...
Who prepared your brief?
My staff prepared.
Well,
my
did
brief,
your
Senator.
staff look at his Twitter feed and work
In
out if
part,
they can't work
Senator,
out what
yes.
he's done? Seriously.
And Senator, as I understand it, and I don't know about the timing of your questions on notice, but the construction contract was awarded in December of 2020 in relation to the...
In relation to the final plans?
to the refurbishments.
In relation to the refurbishments, I'm interested in the final.
Well, I presume that you can't award a contract.
Let's see.
We shall see. Thank you, Senator.
Who? So you can't tell me who approved that event?
Well, it would not be approved per se. An event hosted
High
by
Commissioner
the High
can just-
Commissioner would, through his normal processes,
Well, I'd like to know-
manage such an event.
How many people attended it?
Yes, Senator.
What was the cost of the event?
Yes.
And how many Australian High Commission staff attended? How can it be consistent with the APS values for the High Commissioner to host partisan events at the residence?
Senator, in my experience, across many years, a vast range of events are hosted at Australia's posts and residences. In the political context, I recall in the conduct of the 2020 US election, I recall staff from Post and from the consulates around the United States going to Democrat rallies, going to Republican rallies, and going to Democrat conventions and Republican conventions.
And usually, I don't want to interrupt because I agree with you that there is an enormous effort gone in by missions overseas, particularly when they are political appointments or appointments from politics, to walking both sides of the fence, particularly in the United States, but in other jurisdictions as well. Politicians from both major parties who've been appointed to those roles have put an enormous effort into getting that right. Mr. Peacock did it. Others did it. I'm very aware of that. What I'm concerned about is whether this bloke is doing it.
Well,
and the enthusiasm with which he approaches the task on the Conservative side is at an entirely different proportion to the approach he takes more broadly in British politics. It's self-evident from his social media stream.
That's your view,
It's
Senator?
evident from the kind of events that he hosts. And I want to know how that's consistent with, number one, the APS values, but number two, our national interest.
Well, I think Mr Gearing, from the evidence that I heard, Senator, placed on record the High Commissioner's engagement through the British Labor Party in terms of its convention, including meeting shadow ministers, senior leadership. I've directly spoken myself to the High Commissioner about his engagement with Sir Keir Starmer on a number of issues during the period in which Sir Keir Starmer has been the leader, and preceding that, when I have met British Labor politicians who have come to Australia in my role, including the former Shadow Foreign Secretary. I have engaged
I'm not criticising you. I'm
no,
just very
but I'm
conscious
saying,
of
but I've engaged with the
his
High Commissioner on
conduct.
those directly, Senator,
So-
as part of his role.
So this Conservative Friends of Australia outfit, it says that its mission is to build closer ties between the conservative political parties of Australia and the United Kingdom. How is taxpayers' funds being used to host events for this organisation consistent with the national interest?
No, Senator, we've taken a number of questions on notice and we'll respond to those.
As
But
Foreign
we have...
Minister,
Pardon me?
as Foreign Minister, he's asked you a question.
I'm sorry, then I misheard you.
Well, as Foreign Minister, how is it appropriate? Senator Ayres has given you the purpose of this Conservative Friends of Australia. There's a lot on social media, enthusiastic pictures of people toasting each other with champagne or whatever. Senator Ayres' question to you as Foreign Minister, how is it appropriate?
Well, I want to understand the nature of the conversations of the events, Senator, before I respond, and I think that's only appropriate.
When was Mr Brandis appointed?
2019? No, before that, 2018, I think. So.
I think it's 2018.
2018.
So he's held the position for over 3 years. Is that longer than most diplomatic postings?
Senator, I understand the agreed term for the appointment was 4 years. It was not an appointment that I made.
And is it
not just forever friends, forever appointments?
Is it proposed that there be an extension to his position?
I don't have any comment to make on that, Senator. These are matters for the government.
So there is active consideration of
No,
whether Mr
that
Brandis'
is actually
term
not
gets
what I
extended?
said, Senator, and you
I'm
saying
asking the
that
question.
does not make it what I said.
Elevated inflection at the end indicates that it's a question, I think.
You sound like my elocution teacher, Senator.
Yes, yes.
You've just admitted to sounding like an elocution teacher.
I don't have as rounded vowels as Mr Brandis
He's from
does,
Glen
but,
Innes. He's got.
I know he's from Glen. I get it.
but I want to know, are you giving it some thought? The government's giving it some
Senator, those
thought.
are matters for government. I don't have any comment to add to that.
So you're ruling out reappointing him? Like, does he ever get to? Does he ever end his little sojourn in the mother country?
Well, Senator, I
Which he
think
appears to be
it's an
enjoying so
interesting way to describe an appointment that has brought us the Australia-UK FTA, just for starters.
Yeah.
Is it
Are
really
you really suggesting he did that?
a symbol of...
Poor old trade
suggesting,
ministers.
Senator,
Poor old
that
trade
the High
ministers, they're
Commissioner
irrelevant
has
to
made a
George.
significant contribution with his team to delivering the UK
His
FTA,
team.
Senator. Yes, I
Mr
am.
Brandis, despite his faults, was probably on our side. I'm not sure what Mr Abbott was doing while he was over there, but...
Oh, some more
have we moved-
editorialising, Senator.
Have we
Anything else I
moved
can help you
from
with?
forever friends to forever appointments, have we?
That is a comment, Senator, of yours.
Has he finished his first term of
No,
appointment?
no, Senator Abetz.
So this talk about forever is just hyperbole, is it not, Minister?
It's October 2021.
It's well described.
I think it's a reasonable question. Senator Wong, I think, has more questions.
I have no more on this. Thank you. You'll be pleased to know. Okay. I will try and do this part quickly, so it's got a fair bit to get through. Can we go to international climate change, please? Ms Klugman, Mr Abitzer is definitely down the other end. Firstly, attendance at the COP. We know that the Prime Minister is taking a delegation from the PMC, which is 10 staff, 9 officials. We know the Energy Minister, I think, is taking 1 official and 2 staff. Is that right? How many DFAT officials are going?
Senator
Ms Klugman.
Kathy Klugman, Deputy Secretary, Global Cooperation, Development and Partnerships Group. The Australian delegation from the DFAT side will be 10 officials, led by my colleague at the end of the table, Mr Jamie Isbister, who is our Ambassador for the Environment.
So 10. Can you provide a list of respective levels and roles on notice, please?
We can.
Thank you. No, you're not attending, are you, Minister? And none of your staff are?
No, Senator.
Now, the NDC, so the revision of the NDC, well, can you tell me, has Australia provided a revised NDC at this point?
Australia recommunicated our NDC in 2020, I believe.
In December last year.
The Prime Minister has said that we will update and recommunicate the NDC for COP26.
So, as yet, we have not done so?
As yet, we have not done so.
And as I understand the Prime Minister's announcement, but please the update will retain the actual target that we communicated in 2015, which was 26 to 28%, but will include a projection, which is a projection for 2030 of 35%. Correct?
Between 30 and 35%.
30 to 35.
As the Prime Minister
Okay,
announced.
and that's a projection.
Correct.
And is it intended that the NDC will also include an aspiration or other term in relation to 2050?
The NDC will communicate that Australia has adopted that target of net zero by 2050.
As a target?
Correct.
As the word target?
Correct. That's my understanding.
Can you just, in terms of the legal framework of the NDCs within the Paris Agreement? Accord? Agreement, yeah. The only legally binding, insofar as anything in international law is actually legally binding, aspect of the NDC is the target communicated, targets in relation to 2030 at this point, correct?
Sorry, you're asking, could you repeat the question?
So the architecture of the Paris Agreement is, here's the overarching architecture. You update your, it's almost like a chapter or a pledge for under the agreement, which is known as the NDC.
Correct.
The interaction of that architecture, as I understand it, results in the only internationally legally binding aspect of the NDC is in fact the 2030 target.
Mr Isbister, Ambassador?
Jamie Isbister, Australia's Ambassador for the Environment. So the NDC is a requirement under the Paris Agreement to submit the NDC. You've got to submit a target. The target needs to be, was needed to be submitted as part of countries signing on to the Paris Agreement. And then depending on the date of your target, you then need to update your target each 5 years.
Yeah. So the obligation relates to the target.
Yes.
Does the Paris Agreement also go to projections? Is that a term that's understood as something to be included in NDC in the agreement?
Well, the NDC is really up to a country in terms of what it reflects into its agreement.
But the character of the international agreement from Paris look to, as you correctly described, and I should have used the term obligation rather than legally binding, look to a set of obligations on countries to do essentially two things: lodge an NDC and include in that a target for 2030, correct?
Yes, a target. Some countries included a 2025 target.
Sorry, an interim target, the Paris Agreement itself doesn't contemplate a projection in the NDC.
It doesn't project, but there's a lot of countries include policy measures and commitments they're taking forward that go beyond the simple target. So I'll take India, for example. They've committed to a 450 gigawatts of solar being included as part of
People have put in how they're going to get there and stuff like that. Has anyone else actually tried to jazz up their actual target by including a projection?
Oh, well, I mean, plenty of countries have projections about how
in
they
the
see
NDC.
Senator, I'd have to take on notice whether they've been included.
Because that's what we've done. I mean, just to be clear, the actual target under which we are obliged to lodge and which we are backing is the same target that Mr Abbott put in, 26 to 28.
That's right.
That's correct, for 2030.
Thank you.
Of course, Senator, projections are useful because they say not just what you're promising, but they use the data available and make calculations about on the basis of the pathway, what you've already achieved.
Yeah, I understand
the pathway in place. And
I understand the
policies
policy argument. The reality is you didn't want to up the target for internal political reasons, but let's not get into that.
Well, I think what the
I'm
Prime
trying
Minister
to.
has said, Senator, is what this government took to the election in 2019, which was endorsed by the Australian people in that context. But what we have been able to show is that although the target was 26 to 28%, the latest forecasts show we will reduce emissions by 30 to 35% by 2030.
Anybody watching the national media over the last week and a half knows that this is all strung together in order to try and keep Mr Joyce in the car.
So, Senator, I think if that's your political commentary, that's a matter for you, but I am
I won't get this
telling
done
you
before lunch,
what the
Chair,
forecasts
so,
were.
because I've got a lot more now. I was going to try and skip through and get it done before lunch, but I won't, so.
All right, so we'll get an extra minute.
If you
the
want,
committee
yeah,
is
'cause I've got a lot more.
suspended
Yeah.
until 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you. Patrick has the call.
Thank you. And I just want to go to questions again related to China, the Olympics, and indeed Hong Kong. I just wanted to do a follow-up. Minister, you talked. Sure, Minister, you talked about the Chinese ambassador leaving. I presume that's a change of posting. Is that correct?
Yes, he's come to the conclusion of his term.
Okay.
As I understand it. Yes.
Has Beijing nominated a new ambassador?
I believe agrément is being sought. Yes, agrément is being sought, Senator.
Sorry, I didn't quite.
Agrément.
Without
wishing to go into any more French terms, the process of agreement for the presentation of for the taking up of the role of the new head of mission, and ultimately then presentation of credentials to the Governor General and so on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just also in terms
Not that I'm a protocol expert, Senator.
Well,
we have someone who does that, thankfully for me.
At least your French is better than mine. I just want to go to the comments about miscalculation in my last session. Is it DFAT's view that the miscalculation is more likely before or after the Beijing Olympics? I don't have the benefit of Senator Molan's new book. Otherwise, I'd be much better informed in terms of the questions I was going to ask.
Thank you. Senator, when we were discussing this matter before, I was not making predictions or forecasts. I'm describing the situation now, having a higher level of risk attached to it. So I don't know how this will play out between now and the Olympics or beyond, but obviously it's an issue of concern, as I said before.
So is the risk higher before? Is it higher before or after the Olympics, in your view?
Senator,
is that a factor?
Not as far as I can see, but obviously a lot will depend on the actions and decisions of other governments, and we'll watch that. But I'm not sure that the Olympics is directly relevant to this.
Okay. Well, I will ask some questions about the Olympics now. Will any Australian government ministers be attending the Beijing Winter Olympic Games in February 2022?
Senator, I think I'll have to take it on notice, but what I would say is I don't think any decisions have been made. I'm not sure it's clear also what entry, COVID and other arrangements will be put in place by the host government. The event I don't think is until March next year, so we'll have to come back to you.
Okay.
COVID and other matters are not exercising our minds as much as the issue of whether we want to give credibility to this particular regime with all its human rights abuses.
And I'll put on the record I share a similar view to Senator Betts in relation to that. But when does a decision need to be made in the context of the time frame to notify the Chinese officials?
I don't know, Senator. I have to take it on notice, and it's probably a matter for
The Office of Sport.
Yeah, and the Olympic
But
Organising
obviously
Committee.
we are conscious of the issues that you are raising, and other senators, Senator Betts, have raised, Senator, and we'll take those issues on those details on notice and come back to you.
So arrangements for hotels and so forth, they're done by individual departments, not by Foreign Affairs?
To be fair, Senator, I'm not an expert on the arrangements for Olympic guest accommodation, so I can't help you with that, but we will find out what we can and come back to you.
Thank you. What about Australian officials? Are any senior Australian government officials attending the Beijing Games?
So as Mr Hayhurst has said, Senator, the arrangements for the events have not yet been advised. That is my understanding.
Certainly, as the Minister said, not so as to be able to make any decisions about these matters. The one thing that Australian officials are doing, as they always do before any event, is engaging with the Australian Olympic Committee, because athletes are planned to attend and there are consular and other arrangements that will be required, and there is some consultation about that, but nothing further to my knowledge. But we'll have to sort of check. I don't have an extensive briefing on the interactions.
I would have thought officials might have been a government-to-government matter rather than through the AOC.
So Senator, I think if you have a range of questions on this, it is probably better for us to take the questions on notice and get the right information through the Office of Sport and the relevant part of the department, but it's certainly not managed by Deputy Secretary Hayhurst at this point in time, unless he wishes to take up a booking role that I'm not aware of.
Okay. Well, I thought there might have been some discussion noting the sensitivities that Senator Betts has raised and I have raised.
And I'm aware of the sensitivities, Senator.
Yeah.
You and I have discussed that.
Sure.
I've discussed it with Senator Betts as well.
I'm just saying it's not a case of travel bookings per se.
I know.
There are some serious
Yes, of
considerations
course.
that need to be made, and your department would have to be involved in
Absolutely.
that, I would have thought. Okay, can I go to Hong Kong then?
Quickly ask in relation to China, COVID aside, the travel advisory is still one that suggests arbitrary arrest might be a problem?
Those aspects of the travel advice, Senator, won't have changed. What has changed today is that the department has issued a range of updated travel advice as a result of the altered. We have withdrawn the. We'll withdraw the do not travel advice, which was COVID related.
Yes.
And so the flow on of that is about, I think, 177 country specific travel advice changes. But those core aspects of
The other advisories
our
don't
advice
change.
is not changed.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
Thank you.
They may not quite be up on the website yet. We're just loading them
Yeah,
now.
we're in the process.
I have checked this and it says that you may be at increased risk of detention on vaguely defined national security grounds. So I presume that's still the current warning. I think we checked that.
Well, as the Minister just said, that same advice is in the updated travel advice about to be loaded on the website.
Okay, thank you. Can you provide an update? I note that Amnesty International are withdrawing from Hong Kong and they've had some things to say about the circumstances there. Can you provide an update on your assessment of the situation in Hong Kong and especially the use of the new national security laws and other measures to suppress and persecute democratic activities in Hong Kong?
I can provide an update, Senator, and I think the phrase I would use is in fact the one in the statement or the tweet by the Minister on the 22nd of October, which talked about the systematic unravelling of democratic institutions and civil society in Hong Kong. And so our assessment is one of concern about that unravelling.
Have you made any representations to the Chinese government about the situation in Hong Kong, and if so, what have the responses been? So sort of around these new national security laws, has the Australian government made representations?
We have, many times.
Okay. And the response?
Without wishing to go into the detail of government-to-government engagement, I think it's China's position in public, which is consistent with the responses we've received, that in their view, this is not a matter that in which we have any standing.
Okay. In relation to that comment about, or the text of the warning, you may be at increased risk of detention on vaguely defined national security grounds, to what extent does the department consider Australian citizens in Hong Kong to be at risk of arbitrary detention in Hong Kong? So I'm just really trying to fill that out a little bit.
So
is the risk...
The travel advice for Hong Kong has language reflecting our judgment about the risk there, including as a result of the introduction of the national security law. I don't have the text in front of me, and I don't think it uses quite the terms you did, but it's got some clear advice about that.
You could break the law without intending to. You may be at increased risk of detention on vaguely defined national security grounds. It goes to the maximum penalty. Under the law, you could be deported or face possible transfer to mainland China for prosecution under mainland law. So I realise it comes down to the key word there is may. You may be at increased risk, and I'm just trying to quantify that a little bit, what that means.
Yeah, so you've just read part of that, which I now have in front of me. Well, I think the advice as set out, that there's a new law, it could be interpreted broadly, you could break it without intending to, you may be at increased risk of detention on vaguely defined security grounds, and then under the law you could be deported or face possible transfer. I mean, that, I think that's clear. What we're saying is that law gives the authorities scope to define much more broadly national security offences, and so the risks for travellers have changed, and that's what that advice seeks to capture.
Have any Australians been arrested or detained under the national security laws?
I don't think so, but
We can ask our consular.
I'll just check with consular, but I think the answer is no. But we'll check, and I'll come right back if that's not right.
Okay. Is DFAT confident that the Australian Consulate General in Hong Kong would be immediately informed in the event of the arrest of an Australian citizen under the new national security laws?
Our expectation would be that the authorities in Hong Kong, like authorities elsewhere, should fulfil their obligations to advise us if an Australian citizen was detained.
I think that's a nuanced answer, talking about what your expectation is, where I'm going to confidence.
That's right, and I think, as we're saying, we don't know, we don't have experience of any Australian being implicated in Hong Kong under this law at this point. So,
do you have knowledge from other jurisdictions that would inform you in relation to this?
It's possible it's quite likely, I suspect the Consulate General has discussed this with a range of partners. Let me find out and come back to you.
And Ms Lawson may wish to add.
So I was just going to say, I think we're aware of one case of a detention, but that person was subsequently released. So we're not aware, as far as I'm aware, of any arrest at this stage or anyone.
How long was that person detained for?
It was not that long, it was a few days, but I need to come back to you, Senator, to clarify the details.
Thank you. And in those circumstances, was the Australian consulate notified quickly?
I'll need to come back on the details,
All
Senator.
right, thank you. Did you take on notice before? I've basically finished my questions, but in relation to the Trade Minister and
Yes.
interaction with his counterpart?
Yes, so the current minister has not met his counterpart. As you know, Minister Tehan started in January this year.
Yep.
There was a previous, the last previous meeting was in August 2019 between Minister Birmingham and Chinese Minister Zhongshan.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
We Yes, and Senator Rice is here. You have the call.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to whip through a whole range of things in the next 30 minutes. So starting with Palestine. Minister, last week the Israeli Defence Ministry designated 6 prominent human rights organisations in the occupied West Bank as terrorist organisations, effectively outlawing their activities. Was the Australian Government or DFAT made aware of these designations before they occurred?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
UN human rights experts today said, when this news broke, that this designation is a frontal attack on the Palestinian human rights movement and on human rights everywhere, and called upon the international community to use its full range of political and diplomatic tools to request that Israel review and reverse this decision. And Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International said that how the international community responds will be a true test of its resolve to protect human rights defenders. Will the Australian Government denounce this dangerous attack against Palestinian human rights defenders?
Senator, our post in Tel Aviv has made inquiries to the Israeli Ministry of Defence, which has made the designation seeking further information. We have been told that we will be provided with further details in due course, but that has not been the case so far. The Australian Ambassador for Counter-Terrorism has reinforced these points to the Israeli Embassy this week, and so I am seeking further information to determine the purpose of the designations and what the historical scope might be from the Israeli authorities.
So, and until you receive that further information, you're not willing to make any statements?
Well, I want to know, Senator, and I don't think it's unreasonable to seek this information, what the basis of the designation is, and to understand the steps that the Israeli authorities have taken, and then I will be in a position to inform actions going forward.
I mean, given the UN and human rights experts all around the world have, those state comments that I just quoted to you, are you disturbed? Do you feel that it will be appropriate for Australia to be calling on Israel to revoke these designations?
Senator, I've told you what my position is. I want to understand and get advice from the Israeli authorities, or get information from the Australian authorities get information from the Israeli authorities in relation to the designations, and to have a greater awareness of the purpose for which they have been made, the reasons for which they have been made, and then, if appropriate, the Australian Government will make a comment.
Okay. This happened in the same week that the Israeli authorities have authorised the building of 1,300 new dwellings in occupied Palestine. Again, the UN have said that, internationally, people need to remind Israel that any settlements in the occupied areas are illegal under international law and are a serious obstacle to peace. What's the Australian Government saying to the Israeli Government about the expansion of settlements?
We've made our points in relation to settlements consistently, Senator, and you and I have discussed that here before. But if officials have anything further to add, I'll ask them to do so. Mr Innes-Brown.
Thank you, Minister. Mark Innes-Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East and Africa Division. We, as you know, as you mentioned, Senator, there was an announcement. We have already raised our concerns with the Israeli authorities about that announcement in line with our long-standing concern about settlement activity and other unilateral actions that threaten the prospects for peace. So we've already taken it up. Our charge d'affaires in Tel Aviv will take it up again today, I understand, in a meeting.
Okay. And Minister, have you raised the issue with your counterpart after this last announcement of the 1,300 new settlements?
We have not spoken in that time, Senator, no.
Do you intend to?
We're not currently scheduled for a call, but I would definitely raise it in any call that we had.
So when might that be?
Senator...
Doesn't seem like it's a high priority.
Well, Senator, I think that's completely unfair, actually, given that the public record clearly shows that I engage regularly, in fact, very regularly, with many of my counterparts, as many as possible, and I am sure that that call will be held in due course.
I want to go back to the issue of the global methane pledge, which I ran out of time in my previous block of questions. What discussions has the government, either you, Minister, or the department, what discussions did you have with the US and the EU on signing up to the pledge, or not signing up, as it seems that we are not signing up?
I'll ask the officials to respond, Senator.
Kathy Klugman. I'm Deputy Secretary of the Global Cooperation, Development and Partnerships Group. The Global Methane Pledge was an initiative launched by the United States alongside the European Union. It came to our notice in August 21, August this year, when Australia was invited to join that initiative to reduce methane emissions under that banner of the Global Methane Pledge. That was at the time when the United States was finalising preparations for a high-level meeting, a major economies meeting on climate change matters that took place in September in the United States.
And what was what was our response at that stage in August when we were formally approached?
We were approached just a few short days before the actual event, and we thanked the United States for the approach. We collected the information on the initiative that they then made available, and we told them that we would consider it.
Okay. And what specifically, was there anything more specific than just signing up to it that Australia was requested to do?
No.
No. And so then, since that period, since August, the decision has been made not to sign the pledge. How has that been conveyed to the EU and the US, and what's been the response been?
I'm not sure of communication with the EU and the US, Senator. I can take that on notice. The lead agency for this is DISA, the Department of Industry, Science and Emissions Reduction. DOR, the Department of Agriculture element of that, is also engaged in those discussions.
So who made the decision not to sign up? I mean, if those departments were the ones involved in those discussions?
That was a decision of the government, and you saw some comments this morning from Minister Taylor.
Minister, do you know whether either government ministers, departments have been lobbied by any gas companies in relation to signing up to the methane pledge?
No, I have no awareness of that, Senator.
So you...
And I certainly have not been.
Okay, thank you. Extremely disappointing. But okay, I want to now move on to Syria. Since the start of the year, we've had 62 children, or approximately 2 every week, have died in the Al-Hol refugee camp in Syria. And Save the Children have warned it's only a matter of time before an Australian child is killed. As you know, we have children and their mothers still living in dire conditions in these camps. What reason does the government have for not repatriating these women and children, leaving them, abandoning them in conditions that the UN experts say amount to torture?
Senator Simon Newnham, Acting Deputy Secretary, International Security, Humanitarian and Consular Group, and I'm conscious that Ambassador Noble will also join me at the table. Senator, a couple of points in response. The Australian government is deeply concerned about the situation in the northeastern Syrian camps. We note the conditions in Al-Hol are reportedly much worse than in El Roj. A lower number of residents are in the El Roj camp. There are estimates, and I would just stress they are estimates, Senator, given the paucity of good data here, of approximately 65 Australians and former Australians in Syria and Iraq who fought with or associated with Islamist extremist groups. Most are in camps, but their numbers are very unclear, and Kurdish authorities are not being able to be as clear with us. What I can say, Senator, is we make ongoing inquiries regarding the conditions in the camps, and that's done through humanitarian partners, including our ambassador in Lebanon with the ICRC Regional Director on the 15th of October. On the 26th of August, the UNFPA, the Population Fund, met with our embassy and provided a briefing on improving reproductive health, gender-based violence issues as well. And on the 10th of June, we met with the UN Resident Humanitarian Coordinator. We also engaged with Syrian Kurdish authorities, and that's been on a series of dates, late September with our post in Lebanon, and again in late August as well. And I would just say, Senator, as well, our contact spreads right through the NGO community, including with Save the Children and with Australian relatives here in Australia, seeking to bring as much information to bear on the conditions and the landscape faced by those in these camps. I would just note too the funding that we provide to humanitarian partners, and here I'm particularly thinking of the UNFPA and the World Health Organisation, which both receive $2 million per year from the Australian government in the last reporting period. I'll stop there, Senator.
Okay. What are the remaining barriers? I mean, why haven't these children and their mothers been repatriated by now? What are the barriers, given that it seems like it's only a matter of time before we have Australian children that die?
Senator, I will ask Mr Noble to come here, but I might just commence by saying we very much look at this as a case-by-case approach to repatriations, and we consider the security, the humanitarian situation, but they are not the only determinants. And the government has been clear about not putting Australian lives at risk. Officials to extract people from these dangerous situations and facilitating the movement out of the camps continues to pose an unacceptable danger to Australian officials. But I'll just check if Mr Noble would like to add to this.
I would say that the people in the camps, the women and children, are persons of counter-terrorism interests, which means that it's a whole of government responsibility to consider what happens to them. We are contributed to that process, and it's coordinated by the Home Affairs Department. Secretary Pizzullo, I heard his evidence on Monday. I just reinforce what he said, which is we're a key inputter to that whole of government look at the risks around repatriation. The government's policy to date has been to prioritise the protection of Australia and the Australian community.
But you say they're of counter-terrorism interest. I mean, they're going to be of more counter-terrorism interest if they are there for longer and then they do come home, aren't they, Mr Noble?
So, Senator, I think what we do is lay out all the risks for consideration by government. One of them is the long-term risk of radicalisation and the impact to Australia and offshore in the longer term. So you're right, that is a risk.
How do you account for the risk of these children dying in these camps?
We're really concerned about what's going on in the camps. It is one of the key risks that's considered. What's the welfare and future humanitarian interests of the Australians that are in the camp?
I just find it devastating. What's the department's understanding of the legal basis for the ongoing detention of Australian citizens by the Syrian Democratic Forces?
So I'll be specific because I am not a lawyer. Essentially, the camps are a product of armed conflict between ISIS and the global coalition. So people were put into the camps as a result of that. The technical answer is that it takes a case-by-case assessment of each individual person to determine the legality of it. The Australian government is firmly against arbitrary detention.
Okay. In response to a letter from UN experts on the 23rd of August, the Australian government stated that the Kurdish authorities were only allowing the repatriation of foreign children, specifically unaccompanied minors, which I believe is incorrect. Can I confirm that you'll be correcting that?
Yeah, that's correct, Senator. At the time that the Australian response was passed through Geneva, our understanding was that Syrian Kurdish authorities were not supporting repatriation. That's no longer true. The Syrian Kurdish authorities
the Kurdish authorities, they're supporting repatriation. We know that other countries have got their children out,
and
yet
correct.
Australia isn't at the moment.
That is correct. As The Deputy Secretary said we take a case-by-case approach, and the government, that's how it approaches that issue.
Case-by-case basis, and you've got children suffering in conditions that amount to torture. It's a case-by-case. I'll move on. I want to now go to West Papua. What's the response of the Australian government to recent revelations regarding the 1998 Biak massacre and the handling of evidence and intelligence? So in September this year, there was an unredacted report which revealed that an Australian intelligence officer had provided the government with compelling evidence just 11 days after the killings that Indonesia almost certainly used excessive force against pro-independence demonstrators, and they were also handed photo evidence which has since been destroyed.
Senator Ridwan Jadwat, First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Division. In relation to the 1998 Biak killings, Australia regularly engages the government of Indonesia at all levels about the situation in Papua. In relation to specifically the issue of Biak, we have not specifically raised it, but those concerns were raised in 1998 by then Foreign Minister Alexander Downer. But throughout our discussions with the Indonesian government on Papua, in the broad, all of these issues are raised in terms of our ongoing concern about the violence in Papua.
So since that information has come to light, that Australian intelligence, I mean, the government had that intelligence that Indonesia almost certainly used excessive force, and that the photo evidence which has been destroyed, that evidence has now come to light. Has that been raised with the Indonesian government since then in the context of encouraging Indonesia to be addressing historical human rights abuses, let alone not continuing to undertake them?
As I said, Senator, I'm not aware of specific representations that have been made about the 1998 Biak killings, but I am aware that the embassy and our mission in Jakarta on a regular basis discuss all of these issues in terms of Papua and the situation in Papua with the Indonesian authorities.
So can I encourage you, I mean, regularly discuss, is there active encouragement of the Indonesian government to be addressing these historical, let alone the ongoing, human rights abuses?
Well, Senator,
which
I would
very clearly documented.
It's an ongoing dialogue that our mission in Jakarta has with the Indonesian authorities on Papua.
What's the government's position on a potential visit by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to Papua?
Well, Senator, in relation to that, we would support that, and we've consistently encouraged the Indonesian government to allow access to credible international observers, including the UN, and we understand that that visit is still to take place, but as I said, we've encouraged the Indonesian government to work with the UN on that.
So again, what are we doing to encourage, support, facilitate, enable that visit to occur?
Well, we've encouraged the parties to finalise the timing and the arrangements.
But there's nothing that's planned yet. Indonesia hasn't accepted that as yet, have they?
Well, the visit is ultimately a matter for the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Indonesian government, but we're certainly encouraging it to happen.
Okay.
And I've discussed that with the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, myself, Senator.
Good to hear. Thank you. What currently has the Australian government raising with the Indonesian government in terms of concerns about the methods being used by Indonesian security forces, which have resulted in the deaths of civilians, property damage, increasing displacement and suffering of civilians who have been caught up in conflict?
Well, Senator, the embassy in Jakarta continues to monitor the situation closely, and we remain in contact with a large network of interlocutors, both in the Indonesian government and outside. And as I said, we have ongoing dialogue with them. We have expressed concern, including most recently, about some of the violence that has happened during the last few days in Papua.
Have you said anything publicly?
I'm not aware of any public statements by the embassy, Senator.
Do you think it would be appropriate to make public statements on this? Given again, in the interest of being a critical friend to Indonesia, I mean, there's an extremely important relationship, and it's in Australia's interest as well as Indonesia's interest not to be having these ongoing human rights abuses.
Well, Senator, there is ongoing dialogue with the Indonesians, and we make representations, and sometimes those representations are better made in private.
Doesn't seem to be getting very far, that's the problem. Has the Australian government sought ways of providing humanitarian assistance to internally displaced people who are fleeing violence from the Indonesian government?
Well, Senator, in relation to specific aid programs in Papua, we do have aid programs that assist the Papuan provinces. Whether it relates to displaced people, I'd have to take that on notice and get back to you, but we certainly have an extensive program of development assistance that's provided to the Papuan provinces.
No, but I'm actually talking about helping people who are fleeing the violence.
I'd have to check with our team and get back to you on that.
Thank you. All right, I know that I'm rapidly running through my time slot, so I now want to move on to Myanmar. Minister, I was glad to see that Australia signed onto the joint statement with the US, EU and the others in support of the ASEAN Special Envoy. I mean, given that we're aligned with the US on that aspect, why aren't we also taking the steps the US has taken in relation to targeted sanctions?
So Australia generated that joint statement, Senator, if it's the one I think that you're speaking about. We have, you and I and colleagues here have discussed the sanctions issues before, as have officials at the table. We have maintained our view on sanctions is that it is not imposing sanctions at this time would not currently further our interests in terms of our advocacy on the ASEAN-led solution for the crisis, the critical situation in Myanmar. We have been focused on supporting ASEAN efforts and providing ASEAN with the support it needs to de-escalate the situation. We are consulting closely with our regional and international partners on this issue, Senator, including me directly with ASEAN foreign ministers in every conversation I have with them. And I do respect, obviously, the decisions of other partners who have determined that imposing further sanctions is the appropriate measure for them. But from our perspective, it is not currently a step we are intending to take, but we keep this under review. I also discuss it with members of the Parliament regularly, including, obviously, yourself, Senator Smith and others who raise this matter.
In terms of keeping it under review, if the junta continues to ignore ASEAN's 5-point consensus, would that be a step that you may think that it was then appropriate to take that proactive step of imposing sanctions?
All of those factors, Senator, are part of our consideration. The 5-point consensus calls for a number of important steps, including the reduction, the cessation of violence, and the enabling of the special envoy to visit Myanmar. This is a matter I have discussed with both the special envoy himself, Dato' Erdogan, the second foreign minister in Brunei, on many occasions, and with multiple counterparts. And Senator, I think what you will have seen in recent times, and I stand to be corrected by Mr Jadwat, but what you will have seen in recent times is some very clear statements from leaders in ASEAN themselves about their concerns at the delay. A number of countries have raised those issues, and it is being taken very seriously within ASEAN.
Okay, I've got a number of more questions I think I've put on notice, but one of them was, have you or your office now met with members of the National Unity Government?
I'll ask Mr Jadwat to
Senator, absolutely. I've met with the representatives of the National Unity Government, I think, on at least 3 occasions, and members of the Myanmar Task Force who sit in my division have also met with them on a number of occasions.
Okay. I want to move on to Cambodia. And has the Australian government issued any public statements condemning the politically motivated trial in absentia of former Victorian MP Hong Lim? And will the Australian government urge the Cambodian government to drop the charges?
Sorry, Sarah, could you just repeat that in relation to Hong Lim?
Hong Lim, have we issued any public statements condemning his politically motivated trial? And have we urged the Cambodian government to drop the charges?
Well, in relation specifically to Hong Lim, I'm not aware of any public statements, but we're very happy to note that Mr Hong Lim was acquitted in Phnom Penh on the 26th of October.
So we're very pleased to hear about that. That's very good news.
Yes. And we've been making consistent representations, including the Minister, in her last phone call with the Cambodian Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Okay. Well, then going on, I mean, what actions, it's very good news, what actions are we practically taking to support democracy, including advocating to allow the opposition, including the Cambodian National Rescue Party, to have restrictions removed?
Well, Senator, our policy on human rights in Cambodia is multifaceted. We, through our aid program, are addressing significant human rights concerns in Cambodia. We're providing assistance for Cambodian think tanks, direct aid program to the Cooperation Committee for Cambodia, to the Cambodian Centre for Human Rights. We've got programs to support collaborative government civil society activities. We've got long-standing support to the Khmer Rouge Tribunal. We provided grants to the Cambodian Centre for Independent Media and the Cambodian Journalists Alliance Association.
Thank you.
Across the board.
Perhaps if you take that
Sure.
the detail on notice. Are you concerned, however, about our aid and scholarships actually being used by the Hun Sen regime to prop up his power? And what steps are we taking to ensure that our aid is not being diverted by Hun Sen's regime?
Well, Senator, we take this very seriously, and we make sure that no aid goes through anything that would seem inappropriate in terms of the regime. But I can take it on notice in terms of the scholarship angle. But my understanding is that our aid program is very targeted, and we make sure that it doesn't fall into the hands of the wrong people.
If you could take that on notice, and specifically the case of the scholarships, because I know there is deep concern in the community that those scholarships are being used to prop up the regime. Okay, I've got a couple of minutes left. I now want to move to Tigray. Minister, myself and others have heard regularly from community members who are devastated about what's happening in Ethiopia. Have you met with them to hear their concerns?
My staff, I believe, have met with them, Senator, and had a number of meetings in the United States, particularly in New York, with senior officials in relation to these matters as well.
Okay, look, I've got a few more questions, but I'm running out of time, and I note that we're actually...
Can I say, Senator, I did also announce, or am about to announce today, Senator, a further $3 million in humanitarian funding for the ICRC in Ethiopia.
Will you...
Here first.
Yes.
Will you personally commit to meeting with the Ethiopian community members who are so distressed about what's
If we
going on?
can make arrangements, Senator, yes.
Great. Okay. Finally, India. When you visited New Delhi in September, did you raise concerns about the escalating crackdown on activists, journalists and peaceful protesters in India?
Senator, as you know, I don't speak in relation to my private or my bilateral conversations with counterparts, but we have raised human rights matters in our conversations previously, yes.
So, and when you met in September, those human rights issues were on the agenda?
Senator, I honestly do not recall whether they were raised in that conversation, but they are raised regularly.
And in particular, the...
and I can check the record, Senator, so I'll do that.
The human rights, appalling human rights, the extrajudicial killings, the disappearances in Indian-controlled Jammu and Kashmir. What advocacy have we taken in raising our concerns on those issues, particularly in the context of being Kashmir Black Day yesterday?
Senator Gary Cowan, North and South Asia Division First Assistant Secretary. As the Minister said, we do regularly raise human rights issues with India. We make clear that Australia values diversity and inclusion. I should note that India's constitution, of course, upholds the rights of all its citizens, including freedom of religion.
Well,
in the case of
in theory,
Kashmir, we have raised the issue of Kashmir some 20 times since 2019. The representations and the discussions we've made focus on the importance of open political systems and accepted rules, norms and process. We made representations as recently as the week of 18th of October.
Yes, I mean, quite rightly, because those accepted norms are not being upheld, clearly, are they?
Senator, I think...
Is the Australian government happy to say on the record that the killings, the disappearances, the shutting down of the internet, the attacks on journalists are extremely distressing?
Senator, we are pleased, I think, that some things have improved in Kashmir. As I think you will know, some of the restrictions that were implemented in the Kashmir Valley in 2019 have been eased. For instance, 4G services were restored, internet restored. And
I mean, how about there are criminal charges being put upon medical students for supporting the Pakistan win over India in the recent T20 Cup, that they have been said there are criminal charges being issued against them. I mean, is the government speaking out? It just goes to the level of control that India wants to have over the occupied Kashmir and Jammu.
Senator, I think... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, and I'll go back to Mr Cowan, Senator, we have consistently said that we believe the Kashmir dispute is a bilateral matter for India and Pakistan to resolve peacefully. But as Mr Cowan has indicated, we have raised matters relating to this regularly with India at various levels, including focusing on the importance of open political systems, the importance of internationally accepted rules and norms and due process. The Indian government understands that we strongly support the democratic right to freedom of expression and to peaceful protests, and our expectations in relation to that.
Minister, does that impact then? I mean, we're signing, trade agreements. We're recently announced that we're strengthening cyber cooperation with India. I mean, surely that our concerns about what's going on in India and in Jammu and Kashmir should impact upon our willingness to be engaging, particularly with the digital cooperation, which could impact on digital surveillance and the Indian government's new information technology rules that will weaken encryption and undermine privacy and freedom of expression.
Senator, this is a very important relationship for Australia with India. We are both sovereign nations. We are both committed democracies. And our shared interests, frankly, are under unprecedented pressure, including from COVID-19. We are very committed to working together and with all countries in the region to determine a road to recovery in a way that helps all countries to reinforce their sovereignty and resilience. But I have said to you that we have raised issues of concern in the past, and we will continue to do that.
Okay, one last question in Sudan. What steps has Australia taken following the coup in Sudan?
Senator, Australia is represented in Sudan from our post in Cairo. The head of mission there has made public statements, which I have also reposted, expressing our concern regarding the military takeover. We strongly support the continuation of a democratic transition so that the people of Sudan can exercise their right to decide their country's future. We are monitoring those developments and offering consular support to Australians in Sudan. I understand there is a number of Australians registered there, but that, unless Mr Innes-Brown advises me otherwise, we have not received requests for consular assistance, and Mr Innes-Brown might like to refer to the meeting that DFAT held with the Sudanese ambassador.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Senator. Yes, we spoke to the Sudanese ambassador here in Canberra about the situation, expressing our concern and making similar points that the Minister just conveyed about underlining the importance of an immediate return to civilian government, the transition that's been happening since 2019. In relation to consular issues, yes, I can confirm that as of yesterday, we had not received any requests for assistance from Australians that we know of in Sudan. There was about 42 people we have registered there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rice. Senator Patterson has the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the AusAsia Festival in Adelaide. Are the relevant officials available?
Senator, I'm not sure how much we'll be able to help you, but we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
It's obviously not a festival we run.
No, but the festival does appear to, at least based on its website, receive Australian government funding in two respects. One from the Department of Infrastructure and Communications, which I appreciate is not DFAT's responsibility, but also from the Australia-China Foundation, which I believe does fall under DFAT.
That's correct, Senator.
Firstly, is the department aware of the media reporting about the festival in the last couple of days, last week or so?
Ellie Lawson, First Assistant Secretary, East Asia Division. Yes, Senator.
Thank you. So just for everyone else's benefit, there's been an article in the Sydney Morning Herald yesterday by Eric Bagshaw and an article in the SBS Cantonese, I think it was on Saturday, relating to a Hong Kong group and its attempt to participate in the Moon Lantern Trail aspect of the festival. Is the department aware of concerns on behalf of the Hong Kong Association of South Australia that it has been excluded from the festival on political grounds?
Senator, we're aware of that reporting, yes.
And what knowledge does the department have of the chronology of events and the concern that the Hong Kong Cultural Association of South Australia has?
Thank you, Senator. So you referenced some funding from the Australia-China Council. In fact, that's from the National Foundation for Australia-China Relations, which has replaced the Australia-China Council.
Yep.
No, we didn't fund the activities in question. We have funded a couple of activities within that festival. Clearly these are...
The foundation has.
The National Foundation for
To be clear, the
Australia-China Relations.
foundation,
Sorry, obviously it's not within
a grants program.
Yep.
Senator, just to explain the background and the processes that we have in place, we have very specific guidelines and due diligence around all of our grants. So, even though we didn't fund that activity, we did provide funding to the festival, two separate activities. We have in place agreements with all of our recipients of our funding, whereby we oblige those recipients to ensure that their programs are not subject to third-party influence. So just to be clear, we expect those recipients to do their due diligence. We have no information from the festival that this was in fact the case. They have told us that there were some items cancelled in the festival. They have told us that's about COVID distancing and other measures. However, of course, if there was any indication that items were cancelled as further to third-party influence, we would take that very seriously. And we will, in fact, be undertaking some further discussions with the festival organisers just to be assured ourselves.
Thank you.
Because we do take that kind of thing very seriously, Senator.
I would welcome that, and I have to say, personally, I don't find the festival's explanations, at least as it's been provided in Mr Bagshaw's article, to be in any way satisfactory. And I think a very good indicator of the fact that we might not be able to rely on their assurance is that they've given multiple different reasons as to why this group could not attend. They did refer to COVID in some of their comments and their communications, but they also did allow other workshops to proceed that were connected with mainland Chinese organisations rather than this Hong Kong organisation. I don't think COVID transmits differently based on your affiliation with a mainland or a Hong Kong entity. And they also said, a spokesperson to the Sydney Morning Herald said, activities with political or religious content are not scheduled. That does appear to suggest that it was politics entering into it. And of course, in the SBS article, when the Hong Kong Cultural Association sought to register, they were required to list the props that they used, and they mentioned yellow umbrellas. They received a reply asking them to elaborate on what the purpose of the yellow umbrellas were. And then in this screenshot provided to SBS, they informed the group, with regards to the yellow umbrellas, we found this online, and they pointed to a Wikipedia article about the umbrella movement and its obviously political nature. Unfortunately, we are unable to approve the use of the yellow umbrellas as props decor. Thank you for your kind understanding. I mean, it very clearly appears to be political.
So, Senator, as I said, we would take any such allegations very seriously. Such questions will need to be answered by the festival organisers themselves, but we do intend to just look into it a bit further because we would take that quite seriously.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And let me be clear, Senator, from the perspective of the government, that any political interference or censorship in art and cultural events is unacceptable. And I have encouraged the department to contact the organisers of the festival to express that view, as well as to do the follow-up that Ms Lawson has referred to, and frankly to seek assurances that interference and censorship would not be allowed. It's not a festival with which I'm familiar historically, but the government's position is very clear.
Thank you, Minister. I really welcome that.
What would the consequences be?
Senator, I'm not going to speculate. I want to have the discussion. I want to see the discussion occur first.
All right, but within the agreements, is there a capacity to seek the return of funding?
So, Senator, the funding is directed to two activities which have occurred and which have taken place. Our funding was not related to this activity at all in any way.
Right.
It was directed to two other activities in the festival.
Thank you, Chair. Just two final issues on this. I note, according to the website of the festival, that the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office Sydney is also a partner, an executive partner, presumably a funding partner. That is effectively now China's government entity since the passage of the National Security Law. And in addition to that, it appears that the Confucius Institute at Adelaide University is also a partner, potentially a financial one. Would it be of concern to the government if foreign government-sourced funding was implicated in this apparent censorship?
So, Senator, as I said earlier, we have very strict requirements with our own funding agreements that there should not be third-party influence in those events and activities. So we rely on those entities to do their due diligence to make sure that the funding, all the funding is appropriate and that there is no undue influence.
Because if that were able to be demonstrated, it would not just be an issue of the curtailment of the free speech rights of Australians, but also potentially an issue of foreign interference.
Well, Senator, where there is a question of foreign interference, we would work or listen to the advice from Department of Home Affairs.
Yeah, thank you. And just finally, I would say, from my point of view, and I'd commend the government's consideration of this, if it can be demonstrated that there was any element of political censorship here, and if it's not possible, as Senator Abetz says, to seek the return of previously granted funding, that we should reconsider whether we ever fund a festival like this again.
It's a competitive grant process, Senator, and applications have to be made for those grants, and they would always be assessed in the light of experience.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Wong can unmask herself. And Senator Wong...
I used to like Zorro when I was a kid. It was a joke. It was a joke.
No. I am indicating that Senator Wong will take us out to afternoon tea at 3:45, and then from 4 o'clock I'm hoping the Patient Coalition senators might get an opportunity.
I will try and whip through this if I am able to. So, quickly, to just finish off on climate, I'm sure, well, I assume, Minister, I won't retraverse what I put in PM&C estimates around the reaction of other partners and other nations to our what's regarded as a lack of ambition in our climate policy. I put various comments from the US, the EU, France, Italy, and the UK to PM&C. I'm not going to reprise that, but I did have two things I just wanted to follow up here. Have you been briefed, or are you aware of the article that appeared in the UK Telegraph, which quoted an Australian senior government source making very personally disparaging comments about the UK High Commissioner here?
I am aware of that,
right.
Senator.
I'm assuming you were not one of the sources quoted.
You assume correctly, Senator.
Yep. Have you taken any action as a consequence of the comments made?
Well, Senator, in some ways it takes us back to the conversation we were having this morning about unsourced, unnamed commentary.
But they're still damaging.
But I spoke and saw the High Commissioner, earlier this week, and we discussed a range of issues. I think the High Commissioner is a very robust professional, and she, whilst I'm sure we would agree that this sort of commentary is not appropriate, nor terribly professional, nor helpful, we were certainly able to get on with business.
Do you know who from the government said that the British High Command repeatedly overstepped the mark on climate change by giving us public lectures, in addition to making some personally, quite frankly, quite sexist remarks about her?
No, Senator.
And you condemn that?
Yes, I think it's entirely inappropriate.
Is there any truth to the assertion that the High Commissioner has been isolated from the PMO?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
When was the last time the High Commissioner met with the Prime Minister or his office?
I don't know, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And you, I think I was going to ask you this, but you just indicated you met with her
this
earlier
week.
this week.
Yes.
Now, one of the some of the most some might say pointed, but certainly others might say heartfelt criticism or concerns about Australia's lack of ambition in its climate policy has been from Pacific Island neighbours. There are many quotes from Fijian PM, from the PIF. Is he Sir Puna?
No, Mr. Henry, Secretary General.
Secretary General, sorry, I couldn't remember the title, thank you, etc. I won't go through those because of time. But are you aware that former Prime Minister Turnbull has written a joint letter with former Prime Minister Rudd to Pacific Island leaders saying that they shared the alarm and disappointment of Pacific heads of government at the suggestion and now confirm that Australia won't table an increased target ahead of COP26?
I'm aware of the article, Senator, and as you discussed with officials earlier, the Prime Minister and Minister Taylor have made a very strong announcement in relation to Australia's plans for COP26 and what we will be taking to the COP, including, as you were discussing, I think earlier with Mr. Isbister, with the Ambassador, the achievement, the projections in relation to our achievement in excess of our 26 to 28% target for 2030. So, in that context, Senator, I've seen the article or heard of the article, and I would note it was made before any of these announcements.
Yeah, well, there's no, I mean, as Ms Klugman confirmed earlier, there's no change to your target. Would you agree that the refusal or the decision by the government to not update its target is not consistent with the calls of our Pacific Island neighbours?
Well, I think, Senator, that there are a range of approaches taken, but what I would say is that what the Pacific wants to see is countries achieving on emissions reduction, and that is explicitly
that isn't just what they want to see.
That's well, it is certainly part of what they want to see,
They
Senator.
are really clear about targets.
I understand that, Senator,
you can
but they
use
also
that spin.
want to
You can use that spin for the domestic politics,
that,
but
Senator.
it is very clear Pacific Island nations
Well,
are
Senator,
absolutely
you can describe it like that.
transparent about.
Let me say, when you can have a conversation that says that although the target was 26 to 28%, the projections indicate that our achievement will be more in the order of 30 to 35%, that is, in fact, an outcome that is greeted positively.
Right, so you're saying it's welcome because that's not consistent with public statements?
Well, I think that outcome of increasing emissions reduction over our target is greeted positively, Senator,
right,
yes.
So the fact that we have been
there may be a difference of views about whether we lodged a different number or not, but the reality of the achievement is greated positively.
Well, we have fallen far short of what they have called for. Like
There
was a clear call from the Pacific for us to increase our target. You agree with that?
There are different views, Senator.
There was a clear call from Pacific Island nations for us to increase our target.
And we have indicated...
Yes, you agree with that?
So, Senator, what I agree with is that we took a target to the 2019 election, which, as a result of the outcome of the election, was endorsed by the Australian people. We have been able to indicate, and stand again to be corrected by officials, but we have been able to indicate that on the projections we will be able to achieve a 30 to 35% reduction in excess of our commitment of 26 to 28%. And while there may be differences about what should be adopted and what should not be adopted, I do think an increased reduction is welcome.
I'm trying to be quick, but it's a very long answer, Eric, just saying. I didn't ask any of that, and we all know that.
Yeah, you did sort of.
I didn't. I said, do
All
you
right,
concede?
ask your question
do
again.
you agree that there has been, can you at least show them that you've listened? Do you agree
I
that
have,
Pacific
Senator.
Island nations have consistently called for Australia to lodge a higher interim target?
Senator, I think there have been a range of calls from Pacific nations. Yes.
Thank you. And we haven't.
Senator, actually what we have in our
let's not do
government
this again.
is a target.
No,
because
all
you
you've
don't
done
have
is you've done a bit of.
2030
Can we
target.
please not
And
do this
what
again?
we
I had
have,
to listen
Senator,
I had to play a game while I was watching the PM speak because it was so irritating. Can we not do it again?
Legislators.
What legislator? And it's, you know...
I'm sorry, Senator Ayres, I must have
Let's
missed
just-
what your 2030 target was.
Oh, that's right. I must have missed we're not in government.
I must
Surprising.
have missed that. I'm on the wrong side of the table.
Happy to swap with you, and I'm happy to tell you what it would
Point
be.
well made, Senator.
I've got a... So, you know, it just...
We're like family,
it just-
aren't we, Tim?
What's that?
So we're like family.
Yeah, indeed.
He's not like you.
No,
Feed
there's
on- I think you've missed the point, Senator.
There's an ears in
I think you've missed the point.
Yeah. I know. I wasn't going to comment on that.
He's always welcome to Christmas dinner. Only Liberal voter that'd come, but he'd always be welcome.
You're going to take up more of my time, is it?
Moving
Bad
right
career
along.
move.
Moving right along.
Senator, you're chairing a very happy committee. Congratulations.
We're spending a lot. How much money are we spending on the Pacific Step Up? A couple of billion, with if you include the debt and loans. Is that right?
We've got Mr.
Ms. Clugman probably knows off the top of her head.
Yeah, well, through the Official Development Assistance Program, we spend in excess of $1.4 billion a year
Plus there's
on
access
countries of the
to-
Pacific. And that's a subset of what you'd call the Pacific Step Up, which is,
so the
you know,
Pacific
is
Step Up, we're putting a lot of taxpayers' money in. It's the right thing to do. But at the same time, we're engaging in a climate policy which clearly diminishes our standing in the region.
That's a statement.
Yeah, it is.
And a statement with which I disagree. So.
Do you just not listen to them?
Senator, I think that is completely unrepresentative of the approach that I take and the government takes. Your statement. Completely
bit? You don't listen to
unrepresentative.
them? Well, I just think if you
I
say-
do engage and listen very, very regularly, Senator.
In
and
two
we
languages as well?
And we discuss these issues very, very regularly, only in two countries, Senator. Or two territories, I should say.
Well. All right, now I'm going to turn now to the ag visa, please. So whoever is dealing with that can come to the table. Thank you very much, Ms. Clugman. First, I want to go through, and this is more a question for you, Minister. There's a lot of history to the internal argument about an agricultural visa. Could go back a fair while. I can start in 2018. An article entitled "Nats Challenge Morrison, Agricultural Visa Not Dead." The report stated that former DPN Barnaby Joyce said the ag visa was still Nationals policy despite Mr Morrison and key Liberal cabinet ministers dismissing it because it would undermine preferential entry for Pacific workers and threaten key strategic relationships. I assume you won't tell me if you're one of the key Liberal cabinet ministers referenced there?
I'm not starting to talk about cabinet with you now,
No,
Senator Nine.
even if it's about good policy in the national interest. You're quoted extensively in another report published on 19th of September 2018, entitled "McCormack's Farm Visa Retreat," which the report stated that the Liberals had forced the Nationals to back down on the ag visa because of concerns it undermined the SWP, Seasonal Workers Program, and the Pacific Labour Scheme. And the report featured an on-the-record comment from you where you insist, and I quote, "Pacific countries would always take precedence." Do you recall making that comment?
Broadly, Senator.
Right.
I'm just looking for the
there's
media release.
there was also a report the Courier Mail at that time. October 13, 2018, also talked about the division between the Liberal Party and the Nationals on the ag visa, particularly in relation to foreign policy. I'll quote this. Tensions have boiled over between the Liberals and the Nationals over a need for an agricultural visa. However, national security issues, including China's muscle in the Pacific and soft diplomacy with regional neighbours who like having the ability to work in Australia, have caused internal roadblocks within the coalition. It is understood Mr McCormack told his colleagues he would secure an agricultural visa in the secret coalition agreement. Then there's also a report in The Australian, so I'm just giving you a bit of a history, which you don't have to agree with, but I think it's useful context about some of the policy and political issues. Mr Packham wrote a report on the 24th of September 2018, which spoke about, I think, a legitimate policy question about the effect of it on any agricultural visa, on a critical aspect of Australian diplomacy and development assistance, which is the labour programs, Pacific Labour Scheme and SWP. And in which it said, Deputy Prime Minister McCormack wanted to put his proposed special agricultural visa on the agenda for a meeting of the NSC, but was forced to drop the plan after an outcry by then Foreign Minister Bishop and her department. It also references Ms Adamson, who at the SCONS meeting argued the new visa class would undermine the existing seasonal worker program for the Pacific Islanders, alienating key strategic partners at a time when China was expanding its influence in the region. And the sidelining of the proposed visa came 10 days before the switch to Mr Morrison as PM and the signing of a new coalition agreement. So I'd put to you that, and I happen to agree with the policy concerns that are referenced, over a period of time, members of the Liberal Party and ministers, including Bishop and yourself, pushed back on the introduction of an agricultural visa for very legitimate strategic reasons, including the importance of these Pacific labour programs as part of Australia's engagement with the region. At any point, over the period I've been quoting, so 2018 to 2021, has DFAT's advice about the risks, the strategic risks associated with the agricultural visa changed?
Senator, I think there's been a range of advice over that time. I've certainly been engaged in a number of these discussions, and as the joint statement of the 23rd of August this year indicates, one of the changes that has influenced recent policy is the changes to the Working Holiday Maker program that were developed as part of the UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement. But what that statement clearly says is that this program of an Australian agriculture visa, which will be operated by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, will build on the strong outcomes from the Pacific Labour Mobility programs, and it reinforces a point to which you referred in a number of your remarks, that our primary and growing method for meeting agricultural workforce shortages are the existing seasonal worker program and the Pacific Labour Scheme, and the visa program is to build on those.
So is your argument that the strategic risks associated with an agricultural visa is mitigated because actually the ag visa won't undermine the Pacific Labour schemes? So that's been the fundamental policy argument, which Julie Bishop won. All right?
Senator,
Julie Bishop won internally. And I regret that you didn't. But let's just say that the key policy proposition has been we want to protect the integrity and the primacy of the Pacific Labour schemes for all of the reasons we understand. You know, we have what is our relative position with other, in the Pacific. Well, one of our great strengths is our proximity and access to our labour market. And successive governments have understood that. And as you know, if you go to the Pacific, this is something that is raised. So the policy argument has always been, in part, we don't want to have an ag visa that will undermine demand for the Pacific Labour Scheme, because the Pacific Labour Scheme is really important to our standing in the Pacific. It's a position that's been taken by previous ministers. What's changed?
Well, a number of the factors that I mentioned in my earlier remarks, including the changes from the Working Holiday Maker program as a result of the UK-Australia
Okay,
FTA.
well, I'm happy to come to that.
And so that's a workforce issue, obviously.
But that doesn't change the policy problem. I mean, the fact that it's in the well, I'll come to the UK FTA, but the policy problem that I've outlined, there's nothing you've said which actually lessens that.
Well, Senator, what I have said is that the joint media release, the joint media statement, which includes myself and the Deputy Prime Minister, absolutely reinforces that the government's primary and growing method for meeting agricultural workforce shortages are the existing Pacific schemes, the Seasonal Worker Program and the Pacific Labour Scheme.
Have you explained that to Mr Littleproud?
Well, Minister Littleproud is a member of the Cabinet, Senator.
So your argument as to why the policy concerns that I have to which I've alluded are allayed is because actually the ag visa won't have that many people.
No, that's not my proposition.
What is
my
your
proposition is that the primary and growing method, as this statement clearly says, Senator, on the 23rd of August, the primary and growing method for meeting agricultural workforce shortages are the Pacific schemes, which are now called PALM for the sake of this conversation, Pacific Australia Labour Mobility, are those schemes. The ag visa is in addition to that.
Minister Littleproud, on his release of 1st of October, states the Nationals used the recent UK free trade negotiations to not only secure better market access for Australian farmers, but also as an opportunity to finally secure an agricultural visa. That's on the record. There's then subsequently a Weekly Times article, which I do remember from my time as Water Minister, saying Australia, UK visa to be extended to ASEAN nations. And in that report, Mr Littleproud boasts about a special agricultural visa announced as part of the UK-Australia FTA would be extended to the 10 ASEAN nations, and I quote, under a deal struck by the Nationals. And the report describes how the Nationals insisted on the Liberals giving up on the ag visa as the price for their support for the free trade agreement. Did the National Party insist on did the National Party demand the agricultural visa as a price for their support of the UK FTA?
Senator, the government has campaigned strongly in relation to the UK FTA, right across the Australia-UK FTA, right across the government. And what I have indicated is that in relation to the changes to the Working Holiday Maker program that are an aspect of the UK-Australia FTA, this ag visa has been part of those deliberations. But, Senator, we're very clear about how much we want to grow the agriculture sector. Our 2030 challenge is $100 billion for the size of the agriculture sector. And while we have as our primary ground for meeting agricultural workforce shortages the PALM scheme of the Seasonal Worker Program and Pacific Labour Scheme, we are also adding the agricultural visa to that.
So my question was, did the National Party
that is
insist...
not, no, Senator.
Let me finish the question because you didn't answer it, so I want to put it again.
Well, I'll say no, Senator.
Did the National Party insist that you enable
No,
the
Senator.
introduction of an agriculture visa as the price of their FTA?
No, Senator.
Because what it looks like
this is a decision of the government, Senator.
So Julie Bishop opposes it. Consistently, you have previously opposed it. There's no policy change which actually lessens the political, geopolitical or strategic problem with it. So it is another example of, the National Party holding a government to ransom, and you give in to them.
Well, Senator, the evidence...
and you give in to them.
The evidence to that is
it's amazing.
The evidence for that is
whether
completely
it's
to the
climate
contrary.
it is that. Well, that is not true. They are boasting about it. They're boasting
Senator,
publicly.
let me deal in facts.
They're boasting publicly about the fact that they got what they wanted out of you They made this the price of the UK FTA.
Well, if I was, let me deal in facts, Senator, which will tell you how many workers have
know, I'm gonna
arrived
come to that.
in Australia since the program was able to be restarted in 2020, which is almost 12,500. We have over 55,000 Pacific workers in work-ready pools around the region, and over 26,000 of those are double vaccinated.
So why do you need the ag
Senator,
visa?
for two
if
reasons.
You've got 55,000.
Let me repeat them.
Why do you need the ag visa?
Let me repeat them, Senator. If you have the ambition that we have to increase the size of the Australian agriculture sector to $100 billion by 2030, then the need for workers is only going to grow. And that growth is impacted by the decision in the UK-Australia Free Trade Agreement in relation to the Working Holiday Maker program, which is, by the way, a very important FTA with the G7 countries, Senator, so G7 economy, which we regard as a significant achievement and a significant enabler for Australian-UK trade. And, Senator, the evidence speaks for itself.
So, and can I just indicate, I've got colleagues who've got quite a bit on this. I'll just quickly run through a couple of things, and if they don't mind, given my timetable, if I could just do a couple of other things before we return to this. I just want to be clear about what I understand to be features of the agricultural visa. First, there is no cap on the number of people who can be brought to Australia under the agricultural visa because it is described by the Minister as being entirely demand-driven. Is that correct?
So, Senator, the visa will initially have a capping mechanism so that we do have gradual scaling of the visa to test a range of issues, but welfare and compliance settings in particular, and all those settings, including capping numbers, will be regularly reviewed as we move forward.
What's the current cap?
Senator, I don't have those details in front of me.
You've got two officials.
Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Senator, the program's still in its design phase at the moment.
So it's capped, but we can't tell what.
No.
Well, that's being determined, Senator, in terms
sorry.
of the...
That wasn't actually... It is capped, but you can't tell me what it is. Okay. Is there... Mr Littleproud has also spoken publicly about not only extension to the 10 ASEAN nations, but extension beyond those. Is that correct, that there is an intention to extend that visa beyond ASEAN nations?
Senator, we're initially working with a small number of countries who will be invited to participate through bilateral agreements, and demand will determine whether we need to add additional countries over time, and these are very early discussions, Senator.
Okay. Mr Pizzullo said in Home Affairs that this was demand-driven. Does he know it's going to be capped?
Well, it can be both, Senator.
I understand that. It's demand-driven up to a cap.
But
I
yes,
get that. I get that. But does he know it's going to be capped?
Yes, Senator.
Danielle Heineke, First Assistant Secretary, Labour and Connectivity Division. My understanding in what Mr Pizzullo was referring to was to do with caps on visas. What we're discussing at the moment in the context of the design would be caps in the context of bilateral agreements which are still being negotiated as part of that design process with industry.
Is there any limit to the number of industries it can be set? Sorry. Is it intended, or do the regulations impose any limit on the number of jobs or sectors within the broader agricultural and primary industries sectors that ag visa holders can work in?
Senator.
I was just going to say the media statement, Senator, which was the basis, which was the announcement of the scheme, refers to agriculture, including meat processing, fisheries and forestry.
So, horticulture, dairy, wool?
Well, the broad of agriculture, Senator.
So, any of those and beyond?
Senator, we're in the process of the detailed design on those with industry and the Department of Agriculture, and that when the final design is settled, it will include a very detailed subset of industry codes that the visa applies to.
Mr Littleproud also said in an interview on the 27th of October that unlike the Pacific Labour Mobility Scheme, the Ag visa wasn't going to be limited to unskilled or low-skilled workers. It is open, and I quote, to skilled workers. Is that the case?
Senator, yes, that's correct. Again, the numbers and how that will be determined will be done with industry, and as in other schemes, it will need to be market tested first.
Is it intended, will the National Party public commitment that there will be fewer hoops, I think was the way it was described, for employers, be reflected in this visa?
Senator, this is a sponsored visa, so we're currently looking at the Pacific Labour Scheme and the Seasonal Worker Program guidelines in terms of minimum protections, and there will be a similar set of requirements for employers that join the scheme. In terms of who does what, in terms of movement of workers and other desirable outcomes from the agriculture visa, that's subject to a detailed design process with industry at the moment, but the intention is to have minimum standards for protection of workers.
Does that mean, well, my question was, there's been public statements by members of the government that there will be fewer hoops for employers. Is that the policy intention? Like, what are you working to?
So there's two things happening in parallel. We're designing the Ag visa. At the same time, we're also looking at efficiencies and reductions of processes in the Pacific Labour Scheme. That's really to look at efficiencies between the program, which has now been consolidated under the PALM scheme. So the intention of both is to reduce hoops where there are steps that can be taken down, but still protect workers. Protection of workers is still at the heart of the program.
Okay, there'll be a lot more questions on this. That's all I'm going to do right now. So if I can quickly go to a few other issues. The first was Afghanistan and LEEs. Secretary, I think there were quite a lot of questions on notice that were provided this morning from the other hearing. Yep. So I suppose the good news about that is it lessens the amount of questions I have now. It would have been nicer to get them yesterday, though, so I could read them.
There were lots. You can blame me for that.
There was what?
There were a lot. You can blame me for that.
That was not too much. Some senators do a lot more. Just Mr Hayes is walking up, not looking enthusiastic.
He is enthusiastic.
No, he's not. He's definitely not. Okay. First, I have asked on a number of occasions, and I've been told by officers that it would be available, how many Australian visa holders remain in Afghanistan? So you've given me Australian citizens and PRs registered with the department, which was 286 as at 11th October. I assume there's an update of that, but you want to give that. But I also want to know visa holders.
We'll start with the update.
Yeah, Senator Gary Cowan, First Assistant Secretary, North and South Asia Division. So your question goes to DFAT, LEE visa holders who have been issued?
Rewind. Can you confirm first the number of Australian citizens and PRs still registered with the department as stranded in Afghanistan? You told me 286 on the 11th of October. I want to get the updated figure for that, please.
We might just get the consular.
If we start with consular, I'll let Ms Logan take the chair. If you want to know Australian PRs and
I want to know Australian citizens and PRs, and then I want to know visa holders, because I was told that that would be able to be given to me, and other countries have provided it.
Senator Simon Newnham, Acting Deputy Secretary, International Security Humanitarian Consular Group. I can give you the updated figures on Australians and PRs. The updated figure on Australians is 96 as at the 22nd of October, and 106 permanent residents as at 22 October, for a total of 202. As to the visa holder total, that is a figure on which we rely on the Department of Home Affairs, Senator, and you may have seen they took a series of questions on this during the course of the week, and were unable to locate that exact figure.
Why is no one in government prepared to be upfront on this?
I can help a little bit.
Well, not if it's with all due respect. I'm happy to listen to you. I haven't got a lot of time. Senator Ciccone wants to ask some questions, but the opposition, since being briefed, has repeatedly asked, can you give us the number of visa holders? We've got Gap Legal Services estimating 5,000 visa holders. remain in Afghanistan? Are you seriously telling me no one in the Australian government could give us at least an estimate?
Kate Logan, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. Senator, what I can say is that as part of our consular cohort in Afghanistan, we look after 114 449 visa holders.
This is not helpful.
Who are family
members.
members.
That's
of
what I can
permanent
say is
residents.
just an opportunity to read out what's in your brief. The direct question is visa holders, and I've been asking it for over a month and have members of the media, and the government has consistently refused to give it. Why?
Senator, I can only repeat that this was a line of questioning taken by Home Affairs.
No, it's also, I was given an assurance in private briefings it would be able to be provided once people had worked it out, and still it is not.
Senator, not from us.
Not from us. Because it's
Have you ever seen one?
No.
Really?
A figure of visa holders total in Afghanistan. The answer to that is,
Or estimates of it?
I don't recall an estimate of it.
How many applications for LEE certification has DFAT received in total?
Senator Gary Cowan, North and South Asia Division. Senator, the numbers I could give you are that over the life of the program, the DFAT locally engaged employee program, we have certified 134 individuals. Of those granted a visa are 104. Since the end of the evacuation phase, there have been a considerable number of further applications. I don't have the number to provide you today, but we can provide that later on. What I can also say on numbers, Senator, doesn't go to those who are in Afghanistan, as Mr Newnham described, but what we can say is that over the life of the program, the global program for locally engaged employees from all agencies, 2020 people were issued LEE visas. And we know that nearly 3,000, as you know from Home Affairs evidence, have been issued 449 visas, many of them being LEE or LEE applicants. So some thousands of people have been brought to Australia under those programs.
None of that really, except for the first bit, dealt with my question. Of the 134, I think you said, how many were not certified?
Over the life of the program, 594 individuals have been refused certification.
Sorry, what was the 134-104 figure you gave me?
There were 134 individuals over the life of the program certified.
Sorry, and so the remainder are not certified?
594 were refused.
Oh.
And there's a subset, if you like, who ended up being granted a visa. They were 104 individuals as of the 8th of October.
So 2 months since the operation ended, the Australian government still cannot tell Australians how many Australian visa holders were left behind. Pretty impressive.
Senator, as I think Home Affairs described to you, they have numbers of visas issued, but they do not know the location of those individuals. They only know people who've come to Australia. People who have a visa, it's open to them to go to a number of places.
And as I understand,
2 months after withdrawal, you still are telling people you can't tell anyone. That's all. You can. Let's just move on. I think it's pretty clear.
Right. Next question.
As at 2nd of September, 49 of 89 certified DFAT LEE remain offshore, but you are unable to advise how many of them remain in Afghanistan. So you're not able to tell me, of those we certified as locally engaged employees, how many of the remaining 40 are actually still in Kabul or Oruzgan or anywhere else in Afghanistan. Is that right?
That's correct. We don't know their location, Senator.
Does this include or exclude the Australian Embassy security guards about whom there's been so much media?
Senator, people who have visas to come to Australia, we know when they arrive in Australia, or at least Home Affairs knows that. When they haven't come to Australia to this point, we do not know their location.
So, how many visas were granted to embassy security guards and to their family members? First, how many embassy guards applied for either LEE, humanitarian or 449s, and how many were granted?
Senator, I don't know if the numbers are broken down in that way. If they are, then I'll ask Mr Cowan to provide them. If they are not, then we will provide you what we can on notice. One thing I would say in relation to the location of people, Senator, and I have been discussing this with including parliamentary colleagues this week from across the parliament, is that people are still leaving Afghanistan in a number of ways, and we don't necessarily know all of those ways or all of those people at the time, and it is not until they either seek to come to Australia or tell us that they don't wish to come to Australia that can sometimes be reconciled.
Minister, when did you become aware of the Guards LEE certification applications?
So I'm not sure specifically which specific people.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I apologise. I was going to give you an opportunity to answer the question. I'm just so cynical. I just figured you were going to avoid it.
Thank you very much, Senator, for that endorsement. Could I say something a little bit about...
Oh, no, please. If you can't answer the question, I'm trying to get through stuff.
I just would like to explain, Senator, that there were, of course, as you know, private security company contractors
Yes, I'm about
contracted to do a range of
Let's await
roles.
the question. Let's await
Thank
the
you.
question.
Yeah. Thank
Senator
you.
Wong.
But,
Minister, in the media...
oh, sorry, Senator.
He's asked you to await the question. I haven't asked a question about private security guards. I asked you... Oh, well...
So I was just going to say that
I think
there
Mr.
were
Cowan's going to get
160.
his way. So, Mr. Cowan,
I beg your pardon. I was just going to say there were 160 private security company employees who applied for certification under the program, and of that number, 12 were certified after being assessed against the criteria
So
of the
out of the
instrument.
160, 12 were granted.
Correct.
And these, tell me, is this the cohort in part who provided security assistance services to the Australian Embassy, but on the outer ring as opposed to the inner ring?
Senator, there was a series of layers around the embassy that we had in Kabul, as you know. The inner layer, if I can put it that way, in other words, the pedestrian entry to the embassy, at those entrances, those doing guarding work were Australian and third country security personnel, not Afghan national
Can you
security
speed up,
company.
please? Could you please speed up?
Then there was a second layer further out, vehicular access, if you like, and then there was a third layer which was checkpoints into the semi-secure zone.
Afghan nationals on the third and outer layer who applied to us were not granted LEE certification, correct?
Senator, what I would say is that when we looked at the applications, we applied them very specifically against the terms.
Were they granted or not? Just answer the question, please, Mr. Cowan. I'm getting frustrated
Well, I can't
at the
answer
lengthy
it
answers.
as a global sense, but what I can say, Senator, is that the security contractor personnel had different roles. Those who had roles that were closely integrated with our mission, who, you know, could clearly be identified as being part of our supporting our mission there.
So, okay, this incredible amount of words, and we're talking about people's lives. Did you exclude some people because they're employed by a private contractor, not directly by the embassy?
Senator, I stand to be corrected by Mr Cowan. I think the short answer is, Senator, some people qualified in that capacity under the LEE program. Some people did not, but they qualified for other humanitarian visas.
12, what did you say, 12 out of 130, was that right?
12 out of 160.
12 out of 160, and all these people were involved in providing security to the Australian Embassy. Do you think the Taliban were making distinctions as to
Senator,
whether... let me finish the question.
Beg your pardon.
Do you think the Taliban were making a distinction between inner and outer ring?
No, nobody thinks that, Senator.
Well then, why did we apply such a legalistic definition to these people?
Because we have a regulation to operate under, Senator, and in addition to the regulation, we have the availability of other humanitarian visas.
How goes that moral obligation, Minister?
And we have a range of other humanitarian
How goes that
visas
moral obligation?
which were available to those people, Senator, and we have brought as many of those people here as we could.
12 out of 160. So Mr Jeffrey in PM in Defence yesterday essentially described how Defence undertakes this LEE assessment. And I have to say my impression from that evidence and other evidence is that the approach taken by Defence is a more realistic approach. We don't require an individual to have been employed directly by the ADF or the Defence Department to be considered under the program. We apply, so I need to went on to describe the criteria. A service has to be rendered. For example, it could be that the employee relationship is actually with another entity. For example, if we in Uruzgan province, we had interpreters that were employed by Dutch forces, but they essentially worked to Australian forces in many instances. So we would regard them as an employee for the purposes, I'll interpolate, for the purposes of the LEE program. Why didn't you take that approach?
Well, the approach that DFAT took, Senator, was under the instrument. Contractors were not ineligible for certification because they were contractors, just because they weren't directly employed. There isn't a policy against certifying contractors.
Why? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear my question? Mr Cowan, please answer my question.
I did, but Senator,
no, you didn't answer my question. Why did you not take the same approach as Defence?
And this year, Senator, of the 82 individuals whom the Foreign Minister has certified, 54 of them have been contractors. So we have applied the test that's set out in the legislative instrument. We haven't excluded contractors because they're contractors. We have certified people who could effectively be regarded as employees of Australia, those who are identified with our mission and who worked with our mission in a sustained and substantial way. And so many contractors this year have been certified by the Foreign Minister.
So how many of the guards did we leave behind?
Senator, as the Foreign Minister said, although those private security company contractors were not, some of them were not certified under the LEE program, there were other avenues available to them.
Yeah, when it got into
And
the media,
indeed-
there was a scramble to then give them humanitarian
indeed,
visas,
they
and
were
I saw
offered-
those comments, but I'm asking you how many actually got here.
Senator, we do not know where people holding visas are.
Well, you would know if they'd come to Australia.
Do you have numbers as to who's here, who is believed still to be in Afghanistan, and
I think
numbers in transit?
That's a matter for Home Affairs, but Home Affairs can describe the number of people who've come under those visa categories.
You know, in mid-July, from months before, there were public warnings from Veterans Group, public warnings from the opposition, public warnings from former Prime Ministers. There was a discussion in May and June of the need to do more to expedite both LEE visas and get those who helped us to safety. The evidence from the questions on notice and today is that more than half of the DFAT LEE visa holders and their families did not get to Australia. You're not able to tell us how many visa holders were left behind. You've applied a much more strict and legalistic definition of LEE than Defence, which has resulted in people having to go for humanitarian visas with obviously a lower likelihood of transit. We've got now reports, tragically, in the media of Afghans who assisted us being hunted down and executed. At the last estimates, Minister, you did agree we had a moral obligation to help. Are you honestly telling us you don't believe you could have done any more?
Senator, as I understand it, from 2013, and I stand to be corrected, but from 2013 until the embassy closed, as we have discussed in 2021, there were 45 LEEs certified from DFAT and therefore from the Foreign Minister. From May to August of this year, Senator, I certified 63 across 10 submissions. I have also certified locally engaged employees as the Minister for Defence, as you would be aware. As the embassy was closing, DFAT, Defence, Home Affairs were reminding locally engaged employees of the mechanisms to make the applications for that program and for the special humanitarian visa program. We expedited that, and we expedited the consideration of the applications as well. There will always be, in a circumstance such as this, and particularly given the way that the evacuation itself happened, there will always be further people that we would like and would want to support, and we are continuing to do that.
Chair, my colleagues have been very generous. I might let them, Senators Ciccone and Sheldon, want to ask some questions.
All right, who's kicking off?
Thank you, Chair. I might kick off because I've only got a few minutes until I have to go and catch a plane. So I'll be very quick and hopefully get some straight answers from the department. But just in relation to the agriculture visa, what's been the feedback or correspondence from or concerns have been raised from any of our Pacific Island nation neighbours with respect to the announcement of the agriculture visa?
Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. Senator, we've been obviously consulting on the announcement within the region. Of course, as part of those discussions, we're emphasising, as the Minister said earlier, the primacy of... Sorry, I forgot my name tag.
That's okay, but what feedback have you received? Have you received any feedback from Pacific Island nations about the agriculture visa?
The feedback has been around the primacy of the primacy in terms of the Pacific labour schemes that are in place. In other words, that they won't undermine those. And as I said earlier...
So which nations have written to the department expressing concerns?
I don't think I've got any correspondence unless Ms Heineke wants to... I haven't received any correspondence.
So
Ms Heineke?
Senator, no, we haven't received any correspondence from Pacific countries. We have had consultations with them, with the Pacific heads of mission here in Australia, as well as at posts.
Okay, no correspondence, but have you had phone calls, emails?
We've had face-to-face.
We've had face-to-face meetings and WebEx meetings.
In that face-to-face meetings, have they expressed concerns about the framework of the ag visa?
Senator, I think what they've done is asked for information and the steps that we're going through to design the ag visa. So providing information, for example, as I said earlier, about the primacy of the Pacific labour scheme, and that the design will occur in consultation over the next few months. That's the clarification we're giving them on what the parameters...
Sure, but what are they asking? Have they expressed concerns?
I don't think it's concerns. I think they want to be assured that the Pacific labour scheme is still a primary sort of focus for our labour programs, which it is.
Okay, let me put it this way. Have there been any concerns that the ag visa might undermine the PLS or the SWP?
Well, Senator, that would be a concern that they would want to have addressed through the design of the visa.
So can you give a commitment today that that won't be the case, that the government won't undermine those two programs?
Absolutely, Senator. That is the commitment, and it's clear in the media statement of the 23rd of August that our primary source for workers in this area are the PALM scheme workers from the Pacific, and that is the clear communication that the Office of the Pacific, the Minister for International Development and the Pacific have been having with our counterparts. And I have reinforced it where I have had conversations myself.
So we're still expecting to receive the same number of workers from the Pacific year in, year out?
We've committed to doubling it, Senator. I think I just blew the...
That's okay. I mean, committing doubling, but are we still expecting the numbers to be consistent?
Yes, Senator. We have 55,000 workers in work-ready pools now. 26,500 of those, give or take, are double vaccinated to enable them to come to Australia. We've had more than 12,000 stay here in Australia, 20,000, I think, during the period of COVID, which has been an extraordinary undertaking. And that work-ready pool, which is growing because of our commitment to double the numbers, is testament to the support that we're continuing to receive in the Pacific
and
Timor-Leste.
If I can add to that, at the moment we have 17,000 in Australia, which is our highest. 17,000, which is our highest amount. We've got scheduled 21 flights, or 20 flights, 21 flights between now and the end of the year. We're averaging about 1,500 a month coming into the country, and the doubling that the government announced in August, we've already had 3,500 or 3,000.
So how many workers are you expecting to arrive in Australia prior to the summer harvest?
So it's about 1,500 a month we're getting between now and...
On the ag visa?
No, the ag visa,
okay.
sorry.
My question is, on the ag visa, how many workers will be arriving in Australia through the ag visa program by the end of the year in time for the summer harvest?
Senator, what we've committed to is a phase 1 program, and that's looking at
I am aware of that,
a small cohort. The numbers are yet to be determined because we're still working with states and territories
and
industry to determine those, and also sending countries, as we said before, finalised arrangements haven't been made. Our advice to industry has been, for this harvest, it's really important that people look at Pacific, the PALM scheme, for their harvest needs.
Do you agree with Home Affairs? So on Monday night, Home Affairs indicated they expected a couple hundred by the end of the year for the summer harvest.
Those
Do you agree with the evidence that was given by the Department of Home Affairs?
I'm not going to speculate, Senator, on those numbers. As Ms Heineke has said, there's a number of processes, industry, partner countries being able to sign on, quarantine requirements as well.
So we don't know from the department, your department, Minister, doesn't know how many expect to be here by the end of the year?
Senator, we're still negotiating phase 1, which will be a small cohort.
In terms of the negotiations, is it the case that Malaysia has indicated that they don't want to be part of the agriculture visa?
Senator, Malaysia at this point in time, and this was communicated in a media article, has said that given it has its own workforce shortages, at this point in time it's not expressed interest.
Are there any other ASEAN nations that have expressed similar concerns or similar, queries that Malaysia has put to the Australian government?
As I said before, we're negotiating with a small set of countries. There are a number of other Southeast Asian nations that are net importers of labour that would not necessarily be able to supply workers in this sector.
So which nations are
So
they?
Singapore, for example, is a net importer of labour, Brunei, as well as Malaysia in the agriculture sector.
But any other ASEAN nations?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right. Why is the visa being proposed for industries such as forestry, fisheries and meat work, where there doesn't seem to have been any evidence to date on labour or massive labour shortages? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about horticulture, okay, but with those other industries, why has the framework been designed in such a way that it includes those sectors?
Senator, as I said before, the framework is still being designed. A really important feature will be looking at demand, but also supply. As you're aware, with borders shut, it's fundamentally changed the structure of the labour market here in Australia. And as that settles, as borders open, we'll have a much better sense of where there is demand and supply. Really important point to make is that the agriculture sector, including meatworks, is a really important part of our Pacific schemes, and that has been growing exponentially. So we expect that we'll be meeting a lot of the demand, including for meatworks, through the Pacific schemes.
Look, my last question before I hand over to through you, Chair, to Senator Sheldon.
We have one quick question before we go to Senator
What does the pathway to permanency look like under this program?
Senator, that's under design. That part of the design process is being led by the Department of Home Affairs, who, as you know, leads on skilled visa pathways, and so that is expected to be finished and communicated early next year.
Just for some clarity, though, when you say that phase one or the trial, when do you expect that to be finalised, that period?
So phase one, December this year until March, with full implementation kicking off from April 22.
So is that phase two?
That's phase two. But
And
the
how long
permanent...
will that go for?
Well, we're looking at initially for 3 years, but there'll be a review after 2 years, which will look at the successes of the program and what settings need to be tweaked.
So potentially we've got people on this visa with the development still being progressed over the next couple of years.
It's really important to highlight.
Senator, I think on this, it's important to know the two-phase approach is deliberate in terms of, and we do this with a lot of our programs in terms of the implementation. So phase one is to ensure that we design the program in a way that it achieves what it needs to achieve, and this is something that industry is supporting in terms of the phases. So yes, that phase one from late in this year, subject to government decisions on that, will then flow through to March. During that time, we're doing more work on the longer-term program, and then that program is in place for the next 3 years.
All right. Look, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for your patience.
Senator Molan, you have the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've got a question for the Secretary, if I may. I was quite disturbed by the line of questioning from Senator Wong in relation to Afghanistan. I became involved in the evacuation of 2 families through sheer happenstance out of Afghanistan, a total of about 20 people. And both of those groups of 2 families have now arrived in Australia through the sheer brilliance of what we did there. As someone who's conducted evacuations from the Solomon Islands, Bali, Jakarta and parts of Afghanistan and parts of Iraq, I understand how difficult it is. Secretary, you must be extraordinarily proud of how DFAT, not to mention Home Affairs, Immigration, who I found extraordinarily willing not to be wrapped around the axle on counting people, but to give visas at a mere request, as well as to Defence. Is that true, Secretary? I think you should be very proud of your department.
Senator, I think we're very proud of the effort right across government, and it was a joined-up effort. It was led by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but included Home Affairs, Defence and other agencies who all knuckled down with pretty long hours over extended period in pretty difficult circumstances. The examples you gave of people going out of their way to get people visas and trying to get people through. We knew that this was going to be very challenging, and we could see the footage on TV of how complex the matters were on the ground at the airport and trying to get people through in what were very challenging circumstances. And we knew that it was a limited time frame, and we also knew that the situation was deteriorating every day with the security threats. So I do think that the Australian government system pulled together marvellously, working right across the system to make sure that we could get out as many people as possible, and that continues. I think the officers at the table gave advice earlier about getting people out through the air bridge between Kabul and Qatar. We know that there are people transiting on land borders. We are very careful in our recommendations about travel, about the dangers of those routes. But again, the government is continuing to work closely right across the public service, right across the government with ministers about how we can get people to safety.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
So it's still a work in progress.
It is a work in progress, Senator.
Yes, Senator Van.
Can I just add my thanks as well, your officers, as well as Minister Payne's office, have been so helpful in helping get people out and continue to be. And so can I extend my thanks to you and your team as well as to Home Affairs, but I did that on Monday night as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks very much, Chair. Just a question to the Minister.
I'm just trying to work out, in light of the evidence that's been given regarding that there's been no decision about Pacific visa for the Pacific Labour Agreement, PLS or the SWP to actually, either of those schemes to be protected. I just want to know why we're selling out Pacific workers and livelihoods to satisfy Barnaby Joyce.
Senator, that's not the evidence that has been given to you or to the committee. The evidence that has been given to you and to the committee, which includes the clear statement made in the media statement which announced the agricultural visa, that our primary source of workers for this work is the Pacific Labour Scheme, and the primary and growing method is the Pacific Labour Scheme and the Seasonal Worker Program, which now, for the sake of this discussion, are the PALM scheme. So I absolutely reject the proposition that you have put. We have announced a doubling of the numbers of participants in the PALM scheme, and in fact we are going to exceed that because we have a work-ready pool of 55,000 or so workers in the Pacific currently. We have 26,500 of those, give or take, double vaccinated, ready to come to Australia. If I recall Ms Heineke's evidence correctly, she indicated that there are 21 flights scheduled to bring those workers to Australia in the coming period. The head of the Office of the Pacific has briefed directly and personally, for example, the Deputy Premier of New South Wales, Mr Toole, who has said in his recent statements how much he wants to be able to restart this work. We have 12,500 workers who stayed here during COVID to continue their work, and 17,000 here now who have 12,500 have arrived since the borders closed. So, Senator, there is a very significant and growing presence of Pacific and workers from Timor-Leste in Australia, and that is going to continue as our primary source, as that statement says.
Well, just turn to the meat industry then, because as you're aware, there's expansion of the scheme to other industries that have previously not been covered by ag visa arrangements the government's put forward, and there's the meat industry is identified as an area that there is a large number of Pacific workers that work in that area. You're now going to open them to competition from cheaper labour elsewhere, is that right?
Senator, no, that's incorrect. It won't be cheaper. The same conditions will apply.
Isn't this scheme, so the same conditions are going to apply on the ag visa as it does to the PLS and SWP scheme?
Well, in terms of pay and conditions, yes. In terms of worker protections, yes. In terms of compliance activities, we're modelling it on the success of the PALM scheme, so yes.
The success. Just want to, this may be something else I need to ask this question of, but I've got a report from that was made by John Azaris on behalf of the then Minister for Agriculture, and I understood delivered by Minister Littleproud. And in that report, it says that there are 60,000 to 100,000 undocumented agricultural workers in Australia, and you're trying to tell me that this scheme's going to work.
I'm sorry, what was your question, Senator?
Well, I'm asking where, if there's, in the light of the fact that we have a 60,000 to 100,000 undocumented agricultural workers in Australia, demonstrates a monumental failure by this government to turn around and make sure they deal with all forms of exploitation. And now you're trying to say to me that we're coming up with a new scheme that'll work.
So what I'd like to say, Senator, is that this is a sponsored visa. What it's seeking to do is to provide legal and protected workers to the agriculture sector, but also other sectors. Pacific scheme, importantly, and this was growing significantly before the border, but obviously before COVID, but that's disrupted some markets like tourism and aged care. But we are starting to get a lot of interest in the growth of those sectors as our borders open up, as tourism returns. We see aged care and the care sectors as a big growth area in these schemes. It's not just agriculture that we'll be bringing in workers for.
So you bring it in for, and this goes to a whole of government question, Minister. I'm just going to read this statement out. It was actually from a op-ed from Peter Lewis, and I'm more than happy to give you a copy if you need it. It reads that these are, and the date of that, apologies, is the 26th of October. Radical expansion of these arrangements include horticulture, forestry, fisheries and meat processing. These are not jobs that Australia's citizens have traditionally refused to carry out. Indeed, permanent jobs in these sectors were the backbone of many regional communities. Rather than these sectors are the victims of their own logic. In driving down wages through insecure contracts and labour hire, the jobs have become unpopular, hence requiring further injection of foreign labour. Australia doesn't have a labour supply problem, it has a wages problem, driven by the weakening of minimum labour standards, the rise of casual and gig work, and the ongoing supply of cheap entrants to the market. And it's not just what Mr Lewis has proposed in his op-ed, but also something that is shared deeply from across the community. Over 72% of the agreement believe that the country in this survey say that, and I can go through different voting cohorts, the temporary work visa should be used to cover genuine skill shortages, not provide cheap labour. And everyone works who works in Australia should be entitled to the same pay and working conditions regardless of the visa status. And that the average pool is 67%. So isn't there a concern about, this visa has really come up without a proper policy position from the government?
Senator, I don't know Mr Lewis. I understand he's a union representative?
No, he's
sorry.
he's a journalist and
okay, perhaps I've got the wrong person. Perhaps I have the wrong person. But Senator, I'll ask Ms Heineke to talk about the labour market testing aspects of the programs. I have not seen that op-ed, and I'll have a look at it.
Senator, we are not able to bring in workers from overseas if it hasn't been market tested. It requires 2 adverts, including on JobSeeker, and we do not approve recruitment plans, both under the PALM scheme, and that will be the same under the Ag visa unless that market testing process has taken place. We also have a strong compliance process in place that looks at payslips, including in the meat sector, and where we find issues of non-compliance, they are rectified quickly. There's also an education process in place, so we're confident that the workers that we're employing are being paid to the labour standards that they're working under, depending on their job and the job category that they're working in.
Well, we're not going so well so far because in this article from The Age, August the 31st, 2021, by Richard Baker and Wing Hyung, the heading of that is Lies, Bribes and Prostitutes, the Recruitment of the Australian Meat Industry Foreign Workforce. And it goes into detail of the unscrupulous practices that are occurring in the meat industry right now. And you're trying to tell me that we're going to be in a safe position by opening up the opportunities for more people to go into more industries.
Senator, we in our program, we don't have a broader role in terms of regulation of the meat sector writ large, but in terms of the workers we employ through this program, we have strong compliance in place, including audits. I can tell you that we've done 8 random audits, as well as every 6 months we check pay slips from employers, including in the meatwork sector. And we've had 4 referrals to the Fair Work Ombudsman, and there's been no findings in terms of compliance with pay and conditions.
And the problem that we have generally across the market is substantial. We've got 60,000 to 100,000 undocumented workers reported in a government study. Is that...
Senator, I mean, that obviously the Department of Home Affairs has the key role in terms of compliance of illegal workers, and I can't comment on the 60 to 100 number.
Just want to go to the unrestricted number of participating countries. When Mr Littleproud began boasting about how he'd got the Prime Minister over a barrel on the Ag visa, he was talking of extending it to 10 ASEAN countries, but now there is apparently no limit on the number of countries that will be eligible to participate in the Ag visa. Is that correct?
So, Senator, as we said earlier, Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. As we said earlier, that ag visa is still in the design phase. We're still going through consultation, and in this first phase it's with a small number of ASEAN countries at this point. So,
but you aren't able to give us, as I heard you before, you weren't able to give us an undertaking that it would be at least the same arrangements as the PLS SWP scheme.
no, Senator, we did.
That's not correct, Senator.
So the primacy of the Pacific Labor Scheme remains clear in the joint media release of the ministers, and the terms and conditions, the evidence that Ms Heineke has just given around the requirements we have for the Pacific Labor Scheme will be equally applying to the agriculture scheme.
Thank you. Is it the case that the DFAT is still undertaking a review to reform the PLS and SWP?
Senator, we did undertake a review, and you would probably be aware that there were some changes announced a month or two ago that made a streamlining of the two programs to create the PALM. I forget the exact term for it, but the new overarching scheme for seasonal workers and Pacific labour. So there's efficiencies there for employers, things like movement of employees, and those efficiencies were announced about 6 weeks ago, I think, or that sort of period.
Senator, one thing I would like to say, knowing your interest in this area, is that Ms Heineke and her team have been doing an extensive range of consultations, both with both industry-specific consultations, but also with employee organisations. And if there are others that you would suggest we speak with, then I would be interested to hear those suggestions.
Thank you very much for that offer, Minister. As I've expressed, my concern is that the schemes largely have not been properly administered, and we've seen examples of the administration of the scheme. I'm not saying the department oversight has not been sufficient to actually deal with the sorts of challenges that have been happening with the numerous stories of people being ripped off in the PLS scheme, the SWP scheme, and it does seem that we're just going to echo the same thing but magnify it. Is that, I don't think that's a fair observation to you.
Senator, I don't agree with you, and if there are further examples that you want to bring to my or to the department's attention in relation to those sorts of circumstances, some of which I dealt with directly myself, others have been dealt with through, of course, through officials and the usual system, then I would be very happy to look at those. We work very hard through the Pacific Labour Facility in particular to provide that support to workers around Australia and have done so continuously, particularly during COVID when it has been extremely difficult and very isolating. We have always taken seriously any complaints from workers or concerns raised, and I dealt directly with some of those myself last year in the midst of all of this, but I'd be very happy for you to raise those, Senator, and we will deal with them.
Thank you, Minister.
I have a very low tolerance for inappropriate treatment of these workers, Senator. In fact, it is a zero tolerance.
And you would appreciate that it's a very brave soul that comes forward that speaks
yes, I do.
About underpayments.
Yes, I do.
And an exceptionally brave soul who speaks when they're on a visa because they have the dual, not only of being sacked but also potentially having to leave the country.
And we have been able to address those in the past where we have had there has been a payment issue. We have had those redress, if you like, of the payments made. But I'm genuinely saying to you, I would want to have this conversation.
And Minister, the recommendations arising out of the Harvest Trail still haven't been implemented, have they?
They don't fall into my specific area of portfolio responsibility, Senator, but I will follow up on those.
And Senator, I think it's worth adding that one of the reasons your point on workers coming forward is really well made, and we use our Pacific heads of mission here to keep them informed of the scheme, and then the audits we do of the pay slips are deliberately to try and identify any of those issues you just raised without individuals having to come forward.
How many audits do you do?
It's 6 monthly, but Ms Heineke can...
We collect pay slips every 6 months and we do an audit on those.
Who sends you the pay slips?
So they come from the employers.
Righto. Oh.
And then we do an audit and then we go back and investigate with employees if we need to.
If you need to, if you see something...
Well, if there's any anomalies in that, any anomalies...
is inaccurate, then you turn around and...
Or if there's not enough information, for example, on the payslip, which has been the case in some situations, which we've then corrected.
So, the employers are not the farm properties, are they? They're labour hire companies.
Well,
those,
it's a mix. We have a mix of labour hire and direct employers.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're relying on evidence from employers that in some circumstances logic would say, because of the length and breadth and depth of some of the exploitation going on, and including numerous reported cases involving SWP and PLS, that we're relying on some people who are actually doing the stealing to make the decision about whether these workers are getting paid correctly or not, and they're giving you the correct information. So asserting one thing from an employer is stealing, which means they can unfairly compete with decent employers, whether they be labour hire companies or on farms.
No, Senator. We also look at workers' pay slips, and where there is any reported cases, we have a 24/7 helpline which is staffed by Pacific Islanders. We work closely with liaison officers attached to high commissions here in Australia. So where there are concerns, there's a case manager who's assigned from our Pacific Labour Facility team, and they investigate directly with employees. So no, we do not leave it up to just the information that's coming from employers.
Senator Sheldon, how long do you think?
Just one last...
Or we'll go a bit over time, that's fine.
Just, doesn't it seem...
Welcome, Minister Kolb.
This goes to the regulatory process that you've got in place now. And I'm not questioning the dedication of the department. It goes to issues of resources and how the scheme's actually derived, how it's built. With so many reported cases and failings within the agricultural sector, doesn't it tell you that the scheme's not working properly in a number of circumstances?
Senator, in a lot of the cases that have been reported don't always fall within the remits of the seasonal workers program, which I think you're referring to, which is administered by the Department of Education, Skills and Employment. But it's really important to note that every employer, whether that be a labour hire or a direct farm holder, they are required to go through a vetting process before they join on. And we have, for example, if there are employers who are not doing the right thing, we remove workers and we remove them from the scheme, and we have done that in 2 occasions recently.
I appreciate you, that in some occasions where people finally get caught under very difficult circumstances to get the evidence, where people weren't prepared to come forward. And I appreciate there is those 2 circumstances where companies have been taken off the list. Are they prosecuted in any other fashion that you're aware of?
So it will depend, and of course, what happens is we will refer. We manage the program, so we manage the deeds that are attached to each employer. We can stop the deed depending on what the nature of the violation was of the deed. But if it was a breach of fair work conditions, we would refer it to the Fair Work Ombudsman. If there was concerns around employing absconding workers, then we would refer that to the Department of Home Affairs, and Border Force would look at those issues. So it would depend a little bit on the nature of the issue.
So you haven't given me any list of the obligations that become on employers and the prosecutions that have occurred against employers that have done the breaches?
So the 2 examples that we've got under the Pacific Labour Scheme have been terminated due to engagement of absconders, which is not something that we accept under the scheme. And they've been terminated for that reason.
The termination of those 2 employees goes to the heart of my question, and that is that what action was taken regards further penalties for turning around and inappropriately being involved in the scheme. So, where money's being stolen, where we've seen, issues of mistreatment in our meatworks by what's described in one article as visa factories. What is the consequence for the employer beyond being taken off the scheme? And having also, you already obviously outlined that there's wages that get paid, potentially, but what is the actual action against the employer themselves?
So it will depend in
is
the
it prison terms?
Well, this is prosecuted, in these cases, this is to do with, this is a Home Affairs-led issue, so it would be prosecuted if it was seen to be a criminal case through the ABF-led process for looking at those issues. So it would depend a lot.
But are you aware?
There has not been any, I'm not aware of any employers that have been fined for that process yet. Still ongoing in many cases.
But this is the scheme that we're currently administering. There is another scheme which is administered by the Department of Education, Skills and Employment, and which might be where we're getting some of those questions from.
And Ms Hennig, thank you. You've sort of gone to the heart of what my concerns are about the scheme. Thank you.
All right, the committee is suspended until 4:05. The committee is resumed and Senator Wong has the call.
Senator, would I just be able to make a quick
Yes, of course.
correction for someone else's evidence? It's really quick. When we talked about the size of our delegation to COP26, Ms Klugman said 10. We're actually going to also include 2 officers who are in Geneva who are going to go over as well.
Yep, no worries. Okay, I have...
Just before you start, Senator Wong, I've noticed Senator Faruqi online. You're just wanting to listen in. I thought we had allocated time for you at 5 p.m. Just wanting to confirm that. You are more than welcome.
I was told that I was given the time of 4 p.m.
Right, there has been a misunderstanding. Does 5 p.m. suit you?
It should be fine.
All right.
Thanks, Marie.
5 p.m. Apologies for that confusion. Senator Wong has the call.
Okay, Secretary, I've got sort of 4 or 5 different topics I'm trying to just quickly skip to, and I'm going to constrain them. The first is, or contain them, Anna Pirani Jenkins, which is a consular case that I had raised previously after it was in the media. Would that be 2 years ago?
Yep.
Yes, 3 years ago.
Officers quickly to the table.
So I actually just want that. So this came to my attention actually because the media, I think, around post 2017, and then subsequently it's been. So this is the Australian who was killed in Penang in 2017 in Georgetown. It's now been reported that her son has made many trips to Malaysia over 4 years in his efforts to find out what has happened to his mother. I know DFAT is aware of the case. There's also been a coroner's court investigation. There's been previous public concern about I think it was the Royal Selangor Police.
Mr Newnham.
Yeah, so can you just give me, have you made representations to Malaysian Police or the Coroner's Court, any representations on behalf of Mr Jenkins on the investigations?
Greg, do you want to go quickly?
I caught the tail end of it, of your question, Senator. Greg Wilcock, Assistant Secretary, Consular Operations. The answer is yes, Senator Wong.
To whom?
To the Royal Malaysian Police. We speak also to the Department of Public Prosecutions in Penang.
Are you concerned that the police declared the case closed after such a sort of investigation as has been previously publicly reported? Or has that concern been raised with the Malaysian Police?
Not that I'm aware, Senator Wong, and I'm not aware that the case was declared closed.
Sorry, what is your understanding of the status of the police investigation?
That the investigation has been submitted to the Department of Public Prosecutions, and the DPP has now submitted it to the Coroner's Court for a hearing yet to be scheduled.
Perhaps people will think I should know this, but I don't. Why would there be only a submission to the Coroner's Court?
For the coroner to decide whether to proceed to a full coronial inquest, Senator.
But no criminal There's no criminal, is it any criminal investigation still on foot?
I would have to come back to you on that, Senator.
Can you just check up whether
Yes.
under Malaysian law it has to go to the coroner in those circumstances before criminal proceedings can be instituted?
I can do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Have you offered other assistance to Mr Jenkins?
Yes, we've been working with the family, with Mr Jenkins and the rest of the family since Ms Jenkins was reported missing, Senator, almost 4 years ago.
But have you offered assistance in his, essentially his attempts to get a police investigation undertaken?
Yes, Senator. Our role has been a consular role, an enabling role. So being an intermediary and advocate for the family to the Malaysian authorities, including the Malaysian police.
Okay. Well, I might follow that up again, and I'm sorry we didn't. I'd like to perhaps learn a little bit more, and we can do so in a private briefing in the next consular update we do, if that's
Very
okay.
happy to help,
Thank
Senator.
you. When the Minister returns, I'll get to do the G20 Macron meeting. Myanmar, I had a request for, I was going to ask for a full update. I suspect others may have already. I actually just want to know whether there has been any progress on the possibility of targeted sanctions against the Tatmadaw or Tatmadaw-linked entities. This has been discussed previously, obviously in the context of Magnitsky-style legislation, is also the subject of recommendations of no less than 2 joint parliamentary committees.
Senator Ridwan Jadwat, First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Division. The Minister earlier...
I'm sorry, I was out of the room for a bit, I apologise.
Sure. So in terms of autonomous sanctions, Senator, we at the moment continue to keep the sanctions regime under active consideration. However, at this point in time, we have decided not to impose sanctions, but that doesn't mean that we won't do that into the future. Deliberations around whether or not to impose sanctions, of course, involve a detailed assessment of what's in our national interest at any given time.
I've had that lecture before.
But at this point, our efforts are focused on a multifaceted approach, including working with ASEAN and regional partners to try and find a solution.
Where's the legislation?
Sorry, Senator?
The Minister flagged targeted sanction, Magnitsky-style legislation. Where's the status of that? What's the status of that?
I'll leave that to our...
I think the Minister answered earlier that,
Apologies.
that it's imminent.
Still imminent. It was imminent last
Yeah,
estimate.
I think the Minister also
Even more
clarified
imminent?
before the end of the year.
Becomes even more imminent, okay. But still not in the Parliament?
I might just get Adam to come to the table. We're just shuffling. Thank you. The Chief Legal Officer to give us an update.
Has it been introduced?
Thank you, Secretary. Adam McCarthy, First Assistant Secretary, Legal Division. No, it's intended that it be introduced before the end of the year.
Before the end of the year.
You've got one parliamentary session to get it done.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I was going to move on. Did you want me to?
No. Ready.
Bangladesh. I just have a couple, I'm not sure if you did this again while I was out of the room, but I did have a couple of questions, a number of questions about the situation in Bangladesh.
Yeah, just while Senator Wong is waiting for officials to reach their table, could I just indicate that I support her concerns about Myanmar and would welcome the of the legislation for the Magnitsky-style sanctions and trust we can see that introduced and passed as soon as practical.
Yeah. So there have been certainly BBC News reports and possibly domestic reports here in Australia about the events in Bangladesh and reports of mob violence targeting Hindu minorities. reports of desecration of temples and Hindu homes and businesses. I wonder, is it Mr Cowan or Mr Hayhurst, if someone can give me an update of your understanding of the current situation?
I defer to Mr Cowan on that, Senator.
Yeah, Senator, Gary Cowan, North and South Asia Division. Yes, we've seen the reports and the evidence of attacks on Hindus in the recent Durga Puja festival. A number of deaths, violence and arson, as you say. The violence was sparked by allegations on social media that Hindus had defamed the Quran. There was a shutdown of mobile data services across 6 districts to prevent use of the internet to foment further violence. What I could also say is that we understand in the last couple of days that police have arrested 680 alleged perpetrators. The Law Minister has said that laws will be passed to protect minorities, and the Foreign Minister and Prime Minister of Bangladesh have made statements on support for freedom of religion. What I could also say, I think, is that our High Commission there has been active. Our High Commissioner has conveyed Australia's concerns to the Prime Minister's office in Bangladesh and also to governing party MPs and party officials.
And has the department or the Foreign Minister of her office engaged with community representatives in Australia to discuss this situation?
Senator, not to my knowledge. The Foreign Minister has conveyed condolences to victims of violence and Australia's support for tolerance, diversity and religious expression.
Yeah. All right, well, I take this opportunity to again underline the bipartisan support for such statements. Okay. I'm not sure, because it's always may have been raised while I was out of the room, but I did want an update on Mohammed El Halabi. So this is the World Vision employee who was detained by the Israeli government in 2016. There was some accusations of diversion of aid money. I think Ms Bishop undertook or required DFAT to undertake its own internal investigation and found no evidence to suggest any diversion of Australian government funds. Mr Costello, Tim Costello, has recently made a public statement. Can you provide an update of Mr El Halabi's situation and status of the matters against him?
Yeah, I've got a bracket of questions on this as well.
Yeah, I figured that.
Yeah, so has his trial been finished?
Thanks, Senator. Mark Innes-Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East and Africa Division. Senator, the proceedings continue. There have been suggestions that they might draw to a close soon. There's been some discussions in the last few weeks in Ramallah about this, including amongst the NGO community and diplomatic missions. However, at this stage, there's been no determination being reached.
Was the trials been held in secret because of the allegations or suggestions of the links to terrorism? Is that correct? And that's why it's a bit hard to know what's going on?
I believe so, Senator, but I will double check and get some additional information on that.
I mean, just to confirm, is it your understanding that neither DFAT nor the World Vision reviews indicated that any Australian aid funding had been diverted to Hamas?
The Australian review did not find any evidence of that, as correct, Senator?
But
you can't speak to the World Vision?
I believe my recollection is, Senator, that they also They engaged some external consultants, both World Vision Australia and World Vision International, and they, my understanding of the findings of those surveys for recollection was that they did not find any evidence in their files.
Yeah, are their funds fungible though? So if, yeah.
I'm not. I understand your view about this.
Yeah.
I also have a view about people being held for 5 years without trial. It's a Magna Carta position.
But when funds are being diverted, which then leads to tunnelling, etc., and deaths of other persons, whilst I agree with your concern that people are held for 5 years, the consequences of that which if that which is asserted against him has actually been done, then there is, great human tragedy.
Did we provide any findings to the Israeli authorities?
I'd have to take that on notice. What they would be aware with it's in the public record.
Sure, no, I just wondered if we'd provided findings. Do you have any information you could give us as to why it's taken so long to bring this matter to conclusion?
I do not, Senator.
And do we have any knowledge, as Senator Abed said, these trials are conducted in secret, or I don't know what the correct phrase is, that's how it's reported. Do we have any visibility?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but I will check.
No Australian official or officer is permitted to, has any knowledge of the progress of the trial?
I'll take it on notice, Senator.
Does that mean you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, that's right. Mr Costello has been quite public, this is Tim Costello, about concerns about Mr Halabi. Can you tell me, has he, so he wrote an op-ed earlier this year, has he met with anyone in the department or in the Foreign Minister or her office about these issues?
I haven't met Mr Costello on these issues, Senator.
Has there been any?
Since I've come back to this position, Senator, he has not met us in the Middle East and Africa Division.
What's his citizenship status?
He's a Palestinian.
Only? He has no dual citizenship?
He's not Australian, no.
Or any other?
I don't know. I know he's not Australian.
Okay. Okay, I had nothing further on that. I'm sure Senator Betts has. Two things, or possibly. Minister, you were going to get advice as to this, whether or not the Prime Minister or his office sought a meeting with President Macron in the margins of the G20, or whether a decision was made not to seek a meeting?
I don't know whether that's come up yet, Senator, but I'm just sending a message now.
That's what you said last time.
No, I know, Senator.
A
and
reminder.
then I left the room to go to a meeting. I've come back.
Okay. Secondly, Secretary, I think your staff have an update to table on the ODA.
Is this the expenditure? Yep, we've got one of those. We'll
Thank
get that to you.
How long are your 15 minutes going to go for?
Sorry,
Senator?
love. I apologise. See, I called you love. That tried to
you're
make it
right.
better. This is it.
You're right.
You did. It's on the handset.
It's my tactic.
It's very
Be nice to Eric.
highly
I get
tactical,
5 minutes.
Senator.
Somebody's got to be. Hey.
He's all right. Former leaders, he was all right to deal with.
It's a club, is it? I don't know.
Well, this is
one I have never sought to join, Senator.
Hence, by assessment of the High Commissioner, there are some people who you can trust,
Indeed.
even if you disagree with them. Do the right, do what they say they'll do.
Do we have an issue before the committee? At the
Yeah,
moment?
I'm asking for the tabling of a
that's right,
document.
that's
Sorry,
right.
that's all I'm asking for, and then I'm out of here. Well, I'm done.
All right. Well, can that be tabled?
And the Minister coming back on that answer at some point.
Yeah. As soon as
Do you need
that
a bit more
document-
time, Secretary, on that?
We just don't seem to have the physical copy here.
Well, as soon as the document arrives,
Yep.
it can be tabled.
Yep, no worries.
All right.
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks, everyone.
Right. A few questions for myself, if I may. I've got 4 brackets. First one is a miscellany of questions. First of all, with the FITS scheme.
The FITS scheme?
FITS?
We're not responsible for FITS.
Sorry,
Foreign
not
Influence
FITS.
Transparency Scheme?
Foreign Relations Scheme.
Foreign
The
Relations?
BRI. Where the BRI
we are responsible for foreign relations.
Sorry, foreign relations. Thank you very much.
FITS is Home Affairs, I think.
Now, the BRI got... what's our diplomatic term? Cancelled, set aside?
Senator Simon Newman, Acting Deputy Secretary, International Security Humanitarian Consular Group. Senator, is your question around the 4 arrangements that were cancelled by the Foreign Minister in April?
Yes.
Yes, so they are inoperative now.
Yep.
Yes.
And since that time, have any other arrangements been made inoperative?
Senator, the answer to that is no. There have been in
Right.
excess of 50 decisions by the Foreign Minister, which are the 4 that we've just mentioned, plus a number of decisions on prospective arrangements. But no actual cancellations of decisions at
Right.
this point. But anyway, I'll stop there.
Right. So out of those 50, do we then say 46 have been allowed to continue on? Do they limp on? Are they
Yes.
being put under further assessment?
I'm going to check the
48, Senator.
48.
48,
There we
I
go.
think. Same diff. But those 48
Yes.
are accepted as
That's right, have been found to be consistent with the test of
All right,
in
thank
the legislation.
you.
Yep.
And then I understand the department got an extra section or a number of personnel to deal with the vetting of a whole lot of
Yes.
various arrangements. Can we be given a quick update on how how that is proceeding? How many have been checked, vetted?
Certainly.
Please.
Certainly, Senator. A total of 9,862 arrangements have been notified under the scheme as at 20 October. All of those have been, if you like, had an initial vetting, a triage process, if you like, to determine. Most of those are obviously not of any concern, anodyne, and then it goes up through gradations to sort of those that are of more interest, if I can put it that way.
All right, so out of those 9,000 plus that have been triaged, how many of them been, confirmed, if you like, at the first stage?
Well, as Mr Newnham said, 52 have gone to the Minister for decision. Then there's, at various levels below that, arrangements sort of working their way up through degrees of consideration. As I said, it's a very large volume of arrangements that have been notified.
All right. And is the department satisfied that it's being able to methodically and purposefully get through what is quite clearly a heavy workload with some 9,000 notifications?
Yes, Senator. I mean, it's a work in progress. It's a very big commitment. It's a very big scheme, and it will be, but we are working our way through it, and we're very confident we can acquit the responsibility.
All right. And when an organisation notifies, do they then receive an acknowledgement from the department that their notification has been received and is under active consideration?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
An electronic notification, yes.
And then are they given an indication as to how much time it might take?
No, Senator.
There's a statutory period in terms of prospective arrangements, Senator, and decisions have to be made within that statutory period.
Yeah.
That's right. And Senator, I just would note too, these are arrangements that will all eventually, except those that are exempt, go onto a register and be there kind of forevermore, and open to government to look at from time to time over the course of time. So it's worth just recognising this as sort of a from here on type scenario.
Yep. All right. Look, thank you very much. some other questions have been asked about. Oh, do you have a question? Yes, Senator Fierravanti-Wells.
Mr Newman.
Yes.
You know, my concerns throughout this process have been, as you've looked at arrangements, have you
Yes.
come across the sort of arrangements that it's very clear that they are all activities that are clearly done on behalf of state-owned enterprises connected to foreign governments, that are state-owned entities of foreign governments, and that as a consequence of the lack of a control test in the legislation are not caught but should otherwise be caught because they are arrangements with state governments. They are categorised as commercial. I mean, you know the sort of activities I'm talking about.
Yes.
Has your engagement with the scheme to this point changed or made you more concerned about the need to revisit that issue of the commercial definition?
Thanks very much, Senator, for the question. Actually, if anything, I think our experience to this point, and I would just caution, I mean, this is the very early stages of a scheme that's new, early months. But my view would be, actually, Senator, it's actually confirmed that this scheme is nestled within a range of frameworks in Australia. And I know it's of frustration that sometimes this scheme doesn't cover everything, but that's intentional, actually. There is a Foreign Investment Review Board, there is the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme, there is countering foreign influence schemes as well, and this is nestled inside a range of those effectively resilience frameworks that the government's introduced. And importantly, and I know we've talked about this in the past, importantly, those other schemes intentionally cover a range of existing and future agreements that affect Australia. They come with different consequences for breach. This one is necessarily anchored in foreign policy and foreign relations, and necessarily anchored in states and territories, universities and local governments. And so we think the combination actually sits neatly, and we're seeing a lot of information exchange, if I could put it that way, amongst those frameworks.
I know, but there are a number of existing, whether it's ownership or arrangements that are in place that, had this scheme been in place, would not otherwise have been undertaken. I think that's really where I'm going to, Mr. New.
Yeah, and Senator, thank you. I mean, I understand that point very much. I mean, I guess I would just come back to, of course, the reason that number is as high as it is because there is a university-to-university framework there, as you know, that covers institutional autonomy. In other words, foreign universities that don't exercise institutional autonomy. And so, Senator, I would just go back to where your question started, I think, which was the level of state reach-in to entities that engage with Australian entities, and I think to a good extent, the scope of this framework does impact on exactly that issue.
And I'm most particularly concerned about that reach into state government activities, particularly in sectors that are critical sectors. Now, I know that we're closing bit by bit, we're closing some of that, but that doesn't get away from the fact that there are assets which are in effectively foreign control, because they are in the control of entities that are effectively under the control of state-owned enterprises, which are under the control of foreign entities. That's the concern. I'll leave it there, Mr. Newman, but I think you know I'll keep pursuing my concerns.
Thank you, Senator.
Minister, possibly a question for you, and that is for want of a better term, Magnitsky-style legislation. Understand that's currently being drafted. We were told it is imminent by the officials in your absence, if I recall correctly. Are you able to shed any more light as to whether it is likely to be introduced into this this year's Parliament
That's my hope, Senator,
and hopefully passed?
It's my hope and my intention, Senator.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. And whilst I'm with you, Minister, I have been working, I think, all the time I've been in this place, seeking to get the United Kingdom to change its attitude in relation to matters social security and pensions that might arouse the
big issue in
interest
South Australia.
that might arouse the interest of the new secretary of this department, because she has undoubtedly dealt with these issues. But there has been, I understand, an FOI request made in relation to the government's representations to the United Kingdom. And look, for what it's worth, Mr. Patrick Edwards has asked me to, from the Fair Play for British Pensions in Australia, and he has asked whether we can find out the current state of play.
Of the FOI request?
Yes, yes.
It'll be handled with due process according to the FOI requirements, Senator.
Yes, but I think we are at a very close or particular stage now. Is that correct?
In terms of the FOI, yes.
Yeah.
The FOI is going through the decision as a statutory process.
Going
through that.
I think we're all aware of that, but whereabouts is it in that statutory process? And I thought we were just about to...
I think we're about to come to the... I think we're in the middle of a period which was an extension of time granted by the OAIC, Senator, and I'm sure that we'll comply with that extension of time.
All right. Thank you. But I know the good Senator Jocelyn Newman was pursuing this. And Senator Fawcett, I think, wants to come in on this as well. Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Not on the British pensions, Chair, but just while the Minister is there, to just thank her for her commitment around the Magnitsky-style autonomous sanctions and for her update that they'll be introduced imminently. I look forward to that and look forward to her support as well as those opposite to make sure we get those through the Parliament ASAP.
Subject to parliamentary support, Senator, and with the agreement of the black arts purveyors of Senate business, yes.
Well, one would trust...
You on board, Timmy and Tony?
One would trust there wouldn't be any opposition to it. My friend and colleague, Senator Claire Chandler, expressed some disquiet at DFAT signing Australia up to a particular instrument dealing with radical gender theory.
I think, is this in one particular location we were talking about? We'll just see whether we can get someone to the table. I think this was in a single post. There was in one of the posts overseas.
Oh, right. So we haven't... All right. Well, if that is the case...
If there's no one here, Senator, we'll
take it on notice.
That is fine.
I know the issue Senator Chandler was
all right, thank you.
raising, and we'll provide an answer on notice, Senator.
And where does... I think you answered already in relation to Senator Rice on the Tigray matter in Ethiopia. Is that correct?
I think the Minister answered on...
Yes. I don't need to follow that one through.
Including in relation to some funding support, Senator.
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
Humanitarian funding
yes,
support.
so I don't need to ask about that. Then, if I heard correctly, we have a specialist that deals with matters Africa and Middle East.
Yes.
So does that cover
He is
Congo,
indeed a specialist too.
Congo, Iran
Mr. Ennis
and
talking
Israel? Yep.
I assume so.
Good.
Yes.
Whoever that person may be,
Mr.
I
Innes
think...
Brown is on his way.
Excellent.
Yes, it's this extremely occupational health.
It's very safe.
All right, and then
Just
after
slow.
that, it might surprise that I've got a few questions on China.
Just does my head in.
We've kept the China people close.
It's just crazy. We want to hope that the next estimates don't require officials to do that sort of thing, is my personal view, but I'm just oversharing. Run up and down the stairs because they're not allowed to sit down.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Oh, it's good for the health, isn't it?
Well, it is all of those things, Senator, but until somebody trips.
That I would agree.
Touch wood, that does not happen. But I did complain about it on the last occasion, and the presiding officers refused to listen to me.
Well, I think we suggested a fireman's
I think
pole,
we should
didn't
change them
we?
both out.
Rather
What do
than
you
the
think?
steps.
We'll change them both. Oh, no, we were going to repel. That's right.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
encouraging repelling. Sorry, Senator, your question.
Right, the Congo. Are the elections that were relatively recently held there accepted as valid and representative of the wish of the people?
I'm looking through my notes, Senator,
Yeah.
on that particular point. Are we talking about the
Congo as
democratic-
opposed to the Democratic Republic of Congo?
Okay.
I confess I'm no expert in the area, but a constituent that has
notice, Senator.
spoken to me about it.
We might take that on notice.
All
for you,
right,
Senator.
and then is there political persecution in the Congo? What happens to opposition leaders there? And are mass rallies allowed if they are from the opposition parties? And are specific tribes treated harshly? Example, the Bakongo, that is Bacongo, in particular, who are the Southerners. And of course, coming from Tasmania, I've got affinity with Southerners being persecuted.
Oh, Senator. Heavens
it's in fact
above.
a
I've
very
been here long
serious
enough to
matter.
have
It's a
been
very
long enough to
serious
serve
matter,
Brian
and
Harrigan,
if
seriously.
I could have the answers back to that,
Yes, Senator.
I'd be much obliged.
Understood.
Oh, I've just noticed somebody who might be an expert on Cuba, but I know that's not in Africa or the Middle East, but if they can make their way. Can I then ask about Iran? I've been told that Iran is on the nuclear threshold, so allow me to ask, is Iran on the nuclear threshold?
Thanks, Senator. I might ask the Ambassador for
Yeah, of
Arms
course.
Control to come. Matt?
Gawley, Ambassador for Arms Control and Counter-Proliferation. Well, Senator, I think what you're referring to is the various steps that Iran has been taking since it decided to walk away from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Indeed, it has now started to enrich uranium way beyond the JCPOA limits, which are 3.6% to now 60%. So that
60?
60.
60.
Yes.
So
which-
that is a substantial margin, not a margin of error, one assumes,
No.
but deliberate. So what's happening on the world scene and what's Australia doing?
Thanks, Senator. Well, unfortunately, the parties to the JCPOA have been, pressing hard for resumption of talks, but that has not happened. Since the Iranian election, they have refused to come to the table. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Director General has been, making tireless efforts to try and, get Iran to take steps to comply with the JCPOA, pending resumption of talks. So far, he's had limited success on that front. Well, initially he was able to get Iran to agree to, it walked away from the additional protocol safeguards obligation that it had agreed to under the JCPOA, and he was able to get Iran to temporarily agree to allow IAEA inspectors to continue to visit the country, but that's now not being observed anymore by Iran. So it is a very deeply concerning situation. Our ambassador in Vienna, Richard Sadlier, has continued to raise the issue, most recently in the Board of Governors meeting of the IAEA, which took place last month in September.
I've been advised, and tell me if this is incorrect, but the Tehran has now accumulated enough fissile material for at least 2 nuclear warheads with a breakout time of fewer than 3 months. Is that a correct assessment of the situation?
Senator, I'm not a nuclear scientist myself, so I can't really comment on the precise breakout time that is involved. I know the Director General of the IAEA made some comments in the media around that.
Yeah.
I can't recall the exact time frame he specified, but whatever it was, it's a deeply worrying thing.
I was just going to say you don't have to be a nuclear scientist to be concerned in the event of this assertion being correct. So could you please take on notice and find out whether that is the best evidence or advice available that they have enough fissile material for at least 2 nuclear warheads, and
Certainly.
with a breakout time of 3 months. Thank you. Then the Biden administration has a declared policy of restoring the 2015 JCPOA. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, I think there was certainly an intention by the Biden administration to resume talks with Iran.
Yep. And then negotiating a longer and stronger, that's the terminology I understand they used, agreement. Now, what's our assessment of its achievability?
Well, at the moment, Senator, we would have to say, based on the
somewhat bleak.
It's a bleak, pessimistic assessment.
Yeah. All right. Look, thank you for that. All right. Thank you. Moving to Israel, if I may, or matters Israel, and. Minister, can I quickly editorialise and say delighted that, as I understand it, the government has adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Is that correct, that in recent times we have adopted that?
That's yes, I'm just trying to deal with the acronym in my head.
IHRA.
Yes, we have embraced that, Senator, yes.
Good, thank you, because I've asked about that at previous estimates and there had been a reluctance for a whole host of reasons I was given. And it's nice to know that those hosts of reasons, whatever they were, no longer apply. So want to compliment whoever was responsible, which is ultimately the government, for that change. Now, the UNHRC has created this permanent inquiry into Israel, or a standing agenda item, etc. Do we have any progress in relation to that? And just confirm...
You mean the Human Rights Council?
Yeah, UNHRC, yes. The UN Human Rights Council. Passed that resolution creating a permanent commission of inquiry. And what other country is subject to such a permanent commission of inquiry?
Thanks, Senator. Well, we obviously don't support Israel being singled out with a separate agenda item, which is item 7. Yeah. We don't believe it is appropriate. And getting to the second part of your question, it does not occur for any other country in such a specific way.
Right, so it doesn't apply to North Korea or Cuba or China, Iran, none of those countries?
The notes before me, Senator, suggest that it's Israel is unique in having a specific focus.
I'm just making the point that
sure.
The UN's credibility in that regard is severely dented when you think of Israel having democratic elections, believing in the rule of law, etc., and some very gross human rights violators are not subject to a standing item on the United Nations Human Rights Council. Then if I can move to Mr. El Halabi, is that Mr El Halabi that Senator Wong was asking about. Now, just bear with me. Yeah, now, a number of the questions I was going to ask have been asked. In relation to the inquiry undertaken by World Vision, do we know the organisation that undertook that inquiry for World Vision?
There were two inquiries, as I said. There was World Vision Australia undertook an inquiry, and World Vision International. World Vision International, I believe the name of the organisation that did the due diligence inquiry was an organisation called Piper. I believe it's an international legal firm. And if my memory serves me correctly, Senator, World Vision Australia, it was Ernst & Young. But I'm...
Right, so when was that publicly made available, do you know?
I don't know whether either of them were publicly made available, Senator.
Because in July of this year, I was being informed that it was neither the actual findings nor the name of the accounting firm were made public, leaving the issue unresolved. So we are now being told that World Vision Australia engaged Ernst & Young.
That's my recollection, Senator.
All right, take that on notice and just confirm rather than delaying, and whether the actual findings were made public or whether World Vision just issued a media release saying there's been an inquiry and a clean bill of health.
We'll take those on notice so we can give you a
Look,
comprehensive
if
answer.
you could.
Yeah, the answer I gave you on the companies was correct, but on the details of the disclosure, we'll check.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I've also been told that once the money was sent to Gaza, the ability of World Vision officials to monitor its use was limited by the fact that the territory is under the control of the Hamas terror organisation and outsiders have no independent sources of information. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think, Senator, in this context, we might be best to take it on notice.
All right.
Yes.
All right, take that on notice. And then I've been told, indeed, nothing that World Vision officials have offered suggests that the organisation had any source of information other than relying on the word of El Halabi and perhaps others who worked with him.
I'm not sure we have that level of detail
No, I
here
think
at the
we
moment,
better.
Well,
Senator, but we'll take it on
see
notice.
what you can provide to us, please. And then I did make the comment during Senator Wong's evidence that if you...
I didn't give evidence.
Sorry, questions? Oh.
Just
You
to be clear.
can understand how I made the mistake, though, given all your editorialising, Senator
Not on
Wong.
that. I asked very straight, flat questions on that one.
No, I stand corrected, Senator Wong.
On other things, yes.
Yes,
Possibly.
yes,
I can
yes.
see.
On questions that the money, in effect, becomes sort of fungible, that if you make money available, let's say, for education purposes, then Hamas doesn't have to spend its own money on that, and they can then use funds for digging tunnels, but I understand that some of the money was provided for building purposes and some of that may have been for the building of tunnels. Do we have any insight into that?
I don't think we have any insight with us today, Senator. We'll take it on notice and see what we can
Please
provide.
take that on notice. Thank you. Has our Cuba... Oh, wait a minute. I thought there was another bracket of questions, and there is. My apologies. I thought. No. I'll have to put them on notice.
Cuba
Oh, no,
going first,
it's going to be for trade.
Cuba's going...
Cuba now, please.
We have... Oh, Cuba now.
And then China.
You're aware, Senator, that I'll be replaced in the chair at 5:30.
Yes.
Yeah, so I do want to get back to the Prime Minister. I think she was coming back on the her request
All
of the
right.
PMO.
So, Senator, I have
Senator
sought
Wong,
an
go
answer
for it.
and I have not been given an answer.
All right, well, I'll finish it off then here if I can. I think it's extraordinary that the Foreign Minister of Australia can't get an answer for the Prime Minister's office about why a meeting with the President of France has not been either sought or whether it has been sought. This is an important relationship. The evidence, so I am astonished that the PMO, Prime Minister's staff, are not telling the Foreign Minister whether or not they've even sought a relation.
I don't know why I have not been
No,
able
no,
to
I
be
suspect
advised of
either he's giving
So-
you some space, or more likely, his staff just don't want to tell the truth about it.
And
but
this is not
no, I'm going to.
editorialising.
I just want to say this: Mr. Morrison is at meetings with President Macron, 2 summits in 2 weeks, and he's not meeting him, and he won't tell us why. And I think it is the reasonable question I ask is your government, is Mr. Morrison actually trying to fix this important relationship?
Absolutely, Senator, on a number of levels. As I said, I am meeting with the Ambassador in person on Monday. That has only been subject to COVID restrictions and his quarantine that I've not been able to do that. The Secretary has spoken with the Ambassador again today. That is, I think, her second conversation with the Ambassador in quarantine. The Prime Minister's International Advisor and my Chief of Staff have both spoken with the Ambassador. I have sought a call, as I've said to you this morning, with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and we are very focused on making sure that we are able to address exactly those issues that you raise. I apologise, Senator, that I don't have an answer for you to your question.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the French government made it clear that their concerns were substantial.
Absolutely.
They were also concerned about, the Prime Minister's. I think Mr. Turnbull went to this International Press Club speech. This relationship needs leader level and ministerial level, as well as an official level work, and we don't. And at this stage, and that's a national interest point. You agree? But we have the leader of the country who's not trying to meet the president, or has been refused a meeting.
So, Senator, my understanding is that the Prime Minister has, as he has said, communicated with the President and is more than willing to engage. I will provide you with whatever advice I'm able to when it is given to me.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Senator Betts.
All right, and look, I have been interrupted, and Senator Faruqi is online, so we might as well go to Senator Faruqi now, and I will then ask
Chair.
my questions after that. Senator Faruqi, you have...
Apologise if I interrupted you.
No.
He was he
I
allowed
am
me to
here
go
for
back
the
because we needed to
duration.
go back to it before
Yeah.
you left.
Yeah.
Understood. Yeah.
I'm here
Oh,
for the
thank you.
duration,
Okay, now
so
I
it
get it.
doesn't really matter when I ask my questions. Senator Faruqi.
That's true, you can't go very far.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd start off with some questions on specific debt levels. Is the Australian government concerned about the debt levels amongst Pacific Island states?
Would you just wait till the official comes to the table, please, Senator?
Sure.
Just grabbing him.
And Mr McDonald, you can
Senator
deal with that.
Fierravanti-Wells, would you like to share with Senator Van that we can hear his entire conversation through the door, please?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right, Senator
It's
Faruqi,
fascinating,
we
but
have an official
perhaps-
at the table for you.
Good afternoon.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Senator Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. In relation to your question on the region, we are watching very closely the economic impact of the pandemic. And of course, part of that goes to the debt levels in the specific countries. We work very closely with the international or multilateral banks in terms of their assessment, IMF, ADB, World Bank, and that informs how we deal with any lending in the region.
And what support has the Australian government provided the Pacific Islands Forum towards the creation and implementation of the Pacific Resilience Facility in order for our to build resilience and preparedness and adaptive capacity for, kind of dealing with climate disasters, and for them to do it with specific and led?
Yes, Senator. So the Pacific Resilience Fund, I think, or facility, is set up through the Pacific Island Forum, which is true, and that's looking to a time when it can be, I suppose, seek funding for it in the future. What has slowed that has been the impact of the pandemic in the region. So the priorities of the countries in the region have shifted, as you would imagine, to health and budget support, given the impact on people's livelihoods, as well as in terms of their priorities around health. So there's been no...
I guess my question was pretty specific about, has the Australian government provided any support towards the establishment of that facility?
We have. So in terms of, it's not operational at the moment, Senator. Yes, we have provided support in the design, the original concept. We provided support, funding support, and I can give you on notice what that was, but yes, we have. But as I say, the priorities for the region are set by the countries in the region, and at the moment the health pandemic is obviously a major priority for the countries.
Senator Faruqi, as I recall, there was... As I recall, Senator, and I know it's difficult, the comms are not great, but as I recall, there was intended to be a pledging conference for the Pacific Resilience Fund, which, to the best of my recollection, did not proceed because of COVID. It was meant to be held, I think, in 2020, obviously, and it didn't proceed. So I think Mr McDonald is very accurate in saying that the countries of the region have been focused on the COVID response and recovery, but I am sure that the fund will come back to the fore as a subject for discussion and development.
Minister, given Australia's contribution to creating the climate crisis and the lack of action in tackling it, will you cancel Australia's bilateral debt, including with PNG in Indonesia, and advocate for cancelling global debt that shackles low-income countries, keeps them in poverty, and is stopping them really having enough kind of resilience and preparedness for the climate crisis that is impending?
Senator, Australia is a very responsible participant in these areas and encourages transparency and sustainability, and has been consistently very clear about this for as long as I have been in this role, and before that, as I'm sure others in the room will attest to. In terms of the cancellation of debt, we have also worked with the multilaterals in particular in relation to the management of these matters during COVID itself, which has brought about great economic stress on a number of these countries. The work that we do, for example, through the Australia Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific is predicated on delivering on those sorts of principles of transparency and sustainability, prioritising projects which are climate resilient or climate adapted as is appropriate in 4 areas: in water, in energy, in communications and in transport, and that continues to be a focus for us.
And if I could add, Senator, just
Please.
on my earlier comment on the technical assistance we provided for the design, we provided $400,000 towards that.
Okay. Does the department plan to create and integrate indicators that would provide disaggregated data related to gender and age across the Australian aid portfolio?
Not a question for Mr McDonald,
No,
Senator.
we need
We'll
another
get you
official.
an
Ms Klugman, I think.
Not sure they're rushing to the toe. Oh, yes, there is somebody coming. Ms. Klugman, yeah.
Senator Kathy Klugman. I'm Deputy Secretary in charge of the Global Cooperation, Development and Partnerships Group. You asked, Senator, about disaggregated gender and other data across the Development Cooperation Program. This is a particular focus for us, and it has been over the last few years in the development program. We have learnt from our own lessons, but also from global lessons, that when it comes to having an impact on gender outcomes through a development program, when it comes to successful mainstreaming, which is what we're all about in the development program, you need to start with data. So yes, at the design phase, we're phasing this in and adjusting the total program. So
do we have
for new
indicators yet or
initiatives? Sorry?
Do we have indicators yet or not to provide disaggregated data?
We have indicators specifically about the impact on women in every single one of our substantial development spends. The data...
And age?
And age, did you say?
Yep.
Not for age, as far as I know. Ms. Delaney will correct me right now if I'm wrong.
So you haven't yet created and integrated indicators that would provide disaggregated data related to gender and age across the aid portfolio? Although you said that it is important to do that.
Ms Delaney is going to respond to you, Senator.
Thanks, Beth Delaney, First Assistant Secretary, Contracting and Aid Management Division. Senator, what we have indicators for, I think we've discussed this previously, and as Ms Klugman's pointed out, are around investments effectively addressing gender equality and also around social inclusion issues, including disability. Because of the nature of our programs and because we have a range of partners, what we ask through the design phase is that where there are programs that involve working with women and girls or different categories of groups, different vulnerable groups, we do ask for that disaggregated data. Often, as you would understand in a number of the areas that we work, access to that disaggregated data can be very difficult. But we do encourage, where it's available, that we report on it through our specific programs, and that allows us to then aggregate that information up into our results frameworks.
What is the department's plan to include girls' education as a key pillar in the climate action strategy?
We'll get you the appropriate officer, Senator.
Yeah, I'm just trying to interpret your question, Senator. Could you repeat it? In our climate action strategy?
Yeah. Do you have a plan to include girls' education as a key pillar? I know that a number of NGOs have included that in their top 10 climate solutions. Do you have a plan to do that?
Hi, Senator. Jamie Spistra, Australia's Ambassador for the Environment. Yes, in the Climate Change Action Strategy, it has an outline, particularly in terms of looking at how to address the particular needs of the most vulnerable communities, acknowledging both, obviously, the impacts it has on small island states, particularly the impact it's having on women and girls and children. And so in terms of looking at how investments are made, looking in the design of them and the monitoring of that, what impact it's having on those is certainly a key part of the implementation and monitoring of climate change programs.
Sure, but I'm particularly asking about girls' education.
So I think, one of the issues I guess we know in terms of education is looking at how to ensure there's resilient infrastructure, particularly following crises and disasters. And part of the investments that is made through our early recovery programs, particularly in terms of ensuring that schools are more resilient, more able to deal with future crises, is critical in terms of ensuring that there's access for all, and particularly for girls, in response to those crises.
And will DFAT's climate action strategy include any targets for projects, or new targets rather, for projects where climate change action is a principal goal? Because I understand currently there's nothing.
So the Climate Change Action Strategy informs the designs that our development programs take. So when we're investing in new programs, the Climate Change Action Strategy informs assessments about the potential future risks, what that might mean in terms of considerations on infrastructure designs, on water security, on food security elements. And that's how it sort of then ensures that through those designs, they are going to be more resilient, able to address those challenges. And then the monitoring framework in terms of then determining whether or not that's being effectively implemented is then looked at through the M&E processes that we have through different programs.
Yeah, that's a very broad answer to a very specific question I asked, but I'm running out of time. I just have a few questions on climate finance, so I'm not sure if the relevant officers are here for that.
Senator Faruqi, your 10 minutes is already at about 13, so if you can curtail
I will.
one or two questions on this issue, and then we'll conclude. And I think we've got an official remotely.
Okay, thank you. A recent report by a number of prominent international development, environmental and other organisations has proposed a method for calculating Australia's fair share of global climate finance. And they have calculated a huge gap in Australia's fair share. So I'm just wondering if the government agrees that doubling Australia's current climate finance to $3 billion over 2020-25 is a reasonable ask that would bring Australia to the table as a serious player and demonstrating their concern for our neighbours in the region as far as climate change impacts them.
Senator, I'd certainly say that Australia is a serious player when it comes to climate finance, particularly in the Pacific, which is a particular focus of our finance. I'd like to make a couple of points about Australia's climate finance. First, that goes to the comparison with others. First, as you know, under the Paris Agreement and subsequent calls, the best kind of climate finance is the kind of climate finance that focuses not only on mitigation, but has very substantial action in adaptation. If you look at Australia's share, the share of our finance, climate finance that goes to adaptation, it is very high, and it is markedly higher than many other contributors to climate finance. Second point I'd make is that Australia has made a substantial commitment to climate finance over the 5 years from 2020 to 2025. That commitment, unlike the commitments made by many others who might be the comparison set that you're referring to, or the article the assessment is referring to, include and count the full face value of loans in the area relevant to climate finance. We don't do that. Our climate finance, like the rest of our development cooperation program, is overwhelmingly grant-based. So they're 2 points that I would make.
Senator Faruqi, last question.
Can I just say, Senator... sorry, go on.
One more, Senator Faruqi.
I was just going to say that, I mean, I would have to disagree with your assessment, because the Climate Action Tracker actually lists Australia near the bottom of global rankings for climate finance and broader climate action, and the fair share target for Australia is highly insufficient. So could I ask again, and maybe of the Minister, will the government actually respond to these reports and these asks? We know our Pacific neighbours are watching their children's and their grandchildren's future literally disappear underwater, and double the funding for climate finance to $3 billion over 2020-2025.
Well, you might disagree, Senator, but what Ms Klugman said is actually absolutely correct. And it is a fact with which it is very difficult to disagree, and it is a fact of record. What Australia will do in relation to climate finance will be announced in the context of COP26, Senator, but I can say, and you know this, that we have already increased our commitment by 50% to 1.5 billion through to 2025, and we will have more to say.
It's okay. It's pretty
Thank you.
insufficient, but thank you for your response, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
A pleasure. Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Looks as though I'm the last man standing for the department, which, if I can keep myself to a timetable, could I invite Trade to be ready by 5:30 perchance?
We will get that message to them. There are some
Rather
of them here.
than 6 p.m, but I have a few questions still, one on Cuba and then China.
So we do have the officer for Cuba
Yeah.
here, and then we'll have the China team come to the table. Senator?
Mr Gearing, there have been reports that there have been substantial demonstrations in Cuba for a whole host of reasons, and that they have been met by internet blackouts, arbitrary arrests, excessive use of force, including police firing on demonstrators, other repressive measures. Are you able to confirm that those reports are accurate?
Yes, Senator. There were a range of nationwide protests on July the 11th. Our embassy in Mexico that's accredited to Cuba made representations to Cuba on the way that those were handled. And I'm sure you'd be aware, Senator, and would have seen in the news that there are further protests planned occurring now and going into next month, and that the government of Cuba has made some very strong statements about how it plans to deal with that. Obviously, Senator, we oppose the use of force against people who are protesting peacefully.
Look, thank you very much. Let's move to China. Ms Lawson, thank you for coming back to the table. There are reports that China is, and when I say China, I'm referring to the dictatorship, of course, offering deals with the Taliban in a power grab and basically trading with the Taliban in Afghanistan and dealing with the Uyghur population as a trade-off. Do we have any information on that?
Senator, Justin Hayhurst, Deputy Secretary, Indo-Pacific Group. I might start on that question. We've seen reports of the Taliban or delegations representing the Taliban visiting China, and China in turn retains an embassy in Kabul. I don't think we have any direct information that suggests the substance of their discussions. There was a lot of media coverage in the early days after the collapse of the government in Kabul that China would move in and run projects and do all sorts of things. I think the security situation is so complex, not much has actually happened. And we're, of course, no longer on the ground in Afghanistan, but we watch closely what China does in all of its neighbouring countries. And, of course, they share a land border.
Look, thank you for that. The National Foundation for Australia-China Relations, who can assist me with that? And the funding. And is it true that they fund China-linked activities in society through grants?
I'll ask Ms Lawson to answer these questions, but it is true that the Foundation runs a grants program.
Well, yes, Senator, and I think it is the National Foundation for Australia-China Relations. It's probably to be expected that there will be China-related entities, but, Senator, I would like to say that we have
linked to the dictatorship?
Senator, I think it's important to say that we have very good due diligence processes with all of our grants processes through the National Foundation.
Right. Have you had a look at how, bear with me, is that similar to the Great Britain China Centre that operates in the UK or not?
In what sense, Senator?
Or in the way that activities are undertaken in China? Or, look, sorry, delete all that from Hansard. Allow me to start again. Are we thinking of setting up a centre such as the Great Britain China Centre?
I'm not sure, Senator, that we are directly familiar with what that centre is. We've got the National Foundation. It's the Australian Foundation. It's about Australia's interests as they relate to China. And it's not that long been established, so that's our priority. But we might look into, Ms Lawson and I, what this Great Britain Centre is and come back to you if there's any
All right, thank you.
anything unresolved there.
There has, in relatively recent times, been an assessment by UN human rights experts who have become alarmed by organ harvesting allegations in China, and the experts said they have received credible information that detainees from ethnic, linguistic or religious minorities may be forcibly subjected to blood tests and organ examinations such as ultrasound and x-rays without their informed consent, while other prisoners are not required to undergo such examinations, and those minorities include Falun Gong practitioners, Uyghurs, Tibetans, Muslims and Christians in detention in China. Are we able to confirm that we are of the view that those experts are correct in their assessment?
So, Senator, we're aware of those reports, and of course we do take all such allegations very seriously. We have in fact raised the concerns in those reports with the Chinese government to say that if they are true, then that would be deeply concerning.
And you say if they're true. We've had the name escapes me now, the China report. Is that correct? Sir Geoffrey.
Yes, Sir Geoffrey Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice for Hansard, NICE, QC. Yes, Sir Geoffrey Nice's report, which was quite substantial, and I think I've asked in the past about this, that we have no reason to doubt the findings of that body or that tribunal. And some other countries have also made comments about genocide under the dictatorship in China. I think the Canadian Human Rights Committee Parliamentary Committee may have come up with similar findings. Is that correct?
Senator, I think there have been some other countries have spoken about genocide. I think not necessarily in relation to this case. I think more in relation to Xinjiang.
Yes.
Yeah.
So sorry, the China Tribunal was in relation to organ
You're talking
harvesting.
about the Uyghur Tribunal? Or the
No, the China Tribunal of...
with Sir Geoffrey Nice, yes.
Yeah, dealt with organ harvesting.
That's organ harvesting.
Yes,
Falun Gong.
that's right. And, as I understand it from the report, that it's the Uyghurs are part of the cohort that are being abused in the most horrendous manner through organ harvesting, along with Falun Gong practitioners, Tibetans, Christians, and the list that I just read out.
So, Senator, we are aware of those allegations, but of course we have no way of substantiating them.
Are we still just saying they're allegations? We've got the China Tribunal, UN people now, other parliamentary inquiries around the world, all coming to the same conclusion. What more evidence does Australia need? Does it need China to say, yeah, we're doing it, before we're willing to accept that these allegations are in fact facts?
So, Senator, as you know, we have quite significant concerns about human rights practices in China more broadly, not just on this issue. And the government has made these concerns very well known at a very high level on a number of occasions. In the case of Xinjiang, which would go to any concerns around the treatment of the Uyghur population. One of the most fundamental things that needs to happen is a visit to Xinjiang by the UN Human Rights Commissioner. The Minister has spoken personally to this. We have encouraged such a visit. It's incredibly important that we have the right kind of facts to try to substantiate any claims, but also to make assessments and determinations about what is happening. So we continue to ask that happen. We've asked privately for the Chinese government to make that happen. It's not yet been, the Chinese government has not yet accepted a visit, but we will continue to press for one.
But we unequivocally condemn those practices that are being asserted of genocide, of forced labour, of organ harvesting.
Senator, of course, we would be completely opposed to any forced labour to harvesting of organs, of course, and we've made that very clear.
And we would condemn that.
And I have, Senator, raised the prospect of a visit to Xinjiang with the High Commissioner in my most recent in-person meeting with her, which was in Geneva in May, and that is a consistent position that the government has held.
But have we expressed our condemnation of these practices?
There are several statements on the record, Senator, and I can point you to those.
Of condemnation?
I don't remember the particular language, Senator, but there are several statements on the record, including in this very committee.
Yes, yeah. And then one assumes that if we condemn these practices, we should be condemning the perpetrators of those practices.
We've certainly raised our concerns, Senator, and in fact, as recently as last week, we participated in a joint statement on Xinjiang. I have given up trying to navigate this particular document that I have here, frankly, but because my skills don't extend to that at this time. But that statement, Senator, was in relation to these credible reports of severe human rights abuses. 44 countries joined that statement, Senator, and I think what is important is that a further statement was also issued in relation to these matters last week by Qatar, Oman and Kuwait.
Yes.
A separate statement.
Yeah.
And I do think that that has also been an important step.
A very important development, given that they are, and correct me if I'm wrong, Muslim countries and or Muslim majority countries.
That is correct.
Yeah, it's the first time that they've been sort of so outspoken in this space. ASPI has provided us with an article, The Architecture of Repression Unpacking Xinjiang's Governance. Ms Lawson, are you aware of that article?
I am, Senator, yes.
And there's no reason to doubt any of its content?
Senator, I think it adds to the body of very credible evidence, which is why we have said on multiple occasions that we feel there are quite egregious human rights abuses taking place in Xinjiang.
Yeah. And look, I understand the language of foreign affairs that we express concern, but I just think that if I were, or my family were submitted to forced labour, organ harvesting, genocide, etc., I might actually want a freedom-loving country of the world to be able to say more than just concern, but use another word that starts with C-O-N, and that is condemn. But I'll leave that for the record. We've asked about boycotting the 2022 Olympic Games and would commend that to the government for its attention. And I welcome Senator Birmingham, who is a former Minister for Trade, which might be a nice segue into the trade portfolio. But before doing so, can I say that concludes the committee's examination of the department's non-trade programs. I thank the officers for their attendance. The committee will now move to its examination of the department's trade programs. And thank you, Ms Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. We'll be able to get some people to go back.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good. Sorry?
Do you expect
Mostly avoided them so far this week. So, I'm more of an I was out of shot. In fact, if I was in shot, it definitely would have been obvious that I was leaning forward. It definitely was communicating with the official. I haven't had a chance to talk to her. She must be mortified. Because she's the concha with the yes, exactly. I've got a time nope.
Yes.
No worries. Christopher, how are you? Minister. I'm very well. Excellent. I'm well, thank you. Should be dialing in momentarily. Pleased that we were able to get RCEP done last week, and I assume it was of at least some assistance last night too. Yes. It's great, and you of course put some blood, sweat and tears into that. We had a few rounds, that's for sure. I would hate to imagine if we had to try to conclude RCEP during the COVID landscape. It was painful enough in person.
We're still
all right. Let us resume with trade. And can I ask, is somebody able to assist with about strengthening trade and investment between Australia and Israel?
Australia and Israel?
Yeah.
We'll just see whether we've... Christopher, Mr Langman might...
And after that, Manuka Honey.
Okay, well that's
not
good.
Not Manuka Honey, but Manuka Honey.
People will be on standby while we get Israel.
Good, thank you. So in relation to, would you be able to update the committee on the progress of the Department's feasibility study on strengthening trade and investment between Australia and Israel?
Thank you, Senator. Christopher Langman, Deputy Secretary, Trade, Investment and Business Engagement Group. Yes, we have provided to the Trade Minister a study looking at the potential for a trade agreement with Israel. We have, of course, engaged with Israel in a preliminary way, and I know the Trade Minister has discussed it with the Israel, has discussed how we might best promote our trade and investment linkages. Israel, of course, is a small economy, but one that is very focused on high tech, and so our sense is there's some real prospect to enhance our collaboration on technology issues. But that's pretty much where we're at.
All right. Any barriers that have emerged since Minister Tehan announced he would like to see an Australia-Israel free trade agreement in February of this year?
Senator, one of the things that came out of the feasibility study was a sense that, and this is very well known, Israel, of course, has sensitivities in the agriculture sector in particular. It has, in some FTAs or trade agreements that it's done in the past, not provided, the sort of access that we would be looking for in any FTA. So that would be an issue to work through. There's been some discussion about reform of the agriculture sector in Israel, but that's, I think, at a fairly early stage.
All right, thank you for that update. If I can move to Manuka Honey, and I used to bother this particular minister about it. It's now Mr Tehan's joy to be bothered.
I used to bother some New Zealand counterparts about it at the time.
And thank you for that, Minister. It was much appreciated, but you'll be saddened to learn without much success. But that said, not a reflection on yourself, because others have also failed. But Ms Duff, can I ask, is it still the policy not to support or provide financial support for legal costs in pursuing private property rights, which is the answer I got to, nice round number, budget estimates number 100.
Yes, Senator Kate Duff, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Bilateral Division. That remains my understanding that we do not provide that level of support for those kinds of activities, Senator.
And that's a nice, pure position to hold, other than when the other private people are bankrolled by another government to the tune of literally millions of dollars to take their cases in the United Kingdom, here in Australia, and also in New Zealand. And are you aware of the failed case that some New Zealanders took in relation to Manuka honey in New South Wales, which they are now appealing to the AAT, and where the beekeepers have said that, or the beekeeper involved has said, my finances are now exhausted, I'll have to raise the white flag. Is that acceptable, especially in circumstances where, in this answer number 100, we are not aware of any other specific examples of a claim being made against a botanical name as opposed to a geographic name? So this is potentially precedent setting, and I would have thought it might have excited a bit more government interest and a potential funding to ensure that no such precedent was allowed to be established anywhere in the world.
Senator, what I can say is that we continue to monitor the series of ongoing CTM cases very closely internationally. We were able to participate as an observer at the Australian Manuka Honey Association's opposition hearing in New Zealand. Correct, yes. Senator. Yeah. 6 to 8 October. That was to have been held earlier, but was held over timing-wise because of COVID restrictions. So our High Commission in Wellington sought and received approval to attend that. And according to the New Zealand Intellectual Property Office, a decision is usually issued within around 30 days of a hearing. So that decision remains outstanding, Senator.
And can I thank Minister Tehan for making the appropriate representations to enable that, not participation, but observation by our High Commission, and I know the producers with whom I met with the Minister were most appreciative that that did occur, but observation does not guarantee the outcome, and that is where the Manuka honey producers here in Australia are becoming exceptionally concerned, and their finances are now being exhausted. So I can't push it any harder other than, Minister, if you can indicate to your colleague the importance of protecting our Manuka honey sector.
Senator, I might just add that as you've noted, the Minister has, Trade Minister has taken up the issue, and officials have as well, and we have again sought to engage New Zealand and New Zealand producers on the notion that we might work together, and that would be in our common interests, the producers, both in Australia and New Zealand, to work together internationally, including to ensure that Manuka honey is not, there isn't competition in the market from other suppliers who are claiming this name, which is an issue I know of concern to the industry.
Look, thank you for that. And with the cooperation, it was, well, I won't say how it came about, but the Australian sector wrote to their counterparts in New Zealand suggesting cooperation, dialogue, etc., and has just been met with no response from them, which to their mind and my mind as well might suggest that they are feeling relatively confident with a big bank account that they have, that even if they don't win certain cases, they might be able to bring the Australian players to the wall and gain victory that way. And I just think that would be a terrible thing. And given the demand for Manuka honey these days, a very simple solution, as I know Minister Birmingham thought at the time as well, was that we just have Australian Manuka honey and New Zealand Manuka honey, and may the best country win on the world scene in relation to that. But that's not good enough for New Zealand. They want to ban us completely from using a term where we have a lot more of the Manuka plant, and it's the big question as to where did it start. But as I understand it, New Zealand didn't even have honeybees, whereas Australia did. So our indigenous population may well have been eating Manuka honey, which was denied to the Maoris, but that's all part and parcel of it. Minister, you want to say something, and then I'll hand to Labor.
Thanks, thanks, Chair, and indeed you do go through the part of the very strong case that the Australian industry does have in terms of legitimacy of its claim on the term, and that has, as you acknowledged, been endorsed in some proceedings elsewhere around the world. We have certainly put, and I personally, and I'm sure Mr. Tehan subsequently,
that he has
a proposition strongly to New Zealand that this is not in the best interests of either country's industry, that this is a highly regarded and popular product with a growing global market, and it would be in the best interests of both our nations to seek to continue to grow that global market, to increase the size of the pie, if you like, so that both producers can spread their honey across that, if you wish, for a rather bad pun. So Senator Abetz, that would certainly remain the preference. I'm aware in another portfolio area in relation to traceability in such matters that there's been some support, I think, from the Department of Agriculture for those separate matters to parts of the industry. However, I do appreciate the point that you are making, that very regrettably there appears to have been some funding provided via a means in New Zealand that will create additional pressure in terms of the ability for the Australian industry to continue, as it has done to date, to successfully defend their claims. And I'll certainly take the comments you've made and make sure that Mr. Tehan, who's probably watching from the splendours of isolation right now, is aware if he's not tuned in.
And can you talk to the Minister for Finance and see if some money can be made available? Look, thank you. And for what it's worth, we are blessed now with two ministers. I know Senator Duniam is remote, so I understand the arrangement is that if Senator or Minister Birmingham seeks to absent himself, if Senator Duniam can show his visage, courtesy of technology, and here he comes. All right, Senator Birmingham, you are dismissed, should you wish to be so.
Like Manuka honey, it was short but sweet.
Yep,
thank you, Chair.
good.
The puns are rolling today.
All right. Yeah, we needed the Cabinet Minister to deal with my questions. Now it's over to Labor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Ayres, you have the call.
Senators share the Chair's concerns over the Manuka honey issue. I don't want to hive off the discussion to the end of it, where to later in the trade discussion.
Are you going to wax lyrical about it?
No. I think we're all busy enough.
Busy, very good. Yeah.
And I think if the minister wants to win a sort of dad joke competition, I'm gonna bring it home.
I think you're right.
What I would like to know, Mr. Langman, is if there is any modelling being done of the impact on. I think this is a circa $1.3 billion global industry. What is the likely impact on Australian producers if, I think Australia has about a third, I'm told, of the industry. What's the likely impact on Australian producers if we don't succeed in this argument with our friends across the ditch?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not aware that modelling has been done.
Right, so the department hasn't commissioned that kind of work?
It's possible, Senator, that the Department of Agriculture has done analysis of that sort.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have a few questions about our last significant bilateral agreement, the Indonesia agreement, if there's somebody who's in a position to answer.
This is the
ISEPA.
Yes. Senator, my colleague Elizabeth Bowes, who is in quarantine, will be on screen. And
she would be EB there.
She's EB and she'll turn her camera on, I'm hoping. There we are.
There she is. Ms Bowes, good evening.
Good evening, Senator.
Thank you. When was ISEPA signed?
It was it entered into force in July last year. It was signed in the beginning of 2020 and it entered into force. Sorry, it was signed in 2019 and it entered into force in mid-July last year, 2020.
And I think enabling legislation through the Parliament in late 2019.
That's
from memory.
exactly right,
Yes.
after system.
I'm curious about the extent to which there is follow-up of the signing of these bilateral. I mean, Indonesia is a very significant potential market for Australia. What is the staffing allocation? How many? We have our embassy staff in Jakarta. What is the staffing allocation in terms of Canberra and Indonesia allocated to trade-related issues with Indonesia?
Thank you very much, Senator, and I apologise, I should have introduced myself properly at the outset. I'm Elizabeth Bowes, I'm the First Assistant Secretary for the Regional Trade Agreements Division for the purpose of the record. We work closely with POST, so in my division, the Regional Trade Agreements Division, we have a number of staff who were previously working very much engaged on the negotiations. As the agreement has entered into force and has now been in force for some 16 months, we maintain an ongoing relationship with our Indonesian counterparts and with us to ensure the smooth implementation of the agreement. So I can take on notice an exact breakdown of FTE to determine how many full-time equivalent staff are devoted. But at this time, our focus is on smooth implementation of the agreement as it has been enforced for more than 1 year.
And how much of that, what I'm interested to know, and I suppose this is a question for Austrade as well, but how much of that resource is, I assume primarily the department is engaged in sort of government-to-government discussions. But what I'm interested in is understanding from the Australian government's perspective how much resources after the ribbon cutting around the agreement is actually allocated to supporting Australian exporters and potential exporters actually getting access to markets. And if on notice you'd be able to provide that, and I know we've got Austrade later on this evening, but if we could have some cooperation to get some position across the entities, I'd like to know in 2018, 2019, 20 and 21, those years, how many staff have been allocated to those roles. If you can just delineate them between the people who are working on government-to-government work and then the people who are actually opening up real job opportunities for Australian workers and firms. Does the department collect data on that? The publicly available data has a very significant lag. What is the department's view about what has happened in terms of trade volumes with Indonesia since the signing of the agreement? Do you have any data that you can provide to the committee? Is there month-by-month trade volume data for exports to and imports from Indonesia?
We do rely on data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, and we do get the assistance of our Office for Chief Economist for analysing the data and providing the data. What I can say is that in 2020, our trade was impacted to some small extent by the COVID-related restrictions, but trade is flowing under the agreement, in particular on goods where we negotiated very specific tariff rate quota outcomes, which is an improvement on our pre-existing agreements with Indonesia. And so we do track the volume of certificates that are issued for those commodities to ensure that trade is continuing to flow.
Yes, I suppose what I'm trying to understand is to what extent there is a causal relationship between the signing of the agreement and market access that actually turns into. And I was hoping you'd come to the table. Hello, Dr. Gordon. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what material the department can provide.
Senator, I might just make a comment, if I may, and then pass to Jenny Gordon, our Chief Economist. It's pretty challenging to draw, I think, a simple line between a new trade commitment and a trade outcome, because there are so many other factors that feed into it. For example, COVID has clearly had an impact on the numbers of people who can travel between.
Yeah, it's had an impact on our student market in particular.
So that could wash out completely the opportunities that have been created and that companies are thinking about and beginning to invest in. It is really pretty complicated, and there is a whole series, to go back to your earlier question about the resources. It's a whole of government effort first. DFAT, of course, plays an important role. Austrade, an important role. Tourism Australia, an important role. A whole range of bodies. The Agriculture Department, for example. Once we negotiate an FTA and it enters into force, that gives us the framework, but there is work to do to implement that framework. And some of that is done by our colleagues, as I say, in the Agriculture Department, but very much working with us. These agreements are not static. I mean, the implementing is the big challenge at first. Once you've done that, then you begin to think, how can you build on this? And there are built-in some FTAs, there are built-in work programs. In others, there are regular meetings between the governments to ask, is the agreement up to date? Do we need to do other things? Are we hearing from our business community that it doesn't cover all the issues that we might want to address? That's for the longer term, and we certainly see that in the cases, a number of other cases where we're working to build on our FTAs. And so I'm sure that will be true of IACPA as well.
Yes, well, we'll see. I suppose what I'm interested in is over time is understanding what that, I'm pretty focused on what the outcomes are for,
of course,
for Australia's participation in what is a very significant market.
Yeah.
I'm particularly interested in the extent we move our participation in that market up the value chain. Dr. Gordon, did you have anything to add?
Jenny Gordon, Chief Economist. Just simply to give you the numbers, I guess.
Yes, thank you.
The growth in the exports to Indonesia from 2019-20 to 2021 was 25%, which was one of the fastest growing, actually was the fastest growing of our exports. So whether we can attribute that just to the trade agreement or not, I completely agree with Chris that you've got to unpack these things at a sort of commodity level to really understand.
Yes, I was going to ask, so to what extent is that?
Very hard to tell. I'd have to go through but even then, you're looking at a bunch of other factors.
And volumes that make it.
Yeah.
what I'm particularly interested in is the Australia over the course of the period 2000 through to 2019 slipped to 89th, I think, on the index of global export complexity. I think even this week Deloitte's released a report that talked about Australia's complacency and our sort of shift down the value chain in terms of our global exports. To what extent does the department collect data about the complexity of our exports?
We actually use the Harvard Complexity Index and monitor that. It's one of the things that is a set of indicators that we look at. But if you actually look at Australia's trade story, we've gone down the index largely because we've been so incredibly successful with the exports of iron ore, and iron ore prices have gone high. So it's not a story of loss of complexity, it's actually a story of growth in something that is particularly not high value add from that perspective, but very high value add in terms of global prices. So, you know, there's different drivers of those, and that's what we've got to look at and unpack.
Yeah, and you know, over time I'd be interested in understanding to what extent that drives the department's behaviour in terms of our approach to agreement making and agreement monitoring. Can I just come to the European, the EU, the proposed EU-Australia FTA? What correspondence did the Minister have with his French counterpart in the lead up to the AUKUS announcement? Are you in a position, Secretary, to tell me about that?
Whether he engaged with his French counterpart before the announcement. Minister Tehan did not engage with his counterpart before the announcement, Senator.
What about following the announcement?
I think I just have to take that on notice. Minister Tehan has been in Europe, and so he has had some meetings and some engagement, but we'll take that on notice and get you a comprehensive answer, Senator.
And I think, when were you made aware that the EU FTA negotiations have been put on hold?
Mr Langman might be, because there was a delay to a meeting. We can just find out what those actual dates were.
So there was a negotiating round that was scheduled for mid-October. That was delayed and has been rescheduled now for the beginning of next year.
January, February next year?
For February, early February.
Is that the first time a negotiating round has been delayed?
I'll ask Ms Burrows, our Chief Negotiator for the EU FTA.
Alison Burrows, Chief Negotiator, Australia-EU FTA. We schedule the rounds when it's convenient for both sides, so some of the rounds have moved around in the past. The current one has moved to February with the Chief Negotiators meeting in December.
And when were you advised that the round was being delayed? Or that the round was to be delayed?
At the end of September.
And what reason was given for the delay?
We have not been given a systematic or a formal reason for the delay. The first delay was for a month, and the trade spokesperson for the European Commission said that it was a delay of 1 month to allow them more time to prepare. There's been a subsequent advice of a further delay to February, but again, we've not been given a systematic or formal.
And there's no reason being offered for that deferral?
It would be fair to say that this is against the backdrop of the submarines announcement, but we have not had that formal set of reasons given to us.
And so can we have any confidence that there won't be a further delay?
Senator, I know that Minister Tehan, when he was in Europe, engaged broadly on these matters. We are working towards the next round in February next year, and that's what the department is working towards.
But there's nothing different about the deferral, apart from the passage of time and Mr Tian's visit to Europe. That there's one deferral followed by another. We must be concerned that
Senator,
deferral not occur again.
we are. We would prefer to be able to engage fully in February, but I think Minister Payne outlined this morning some of the government's commitment to the French relationship, and she indicated that engagement. I have spoken with the ambassador last week and again today, and we continue to speak with the French regularly.
Has the timeline for agreement negotiations been adjusted because of the deferral? It's a significant deferral. It's sort of, what, 5 months, I suppose?
I think it's about 3 months, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
September through to...
It was meant to be October.
October to February.
Senator,
Split the difference and call it 4, Secretary, I think.
we're working to get this agreement done at the right high standard that we will need for our businesses as soon as we can, and working with the EU to that end. And we're looking into the second half of next year, and that's been the position that we've taken consistently. And a range of discussions that we've had with EU members suggest they very much share the sense this is in both our interests, and that we want to get it done as soon as feasible, and we're aiming for that sort of timeline.
But that, with respect, that's the kind of thing that you might say at one of the meetings with them. But what does it mean in practical terms for us? If the timeline, you're telling me that the timeline that we anticipated was finalisation of the agreement in the second half of next year. Was that a timetable that had been adopted by all of the parties, or is that just the expectation of the Australian side?
It's not a formal timeline, Senator. As I said, we're aiming to negotiate.
Sorry, but was that a shared objective at the outset, that the last half of 2022 would be when the agreement would be finalised? Or was that an objective of the Australian side? I'm trying to understand that.
I think it's a sense that we have that would be a feasible objective. It's not a formal agreement.
So no formal timetable at any point that had been adopted by the parties to keep?
No.
It's a shared objective about a feasible conclusion timetable. On the minister's trip to Europe, who did the minister meet with in Europe that's relevant to these negotiations?
So I'm just checking whether anyone has that detail, or whether or not that might be better for us to take on notice so we can give you a comprehensive.
Well, I'd be happy for it to be provided on notice, Secretary, but did he meet with any other EU member state or trade minister?
He did. I'm just looking for the officers who were accompanied.
So I'm really asking for a quick response, and then you could perhaps give me a more comprehensive response on notice.
So he certainly met with the EU Trade Commissioner, and he met with a significant number of other trade ministers. We certainly can provide
At the
those.
ministerial level?
I think Mr Gearing may have a full list. Do you have that, John?
Senator, it's a fairly long list, and probably best provided on notice, but to give you a flavour.
Thank you.
German Vice Minister for Economic Affairs, Netherlands Minister for Foreign Trade, Spanish Minister for Industry, Czech Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, Croatian Deputy Prime Minister, Norwegian Foreign Minister, and it goes on. There was a long list, but we can give you that list on notice.
And I don't say this to make light of it, but not the French.
No, Senator.
No, okay. I know that my colleague, Senator Sheldon, has some questions about the UK FTA, so I might defer to him if it's...
So just want to ask some questions about the UK FTA. I note that the government was lobbied hard to not include, and I'm going to ask some questions about that. It appears not include the Paris Agreement, and I might just do a descriptor here. The former Conservative Environment Minister, Lord Debon, said Britain had surrendered to its lead on climate change and was going back on its promises. If we're not prepared to hang our hat on the Paris Agreement, to which we have put our solemn promise and which we have put by law into action in this country, when we are dealing with Australia, which is one of our recalcitrant nations, one of the countries that is not doing what it ought to do, then really we are not taking the lead at all to do this at a time before COP26 is very serious. I just want to ask, and there was a UK government story on the ABC on the 9th of September, which talked about the dropping of the FTA climate commitments due to Australian pressure. Does Australia still stand by its commitments under the Paris Agreement?
So, Senator, I think we talked about the climate change issues this morning. So I think we've released all the climate change people. It's been clear about the Paris Agreement, about the target, as well as the projection of 30 to 35 as well in those reductions. I'm not sure the trade people will be able to help you any more with that than what was said this morning, Senator.
I can put those on notice. I'll just go to another matter.
Okay.
Yep.
Secretary, Senator, I can respond on that specific question, if that would be helpful. Senator?
If it was dealt with, and I've taken Ms Campbell that it was dealt with
I think we dealt
earlier
with it
today in
this
some depth. If that's the case, I'm comfortable with that. I'll just put some questions on notice.
Thank you.
Trade Minister Tehan met a delegation of 15 national civil society organisations where talked about the TRIPS waiver. So we can just talk about the TRIPS waiver.
I think we'll have an officer who can talk about that.
Mr Baxter.
Mr Baxter's going to join us at the table.
I understand the waiver was first proposed in October 2020 by India and South Africa, which submitted a detailed revised proposal in May 2020, now supported by over 100 WTO member governments. Most of the Australian regional neighbours, including the Pacific Islands, New Zealand, the ASEAN countries, India and the US, support the waiver. I'm just trying to work out what actions has the government taken in the WTO since September to promote its support for the waiver and urge others to support it.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. James Baxter, First Assistant Secretary, Office of Trade Negotiations. So, Senator, can I clarify, are you talking about since September 2020 or September 2021?
2020.
So, Senator, the government from the trade...
A bridge version would be great.
Yeah, the government from the Trade Minister and Foreign Minister down have been actively involved in discussions aimed at reaching convergence on a TRIPS waiver. We have recently intensified our activity in this area. It was a significant feature of Minister Tehan's discussions with counterparts on his recent trip to Europe. What we are seeking to do is to encourage the key players with the firmest positions to show greater flexibility, because we are concerned that there's a lack of convergence on the issue between the two competing camps, and we're concerned that they're not going to reach agreement before the WTO Ministerial Conference at the end of November. And from Australia's point of view, the key objective is that all WTO members agree to an approach in this area.
Thank you. Will the government become a sponsor of the waiver?
So, Senator, there are two proposals on the table at the moment. There is the proposal that you referred to, led by India and South Africa and co-sponsored by a large number of developing countries. The EU has also tabled a proposal which takes quite a different approach. The government has decided that rather than attach itself to either proposal, it's going to focus its efforts, as I said, on encouraging the key players to find convergence. We're talking to ministers and officials on both sides of the debate with a view to reaching that objective. And we have taken the view that that is a more effective way to promote an outcome that is going to be meaningful in terms of facilitating widespread access to vaccines than attaching ourselves to either one of the proposals that's on the table at the moment. That said, the government has made it very clear that we will be able to support a waiver on this issue.
So we'll be able to support the waiver. So is the government meeting, I gather from what your answer, but I'll ask this question anyway, just to see if you want to make it a little bit fuller. Will the government meet, is the government meeting with governments which are blocking the waiver and seeking their support for it?
We are indeed meeting with governments who, the way I would put it, are not convinced of the merits of the waiver. They're principally the EU, UK, Switzerland. The Minister has raised it, Mr Tehan has raised it recently, at least with his counterparts from the EU and the UK. He may also have raised it with Switzerland, but certainly we have also been talking to Switzerland at officials level.
You just run me through, again, concise would be wonderful. What other actions is the government planning to take before the WTO General Council meeting in November the 22nd and the WTO Ministerial meeting on November the 3rd to the December the 3rd?
On the issue of
on
the issue of the TRIPS waiver?
Yes.
Yes. So, as I said, the government will continue to work with the two camps on either side and encourage them both to show flexibility with a view to ensuring that we can have a consensus outcome. The reason I keep referring to that is the WTO operates by consensus. If the 164 members don't agree on an approach in this area, there will be no change. There will be no decision made that has any impact on access to vaccines.
Mr Baxter, can you just tell me through what the actual actions are that that's being taken leading into those meetings? So what's, I appreciate you saying there's an aspiration, but what are the actual actions?
So it's a series.
And if there's some, there's meetings you can mention.
There was most recently a formal meeting of the relevant WTO committee, which is called the TRIPS Council. That was held the week before last. That was essentially a discussion among all WTO members. We very much highlighted the need for the key players to exert themselves to find areas of convergence with a view to reaching an outcome by MC12. That was our formal message. Alongside formal meetings, as you can imagine, in a multilateral organisation, an awful lot of the work is done outside in smaller group meetings and bilaterally. The Minister Tehan did an awful lot of that himself when he was in Europe recently. He chaired a meeting of 24 key WTO members, and this topic was featured prominently on that agenda. And he again used that meeting along with the WTO Director General to encourage the key parties to show flexibility. He met bilaterally.
Just there briefly, I'll please go on in a moment. I just want to just briefly ask a question about that. So there were, at that meeting there that the Minister chaired, there was both opponents, well, let's just say the two camps.
Absolutely. So the EU minister was there, the UK had a deputy minister there, but certainly India and South Africa, the leaders of the waiver proposal, were both represented at senior level as well.
Thank you. If you can keep going on the time?
So, in addition to those large group meetings, Minister Tehan has had a range of meetings bilaterally with his ministerial counterparts. Our ambassador in Geneva has had a range of meetings with his counterparts in Geneva. At working level, we've had a range of meetings bilaterally in small groups, and as I mentioned, in these more formal contexts, such as the formal TRIPS Council in the WTO, and we've been really pressing members in all of those formats to adopt an approach that will lead to an outcome by, as you mentioned, the General Council at the end of November, followed by the Ministerial Conference.
Are you able to give us not right now, but unless you've got it conveniently able to hand it up to us, but would you be able to give me a list of those countries that have been reached out to and those that have been at the various meetings, including the meeting that Minister Tehan was at?
I think it probably is best to take that on notice, Senator. We can do that.
Thank you. I just want to and that's fine. That'll be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question both for the Minister and then for Mr Langman. Former Finance Minister, who is now the Secretary of the OECD, it's just been reported a few minutes ago in the Financial Review, says Mr Cormann said a more coherent global approach was required for the world to meet net zero emissions by 2050, with every country carrying a fair share of the burden while avoiding carbon leakage and trade distortions. He went on to say G20 economies are lifting their ambitions and efforts, including through the explicit and implicit pricing of carbon emissions, Mr Cormann said. However, progress remains uneven across countries and sectors and is not well enough coordinated globally. He then goes on to say carbon price, this is former Senator Cormann, Senator Abetz, carbon prices, he says, and equivalent measures need to become significantly more stringent and globally better coordinated to properly reflect the cost of emissions to the planet and put us on the path to genuinely meet the Paris Agreement climate goals. I mean, are we certain that this is the same Matthias Cormann? I mean, is this the same bloke? What on earth is going on, Minister? Well, because it has an implication. Put aside the hypocrisy of that position. This bloke who defined his political career by stopping climate action in Australia. Put that giant mountain of hypocrisy aside for a moment, if you can see through it. This does have implications, doesn't it, Mr Langman, for how our trading partners are proceeding on some of these issues. Does it have implications for how our European partners in the EU FTA are approaching some of these issues? That's a much more aggressive position than I've seen from the people in positions of global leadership before.
Senator, I think Minister Duniam might want to say something first.
Oh, very briefly, if I may.
He probably doesn't.
The comments you refer to, I mean, as you point out, they're only relatively new, so I haven't sort of gone to research or familiarise myself with them, and I'll take them at face value. But it is important to note that former Finance Minister Matthias Cormann is at the OECD now. He's no longer in the Australian, not part of the Australian government. And so from an Australian government point of view, we'll do what's right by our country and our people and our environment. And we outlined that earlier this week in the plan, but Secretary Campbell may have more to add formally, but from my point of view, that's what I have to say.
So, Senator, thank you for bringing that article to our awareness. I've just had a quick chance to look at it, and I think we might need longer to look at that before we could provide a more substantive answer to you. But I think the Minister's just outlined that the government has outlined their plan in this space this week.
But it does underline, doesn't it, that there's a more challenging global environment for Australian trade as we approach these issues, doesn't it?
And I think the government has outlined that in their response this week to the
Well, it's
issues.
not for you to defend. I don't think the government's how credible that is. Well, I guess that time will tell, I suppose. Can I just ask a few questions about the JSCOT? Another outcome from the Indonesia agreement was that the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties has just issued a report on treaty making. How close is the government to developing a response? Has the department provided advice to the minister about the government response?
Senator, I know this is work underway, and so at this stage we haven't yet.
So you're not in a position.
finalised that.
You're not in a position, and the minister's not in a position to tell me what recommendations the government will accept or reject.
Can you just, I'm sorry, I missed which topic we were talking about
So
from
this
the
is
JSCOT?
this is the Joint Standing Committee report 193, which was an inquiry into the treaty making process.
So this is the more broader treaty making process.
Yeah,
than trade.
it was part of the agreement that the government reached with Labor to allow passage of the IS-SEPA enabling legislation through the Parliament, and actually it's a very strong cooperative report across the committee. It's actually quite, in my view, quite an authoritative report, not due to any contribution from me, of course, but it's...
Senator, I'm afraid I think we've released the officers who had the detailed knowledge on that material, but we'll take it on notice and provide you an answer on that.
Minister, are you in a position to tell me when the government's going to respond?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice, in all honesty, Senator Ayres.
Okay, that's all I have, Chair.
All right, thank you. Senator Cox, take us out to 6:30.
Thank you. My question relates to the OECD Working Group export credits. What's Australia's position on the current coal agreement being negotiated at the OECD Working Group on export credits?
Sorry, Senator, on a particular issue? Which?
Just what's Australia's position in relation to the coal agreement?
In relation to
on the export credits.
Yes, Senator, an agreement was reached between all parties to the OECD arrangement on official export credits on the 20th of October. So,
Sorry, I didn't hear the end bit.
An agreement was reached between the relevant countries that participate in the OECD arrangement on official export credits on 20 October.
What was the outcome of that?
The outcome was an agreement that official export credits would not be used to finance the export of coal-fired power generating, unabated coal-fired power generating equipment. There was more to it which I can dig out if you like.
So is that restricted, just a clarifying question, is that restricted by the size, of certain size of those coal-fired power plants, or new coal-fired power plants, or any related infrastructure?
Sure. Senator, I'll if you bear with me 1 minute, I'll just give you the full detail. So, participants supported a proposal to end support for unabated coal-fired power plants. This would apply to new coal-fired power plants without operational carbon capture, utilisation and storage facilities, and existing coal-fired power plants unless the purpose of the equipment supplied is pollution or CO2 abatement, and such equipment does not extend the useful lifetime or capacity of the plant, or unless it is for retrofitting to install carbon capture, utilisation and storage.
Great, thank you very much. My second question relates to Indigenous inclusion in free trade agreements. Are you aware that the UK-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement includes an entire chapter on Indigenous inclusion? the government aware of that?
Sorry, Senator, I just missed, where was that
New
included?
Zealand, UK free trade agreement.
UK.
Sorry?
We might just see whether one of the other officers is aware. Ms Bowes might be aware.
Yes. Elizabeth Bowes, First Assistant Secretary, Regional Free Trade Agreements Division. Yes, we are aware that the recently announced UK-New Zealand agreement in principle on an FTA does include an Indigenous inclusions chapter, or will include such a chapter.
Yes, great. I understand DFAT have been undertaking work on Indigenous inclusion. Can you please provide an update on where this work's up to and what commitments have been made to First Nations people engaging in the process?
Thank you very much, Senator. I can speak from the Regional Trade Agreements Division experience, but I know others in the department have been working more generally on Indigenous inclusion, and I will defer to them. But we have been consulting with Indigenous business groups, including Ignite and Supply Mention, on aspects in particular of the UK-Australia FTA and other FTA negotiations, and exploring their interests as a key stakeholder in outcomes in those agreements.
Great.
Senator, I might also ask Helen Stylianou, who is our APEC senior official, to comment on this, because some important work is being done in the context of, it's not an APEC initiative, but it's in the context of New Zealand's chairing of APEC this year.
Great.
Thank you very much. Helen Stylianou, First Assistant Secretary, Trade Investment and Business Engagement Division, and Ambassador to APEC. Yes, we've been working closely with New Zealand and a small group of countries in the margins of APEC to advance an Indigenous inclusion initiative for APEC's inclusive promises. So that is still under negotiation and still included, but we would see it as a really important signal of APEC, what APEC can do as an incubator, an ideas incubator forum that could be applied elsewhere, both in trade agreements and in other multilateral.
So just on the recommendation of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Indigenous Affairs, they recently recommended that all future free trade agreements contain Indigenous inclusion. That includes geographical inclusions, and that the government should support Indigenous access to foreign direct investment. So does this mean that the government will actually have Indigenous inclusion in future free trade agreements? The Minister or somebody?
Senator, I think the two officers have indicated that there is exploration going on around this, but I think we might need to take on notice the more definitive advice.
Wasn't looking for exploration, was looking for some certainty, that's all. So if you could take it on notice and let me know, that'd be great.
Thank you, Senator.
Just my final question on carbon border adjustment mechanisms. So how many times have the DFAT-led interdepartmental committee looked into carbon border adjustment mechanisms? Okay, how many times have they met?
Mr Baxter might be able to give us some more information on that.
Thanks for the question, Senator. James Baxter, First Assistant Secretary, Office of Trade Negotiations. I know it met recently, but I do not know if I have the number of times it has met with me. And in fact...
No idea of dates?
I'd have to take that on. I'd rather... hang on. It's held two IDCs since the release of the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism policy by the EU on the 14th of July. Firstly on the 21st of July and secondly on the 9th of September.
Who's keeping the minutes for this interdepartmental committee?
That would be officers of the Office of Trade Negotiations.
Okay. And has the IDC provided advice to government?
Senator, the various departments have provided advice to their ministers. We have not provided collective advice to the Cabinet since the policy was released on the 14th of July in terms of our approach, the approach we should take to responding to that agreement.
But the department has provided advice to
Absolutely.
the
So the departments that make up the IDC have provided, just clarifying that?
All I can say for sure is that the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has provided advice to ministers. I couldn't speak on behalf of the other departments about what advice they've provided to their ministers, Senator.
Okay. And Senator, sorry, I should correct myself. My sense is we haven't provided advice to Cabinet since the 14th of July, but I just want to go and double check that, so I'll take that one on notice if I can.
Okay.
That would be the only collective advice that departments have provided, that's been provided to the
So there was no advice provided prior to COP26?
No, there certainly was advice
Definitely advice provided to our ministers before then, Senator. And we would just need to check with the other departments. I am assuming they will have provided advice, but I don't want to talk on their behalf, so we will take it.
Yeah, if you could provide that on notice, that'd be great. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cox. That concludes the committee's examination of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I thank the officers for their attendance, and the committee will move to the examination of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission at 7:30 p.m.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Until such time, the committee is suspended. Thank you. Examination of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. I welcome the Chief Executive Officer, Mr Xavier Simonet, and officers from the Commission. I understand it's your first appearance, is that correct, Mr. Second appearance, Mr Simonet. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please.
Do you have copies of it?
No, I don't.
All right, but it's relatively short.
It's 2 minutes.
Done.
Okay. Xavier Simonet, CEO of Austrade. With COVID-19, the past year has been immensely challenging. Austrade's role has never been more important. I want to thank all our Austrade teams worldwide for their work and commitment in very challenging conditions. During restrictions on travel, we enabled exporters to connect to the world and diversify their markets through our 68 posts in 40 countries and by offering innovative solutions such as digital business matching opportunities. We also contributed to the Agribusiness Expansion Initiative to help our agri-food exporters. After broad engagement with business, reforms to the Export Market Development Grant Scheme came into effect in July 2021, providing upfront funding certainty for exporters and cutting red tape. We continued to assist international investors in building pipelines of investment opportunities in Australia and executing their plans. We supported the Global Business and Talent Attraction Task Force in its work to attract top talent and investment. We put in place support and grant programs in response to COVID, especially for the tourism industry. The International Freight Assistance Mechanism, which successfully leverages the expertise of the public service, private sector and Australian Defence Force, helped maintain regular air freight connections for exporters and for critical imports. Last, our consular staff overseas worked tirelessly to assist Australians impacted by COVID-related travel disruptions. As the world reopens, Austrade has a key role to play. As a delivery agency, our priorities are connecting Australian companies to the world and international investors to Australia, advising the government on tourism policy and leading the promotion of international education, continuing to develop and manage support measures as directed by the government for economic recovery and growth, supporting the Simplified Trade System Implementation Task Force led by Mr. Brugeot. Mr. Brugeot is participating in this hearing and will take questions from the committee on STS. Thank you, Chair.
Look, thank you, and can I just quickly say the export support that was provided, I know that the Assistant Minister was supportive of that move, especially for Tasmanian exports, and I think it's been exceptionally helpful in maintaining jobs.
Thank you.
Senator Farrell, Senator Farrell has the call.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your opening statement, Mr. Simoneau. We have invited 10,000 tourism operators to watch tonight's events online, so they're very much looking forward to Austrade's comments and also that of Tourism Australia. And I'd like to start with a quick question about the tourism experience sector and what measures has Austrade undertaken to ensure that small businesses in the tourism/experience sector were catered for in response to the COVID pandemic.
Thanks, Senator. Before I hand over to Ms King in Sydney, I'd like to just give a bit of background. Austrade is responsible for tourism policy. As directed by the government, we put in place a lot of programs over the last 18 months as part of the $1.2 billion tourism and aviation package. And our teams have heavily contributed to the support to the industry. Ms King?
Thank you, Mr Simoneau. Thank you for the question, Senator. Obviously, this has been a significant preoccupation for Austrade over the last 18 months throughout the pandemic. And we have a number of programs that are very much aimed at helping small and medium enterprises as well, which, I mean, the tourism sector, a very large proportion of the businesses that are involved in that sector are within that category, and in fact, some of them extremely small. So we're very pleased with the support that has been provided. Obviously, the Consumer Travel Support Program has been an important element of the support, but also the Business Events Grants Program has also helped a lot of small businesses, as well as the Zoos and Aquariums Program. And of course, these are all complementary to the broader COVID support that has been provided by, in some cases, the Commonwealth, in some cases, the states, and in some cases, joint programs between the two. And in those programs, the government is very cognizant that the tourism sector is particularly hard hit by the pandemic, and has therefore required a significant degree of support.
Thank you. It's been put to me that bookings and expenditure on the so-called experience sector are broadly half of what they were in 2019 in the major affected states, and many small business suppliers are struggling to survive. What support have you provided to the experience sector?
Ms Palmer, do you want to answer the question?
Yes, I might, for the more detailed, I might go to Ms Palmer, Senator.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Ms King. Samantha Palmer, General Manager, Visitor Economy and Client Programs at Austrade. So apart from the programs that Ms King outlined, some of the support we've been able to provide to this particular sector involves our Business Events Grants program, where the grants were actually provided to attendees, and we have done a survey of those grantees in August this year and found that the attendees spent funds from the grant, Senator, in 24% of the cases on attending attractions, as well as going to the event in the location that they were travelling to. So in the design of that program...
Stopping you there for a second, Ms Palmer, can you give us some examples of, where these events, occurred, ones that you're sort of familiar with? Because I know in lots of cases they just didn't proceed. They were cancelled and deferred and all those sorts of things. Can you put a bit of colour to the...
Certainly, Senator.
Do you get my drift?
Very happy to do so. So there were 355 events that were approved on the Business Events Grants schedule, and 148 of those events have been completed to date. They're spread across a wide range of locations, and in the term, Senator, that you're reflecting of the changes to those events, I can tell you that there have been 138 events that have been impacted by COVID. 16 of them have been cancelled, 27 of them have moved to virtual only, and we've also had some postponed, 94 to 2022 and one postponed to 2023. But we have had quite a considerable number, Senator, 148, complete their events.
And can you sort of describe some of those? Can you, like some of the bigger ones, as to what, what events were
yes,
able to occur?
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Sure,
so
good,
as an example, the Land Forces 2021, which is an international land defence exposition, was held in Brisbane in June 2021. It attracted 12,766 attendees from industry, government and defence over its 3 days, with 718 participating companies and 26 conferences, symposium and seminar events as part of that. 108 grantees through the Business Events Grants attended, receiving $4,739,000 worth of BEG funding. There's also another example I can give you.
Yep, sure.
The Diggers and Dealers Mining Investment Forum. It's Australia's leading mining forum and was held over 3 days in Kalgoorlie, so an example of an event held outside of capital cities. It had over 157 exhibitors from the sector, and delegates included miners, explorers, brokers, bankers, investors, financiers and more. The program provided 68 grantees with $1,746,000 in funding to attend that event.
All right, thank you. All right, I've now got some
Senator,
questions.
I might sorry to interrupt. I just thought it might be worth it might be worth just to go back to your question, also just mentioning the Recovery for Regional Tourism program.
Yep.
Because that is a program that has provided a lot of funds to the sort of event organisers that you're talking about. As you'll be aware, it is sort of spread out across the states, but it is very much sort of local organisations that are running sort of various events that are designed to bring tourism to the region, etc. Whether that be a particular sort of like a laser light show or a tourism trail or something that celebrates a local festival, those kinds of things. So the sort of events that you're talking about, I think, have very much benefited from the Recovery Regional Tourism program as well.
Right. Do you have them broken down, the ones that have proceeded to the amount of money that was paid, and also which states they were in? Do you have that breakdown?
For the Recovery for Regional Tourism?
Yeah.
Yes, I can go through that.
Could you? Yeah.
Very happy to, Senator.
Thank you.
So there's $50 million worth of regional recovery tourism funding. 61 projects have been funded to the tune of $36.1 million, with 21 additional projects being finalised at the moment. We've made payments of $20 million, $600,550 across all the regions. So the $50 million is spread across 9 regions, Senator, in WA, Queensland, South Australia, Northern Territory, New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania. And there's a different amount of money for each region depending on their allocation, and a number of the regions have actually got co-contributions, so the Commonwealth's money is contributed as well as their money to maximise the amount of funding available for those activities. And as Ms King explained, there are demand-driving activities including things like marketing campaigns and travel investment schemes, so incentive schemes. So you might recall just recently there was an announcement about an incentive scheme in Tasmania.
Yes,
so that's part of the Regional Recovery for Tourism program.
Right.
And there are other incentive schemes also in North Queensland and I think Phillip Island as well. I can...
Look, just before you get off that Tasmanian one, and Senator Abetz appears to have disappeared, but we do have Senator Duniam, of course. I'm sort of going to come to this a little bit later, but that was a co-contribution, state and federal. Has that occurred anywhere else where you've got both? I guess what I'm trying to say is why was Tasmania so lucky to get the federal contribution that increased the total amount of money that was going to be paid? What was it about that particular program that attracted the federal contribution to boot? Yeah. Yeah.
So, Senator, the regions that were chosen for the Regional Recovery for Tourism are regions that are very significantly affected by a loss of international tourists. And across those regions, I guess the key difference in Tasmania, Senator, is that Tasmania was treated as a whole as one region rather than being broken up into little regions, and therefore the agreement for Tasmania was done together with the state of Tasmania, whereas in the other regions, the applications are made by the regional tourism organisation. So in Tasmania, they've worked across all their regional tourism organisations together to coordinate because of the circumstances of that particular organisation. But there are quite a number of other programs like that where there's contribution. The North Queensland Incentive Scheme is also being contributed to by the Queensland government.
You're saying that because Tasmania was treated as a whole, that they got that arrangement. Yeah. All right. That's fair enough.
Senator, if I can add something.
I was just going to say it was a good place to invest the money. It's a lovely place to go to, as Senator Abetz knows.
Who's pumping up Tasmania's tyres for you?
Sorry, Mr.
Yes, I was just going to point out that, yes, we have contributed to defining and carrying out emergency programs as a response to COVID for the tourism industry. But beyond that, we have also been working on the long-term strategy for tourism, particularly with supported an expert panel led by Martin Ferguson and extensive business and industry consultation to be able to think and define the strategy for the tourism industry for Australia.
Okay, thank you. Now, I've got some questions about the National Tourism Icons program, and if we could start with the Northern Rivers Trail. This commitment was made 914 days ago. Can you tell us why only 10% of the funding has been spent to date?
So, Senator, we have had significant challenges with this particular project. Phase 1 of the project involved the development of a master plan for the trail, and it experienced a number of delays, including the passage of legislation in the New South Wales Parliament in relation to the land use. And COVID-19 also impacted on the ability to run an effective community consultation program, and that's of course very important to the success of the project. Phase 2 of the project is for construction of the trail, and Phase 2 project guidelines have been approved now, and the Richmond Valley Council has now submitted an application through the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources Business Grants Hub for Phase 2 funding. DISA has assessed the RVC Phase 2 project application as satisfactory, and therefore the Austrade delegate has now approved the application. That was done on the 30th of September this year. So a funding agreement between RVC and DISA is currently being negotiated for Phase 2, and construction is currently scheduled for completion by the program end date of 31 December 2022.
So that'll be the balance of the 90% remaining. That'll be spent over the next 12 months or so.
Correct, that's right, Senator.
Okay. So there was some complications with legislation and COVID that delayed that rollout.
It was about the land use, Senator, because the land was defined as used for rail and had to be defined as multi-land use to be able to be used for this purpose for the rail trail, and it took longer than it was anticipated to get that passage of legislation.
So what are they actually going to do on that particular one? So they're going to run a special train, are they? Is that
No. It's quite common with the trails. They're hiking trails or riding bikes trails. So taking the rail corridor and actually making better use of it. And it's quite an exciting project when you think about how people think about interacting with our beautiful country. So we're quite excited about it.
So it's an old railway line that's no longer in use.
and had to be changed. Its land use had to be changed under legislation for the purpose of that activity, because it was defined for being a railway.
Right. And if you want it as a
sounds like the Riesling Trail, Senator Farrell.
Who made that contribution? Because
Northern Rivers.
Northern Rivers, yeah. Right. I've actually seen it. It was one in Richmond,
Yes.
in the Richmond area, yeah.
Who made the
It was
list?
one of my duty seats.
And there's some very good ones in Victoria I can take you on if you can
No, but
get your leg
somebody
over a bike.
Yeah,
Somebody made a
Sorry,
comment.
Chair, Senator Farrell's
Yes, that
was
was
Who is that?
Fawcett, Don. David Fawcett.
Oh,
Online.
Senator Fawcett.
Everybody's talking
Right.
because it's such an exciting project.
Yeah,
It is. It's really
No,
good.
but
And all the
they are.
little
But
businesses along the way.
I was simply going to say that if you wanted a really good model for that sort of program, you couldn't go past the Riesling Trail, which Senator Fawcett has... where is Senator Fawcett? Where is he?
He's in South Australia.
Yeah, I know.
He might be out on the
That's in
Riesling
there,
Trail.
That's in
Senator
there. He's got
Fawcett.
his... Hey?
SF,
Okay.
Senator
We
Fawcett.
can't see him because he's been on the Riesling Trail.
Today. No, they've just as an example, the GAN, which hasn't been running as often as you'd like, is now taking trips to the Riesling Trail, to Clare. You can't get exactly there because the railway line was burnt on, in the Ash Wednesday bushfires. But what's happened to the old railway line here? Why is that no longer being used? Is that what? Do we know that reason?
I'm sorry, Senator,
No.
that's well
Okay.
beyond my
well beyond. Okay, that's
No,
right.
well, I'll tell you why. Because basically, it was very old,
Yeah.
and it just couldn't be. The costs I think associated with restoring it was just too much, and so now the trail, they walk along, and then the little businesses that were along the way, little coffee shops and stuff like that. So, yes, anyway, I was actually looking for a photograph of it, Senator Farrell, so I'll show you.
Moving right along, I'm
Moving
sure
right
there are a
along.
lot of questions, so we can
Okay.
get home.
In terms of the 10.1 million commitment to Sovereign Hill, only 19% of the funding has been spent after 923 days. Can you explain that delay?
Sovereign Hill, let me have a look here. So this project is acknowledging the 50th anniversary of Sovereign Hill, and the government, has committed $10.1 million. Phase 2 of the construction work has commenced, and that involves redeveloping the Gold Museum, upgrading the entrance building, improving signage and enhancing the gold digging area. So the Sovereign Hill Museum Association is responsible for implementing the project, and it's one of a number of projects that's been affected by COVID delays and construction. I'm sure you've heard about those sorts of things, but we have no reason to believe it will not be completed on time.
Yeah, but this predates COVID, doesn't it? If it's been delayed for 923 days, I can see why the tail end of it might have been COVID affected, But
quite often upgrading buildings, particularly in heritage areas, require additional government processes to be completed, and often people are quite optimistic about getting them done in the timeframes through which they can actually be completed, Senator.
Right, okay. Okay, now let's have a look at Rottnest Island in Western Australia. Despite being announced 934 days ago, only 27% of the 17.2 million has been spent. Why is that one taking too long? And again, I'd make the point that obviously, COVID hasn't been the issue in Western Australia that it has been in Victoria, surely.
So, Senator, the projects have until December 2022 to be completed, and there are impacts for a whole range of construction projects associated with the ability to move freight and to move product in the construction space, and also labour shortages have been quite consistent in a number of construction projects. So in this project, Rottnest Island, we have the Australian Government providing $17.2 million for sustainable visitor infrastructure there. And of course, infrastructure is quite challenging, as we were just discussing. And the area also has significant cultural and heritage and environmental values, which will require proper processes to be completed. There's also the Western Australian Government providing $16.2 million to this project to redevelop the fuel jetty and to construct a barge landing at the Army Jetty. and the Rottnest Island Authority is responsible for implementing this project.
All right, thank you. Interestingly, the Wangeti Trail is in a slightly different position. Of the $8 million committed, $6.8 million has been spent, but only planning work has been completed. Can you tell us whether this project will be able to be delivered within that $8 million envelope? And did you anticipate that planning would cost as much as it has?
So, Senator, with this project in Queensland, the state government is funding and contributing $38.9 million worth in this project, and we're contributing $8 million to this project. And so the stage 1 of the trail from Port Douglas south to Marlborough River, and part of stage 2, the remaining trail from Marlborough River south to Palm Cove via Wangeti. So that's the project itself. I don't have any detail about whether there's any particular delays in relation to it, but I'm advised here that the Queensland Government expects to see full trail completion by the end of 2022, which is still within the window for this program.
So is this along the beach front there, is it? Is that where this trail is going?
I'm not personally,
No?
I would have to take that
No?
on notice. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, if you could.
Yes.
That sounds like where it's going. So what happens to the projects? Let's say this one doesn't get completed by the appointed time. What happens? Does the funding just dry up and it's...
So the government has the opportunity to extend the time frame if there's a good case for doing so,
Right.
or varying the grant agreement with the states and territories, or the relationship with the states and territories for these projects,
Right.
if they need to. But we
Right.
remain optimistic, Senator, that they will be completed on time.
Yeah. A lot of them have been well and truly delayed though, wouldn't you say?
So I think a lot of people have been quite optimistic about particularly the planning
Yeah.
stages and
Yeah.
getting approvals through,
Yeah.
and those stages are not always within the control of the applicant,
No.
Senator.
No. Okay. The final project in the National Tourism Icons program is the upgrade of Freycinet National Park. Can you advise how much has been spent to date on this project?
So the funding, Commonwealth funding, is $7.2 million. Funding paid as at the 26th of October is just under $1 million, and the state government is contributing $14 million. I've actually seen lots of photos and had a presentation as part of the Regional Development Australia Forum, which the Commonwealth funded earlier this year and was able to go ahead. So I was very lucky to actually meet with the ranger from Tasmania who's responsible for this project, and he gave us quite a lengthy presentation and showed us the significant challenges that they had with building the new lookout and progressing. Well, just getting the material up up to where it needed to be, and the engineering and delivery. I think they had to deliver some of it with a helicopter. So it was quite challenging to get it up there, but a most beautiful a view that you can now see as a result, and a much, much better visitor experience that's able to be provided as a result of that. So I've got a little bit more information which I can give you if you're happy for me to read it out.
Very pleased. You're very helpful, Ms Palmer.
No worries.
You're an exemplary public servant, can I say?
Thank you. You're very kind, Senator.
It's now recorded in Hansard for posterity.
Well, if I can say, I'm supported by a tremendous number of very hard-working staff right across the tourism area, and also the partners in this process who assist us. The Australian Government is providing $7.2 million to implement the Freycinet Peninsula Master Plan. So it's a 20-year plan for the Freycinet Peninsula, including the National Park, Coles Bay and nearby towns. The funding provides $6.55 million towards a visitor gateway transit hub and a second lookout over Wineglass Bay, which has now been completed. That's what I was just talking about. A new foreshore walk that will connect Coles Bay to the National Park, and in addition, $650,000 will enable the implementation of a significant Aboriginal education program to build the capacity of Tasmania's Aboriginal community and involvement in the visitor economy. So the Tasmanian Government has committed $14 million towards various complementary projects within Freycinet National Park and Coles Bay area, and the National Park Wildlife Service of Tasmania is responsible for delivering the project. Now, having seen the presentation, Senator, what I can tell you is there's quite a lot of work in terms of building new roads and car parks and the visitor centre, but there's also quite a culturally sensitive area that was part of the plan, and it was very important that proper consultation be undertaken with the Aboriginal community there.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms Palmer. It's been roughly 2.5 years since the first of these projects were announced by the government, and at this point not one of them is finished, and in fairness, most of them are still waiting for the bulk of the funding to be utilised. Is this another case of the government, making announcements but not being able to carry through on them?
So, Senator, I'd say infrastructure projects are quite complicated. They involve a lot of parties, a lot of planning processes, and in terms of working
a lot of individuals, not a lot of parties.
Poor choice of words on my part, Chair.
Don't take any notice.
I just would hate Senator Farrell to say that the money was being spent on a whole lot of parties.
Just wants it on a wine trail, don't you, Dan?
Sorry, Ms Palmer.
I'm sorry.
I have a bias for those, I have to say.
So the program was not anticipating that it would be done quickly. It was always a multi-year program, Senator, and as we've said, we've had some challenges associated with COVID lockdowns, workforce, construction material availability, and planning processes consultation processes being completed in alignment with their original planning schedule.
Thank you. All right. Now I've got some questions to the department. Moving to the COVID-19 Consumer Travel Support Program. Can the department advise how much has been spent from the program to date and how much remains?
Yes, Senator, I can answer those questions for you.
Full of helpful information. Often public servants come here, and even though they know the answers, are often unwilling to provide them. And as I say, you're a very helpful person.
But when it comes to government promises, it's just a whole lot of good news, Senator.
Even when it's bad news, Ms Palmer is prepared to tell us with a smile.
So, Senator, $177 million has been paid to date in this program. It's been paid to 3,224 businesses, travel agents or tour service arrangement operators. There were 1,223 businesses paid in round one. There were 142 in round two only, and there were 1,859 that received payments in round one and round two. Now, Senator, we haven't finished payments for round two yet. We still have a number of claims that are
Just before you get onto that, so are there any claims still outstanding in round one?
There's one assessment of an exceptional circumstances claim in process, and that only arrived a couple of days ago.
Okay, and I interrupted you there.
So, Senator, there are 113 claims pending. 52 of them are financial verification claims being undertaken as part of the process to ensure that businesses who had an income of over $500,000 in round one were verified to make sure there wasn't any total transaction value in their income, so that the amount they received was the accurate amount. And the other 60...
What does that mean?
So what it means, Senator, is that when we did round one, we used the G1 line of a business's BAS, business activity statement.
Yep.
And because of the wide variety of practices amongst travel agents and tour service arrangement organisers, some businesses, when reporting into the ATO in that line, were reporting only their income, but quite a number of businesses were reporting their total transaction value. So, for instance, reporting the total amount of money they were putting into their bank account as a result of flights being booked, accommodation being booked.
Including GST?
No, it wasn't so much GST. It was more the difference between the commission earned and the actual amount that was processed when a consumer paid for a holiday.
Yep.
And so what that meant in round one was that some businesses got way higher amounts because the higher your income, the higher amount you got in the grant. And so when that became known to us, we needed to redesign round two, and part of that process was a verification to ensure that businesses could provide information about their income so that we could verify it was actually income and it included no total transaction value. So that was only done for businesses with incomes over $500,000 reported into that line to the ATO.
Okay.
So the other remaining in the claims pending, there's 61 of the 113 I mentioned. They're exceptional circumstances claims to be done. So we're almost completed in that round. Then we have a new program within that round, an additional program called a multi-outlet program. So the government made a decision to enable businesses, ABNs, that had additional retail or commercial shop fronts. So you might have an ABN and have a couple of stores in a number of retail environments or shopping centres. And the government's agreed to enable a $10,000 payment per eligible individual outlet. And that program opened only recently. It was announced on the 6th of October. We have 240 applications submitted for assessment as part of that program. There's 127 assessments in progress right now. 76 are still to commence. A number of applicants were withdrawn because they didn't read the guidelines, they weren't eligible and they withdrew. There's at this stage about 241 estimated outlets to receive a payment if their application is successful. And that round continues, I think it closes on the 3rd of November, so it's about to close soon.
And are you expecting many more to come in that
Well,
period of time?
it was a challenge for us to estimate. We estimated at the maximum there could be 600 to 660, but it of course depends on the applications coming in. So we're doing some promotion at the moment just to make sure that people who are part of the CTSP who could be eligible are aware and can apply if they're eligible.
Thank you. So that program closes in a few days.
Yeah.
Will there be further rounds of this program? Is that some question I should ask the Minister, or are you aware
That's
of any?
It's a matter for government.
Minister, can you tell us, down there in Tasmania?
I wish I could, Chair, but future rounds are not something I'm able to announce tonight, but we'll take what I can on that.
Look, I did indicate a bit earlier, I'm not sure if you picked it up, we sent out a notice to 10,000 people in the tourism industry to come online. Here is your big opportunity to, give them some information that they can't get from elsewhere, and they're looking. They're looking for more support, and anything you can give them, or any hope you might be able to give them tonight, I'm sure they'll appreciate.
The best pointer I can give to the future, of course, Senator Farrell, is the track record we have in supporting the tourism and hospitality sectors through the various programs that have been deployed. Many have been canvassed tonight. Very
kept JobKeeper going,
officials.
Minister. That would have helped.
But, beg your pardon?
You could have kept JobKeeper going in this industry. That would have helped.
I reckon stimulating travel for people to be able to go and visit these businesses was a much better way of doing things, and feedback on the ground.
I think a lot of people listening would disagree with that, I have to say.
Look, I'm pleased with the feedback.
Both of them?
No. You underestimate our attraction.
Your attraction?
No, our attraction. I was including you,
Netflix is taking a hit tonight. Everybody's tuned in.
Can you tell us whether consideration, if you can't tell us whether there are going to be any further rounds, look, one of the problems a lot of these businesses have is it's great to have the programs, but, a lot of them are still suffering, and I'm pretty certain in Tasmania a lot of those businesses would still be suffering. If they had some certainty into the future, they can make decisions about, and I hate to say this, but whether they continue in the business or, they shut up shop, because some of them, are getting to the point where that's the choice that they make. So it's all very well to, make an announcement in 2 months' time, But if you could make the announcement now, Minister, and give those people a bit of ongoing, I'm trying to think of another word other than hope, but they're looking for some support. They're trying to struggle through. It's been a terrible time, particularly for this industry. It's not the only industry that's hurt throughout COVID, but it's got to be one of the worst hit areas. And, you know, if you could make some announcements in advance rather than sort of waiting for, you know, the crunch time, I think that would be appreciated by the people who work in this industry.
Sure. Look, and as I said before, I think the best thing that I can point to is our record, and part of that record is actually responding to need as it arises. Now, as you know, we are approaching the summer months. Borders are opening up, travel restrictions are easing, and this is going to be our peak season, and many of the predictions are it's going to be a real bumper summer for tourism businesses. So we'll monitor that, we'll keep an eye on that. I know that the Minister is constantly working with stakeholders from the sector to make sure that if support is needed, we look at ways to try and provide it. So hopefully it is a good summer though.
Yeah, well, I endorse those comments. On the 27th of August, it was reported that you would be withdrawing 196 applications from the system, which were waiting on information from applicants. How many of these were removed?
I'm just having a look, Senator, for the answer. I'm sure I've got that here. I'm just wondering whether Ms King might like to make some comments about the previous topic, just while I find it, if you don't mind me having a look.
Sure.
Certainly. Thank you, Ms Palmer. Just listening to your questions, Senator, I mean, one thing that we're watching very closely is as Senator Duniam said, is what happens with the domestic tourism pickup at the moment. We saw, I'm sure you'll be aware, that prior to the lockdown, business was really starting to get going again.
Yep.
And that there was a significant pickup in domestic tourism. As you know, a huge proportion of the Australian tourism spend is actually through domestic travel.
Yep.
So what we're watching very closely at the moment, and the Tourism Research Australia colleagues are tracking this carefully, and we've got some initial signs, but we don't have anything definitive yet, is what that sort of bump in activity looks like now that there is some certainty regarding state borders. And I think, you know, as we said at the start of the program, we've got ongoing support through, for example, the TANS program, through the business events program, including, joint Commonwealth state program, for example, the ICONS program up in Queensland. But the critical thing now for the industry is for Australians to start having the confidence to travel. And I noticed during the week the quotes from Alan Joyce, the CEO of Qantas, who said that he expected domestic travel to be back at 100%, domestic airline travel to be back at 100% by January, and to be above 100%. I think he mentioned something about 120. I hope I'm not misquoting him, by February. So we are keeping a very close eye on that.
That might have predated Premier McGowan's comments today. It would be hard for us to get back to 100% in that timeframe, given WA is still closed. Would it not?
No, I mean, it's a good point, Senator. But we are seeing a lot of pent-up demand. And obviously you have very close contacts in the industry, and you're right that some will continue to struggle for some time because their income actually won't be generated until people actually do travel. And there are also some businesses in the sector that are very exposed on the international tourism front, and so they can't necessarily pivot to that domestic tourism. But what we are seeing and hearing anecdotally from colleagues in the industry is that there is starting to be a spike in activity, and that Australians are very keen to travel domestically, and they will go where they're able to go. And then, of course, also the government's announcements in the last couple of weeks about the opening of the international border and the importance of vaccinated Australians being able to get home for that Christmas season as well is going to be critically important for the sector.
you look like you're doing a bit of work there, Ms Palmer.
So I'm just getting the answer to your question. My team have been watching feverishly as well as all the cohort that you have encouraged to watch, and they're looking up the numbers. They don't have quite. I just need a few more minutes to get it.
Okay.
But
well,
in the meantime, I can tell you I actually have a map of that trail that you asked me about in Queensland.
All right.
Which is mostly inland, not on the coast.
I'll send you my mobile number and you can send it to me.
Like.
Yeah.
And for hands.
I won't publish my mobile number because, well, you know what happens sometimes when you do that.
The fans would flooding. The fans would be flooding you, Senator.
Disappointed because no one.
All right. While you're looking that figure up, what is the recourse for individuals whose applications have been removed in this process?
So the withdrawal process, Senator, comes only after we'd made multiple attempts to contact the applicants. For most of them, that's by email. For some of them, it's by phone. In some cases, the mandatory contact information, wasn't made mandatory on the application process when the program was set up very quickly, so it made it a little bit challenging for us. But we used the industry stakeholder groups, and also with the assistance of Travel Daily, had promoted quite widely that anyone who had been part of that process, who'd put up for that process, really needed to provide their additional information, otherwise we couldn't complete the assessment process. So we went to a lot of effort there. If still after that they can ask for an exceptional circumstances review or an independent review inside Austrade.
Look, so what do you think brought that situation about? Are these people just throwing in the towel, or are they people just giving up? They've had enough of COVID and the consequences. So
for some parts of the process, Senator, in order to do the financial verification, applicants need to provide information about their income. And if they had reported total transaction value in their initial round, they weren't eligible to get a full payment in round 2. And so what we know happened for some of them was they had a crack at putting in an application for round 2 when they'd received a windfall payment in round 1, and when it became clear that they were going to need to make their case and show that they didn't have a windfall payment, they didn't complete that process.
Yeah. What percentage of that?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, because each...
Yeah. Are you able to...
Well, it's very difficult for us to work... It would be difficult for us to work that out exactly, but it was clear to us that when people rang up and had conversations and they understood, therefore, that they weren't eligible if they'd received payment having had TTV in their first payment, that they didn't provide the information when requested to do so.
I could add to Ms Palmer on that the information that we do have, Senator, I don't have the exact statistic from our own figures, but industry groups have advised us that approximately 26% of travel agents report their BAS on a TTV basis. So it just gives you a bit of an understanding of the extent of that particular complication.
So that would explain, a quarter of the figures, 50 of the figures, but that still leaves perhaps 150 that might fit into the category that I mentioned, that they've just thrown in the towel.
It might. They might not have been operating their businesses anymore. They might, as you say, have hibernated.
Yeah.
For some, there were some challenges associated with getting access to the information they needed to make their cases as well.
All right. Now, I understand in July, Austrade surveyed travel agents to better understand the current status of the consumer travel support sector, including questions about business downturn, value of bookings currently held, staff numbers 2 years ago and now, and whether respondents have multiple locations. There are also questions on whether people had received funding from this program. How many responses did you get?
So we got over 1,200 responses to that survey, Senator. I've got some of the response information.
That's very good. That's very good. That's a very good number, isn't it? High number?
Well, we estimated it was about a third of the
third?
total,
Okay.
as far as we could tell. So we were very grateful to the agents and operators who completed the survey so that we could understand better.
You'd expect to get a pretty representative example with that number of returns, would you not?
It's a very healthy sample. It's hard to know if it's fully representative because you'd need to weight it against a number of other factors, which we didn't do.
Right. So I've got a number of questions flowing from that. What was the downturn experienced by the travel agents surveyed? Either the average or the information that you have on that?
So 93% of those surveyed said they'd suffered a decrease of more than 50% or more in their revenue. But despite that, only 4% had said they'd put their business into hibernation or closed it. 46% of businesses said they had considered putting their business into hibernation or closing it. And at that time, so this was in July, they'd said that if international borders didn't open in the next 12 months, 53% said, so just a majority said they didn't expect to continue operating. So it's great news that the borders are going to open soon, so that won't eventuate for them.
Yeah, let's hope so. When did that date run out, that 12-month period that you
So that was in July, so it'd be if they didn't open by July next year.
Yeah. All right. What was the value of bookings currently held?
So the reported values of travel bookings or credits held was $500 million, noting that some of the agents reported that they were domestic bookings, they weren't all international bookings, and at that time you'll recall we had quite a boost of travel into the middle of the year before Delta lockdowns occurred.
Yep, no, I know that. What was the average staffing level change?
So the average staffing level, most had experienced a fall in the number of employees since the start of COVID, with the average number of full-time employees falling from 8 to 6 and part-time employees from 4 to 3.
I'd have thought it would have been a bigger fall, but I suppose JobKeeper would have had an impact at that point in time, wouldn't it? What questions were there about the Consumer Travel Support Program?
We asked people whether they had received a payment in that, remembering that the survey went much broader than the CTSP. So less than 20% had received a grant in round 1 only. More than 60% had received a grant in both rounds, and some had applied in round 2, but we hadn't processed it, so they were part of that.
But you couldn't apply just in round 2, could you?
You could apply just in round 2 if you were eligible in round 1.
Okay.
Remember
but didn't apply.
But didn't apply.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
No. Good picking up there. Yep.
So we asked of those who hadn't been in CTSP, less than 1% had said it was because they were closed or in hibernation. And when asked those in round 1 why they didn't pursue a grant in round 2, less than 2% said their business was in hibernation or closed. Most of those people in this category, about 65%, Senator, said they did not apply in round 2 because they reported and got a grant on the basis of TTV in round 1.
Well, that supports your earlier comments about some of those numbers, yep. Did you get any general feedback on the program?
We didn't ask for general feedback about the program. I don't think, but if you don't mind, I'll take that on notice just to make sure.
Thank you. Now, what did Austrade do with all this information?
We use this information to provide advice to government and to consider the effectiveness of the program, Senator.
And so, which minister did you provide it to? Minister Tien?
Minister Tien.
Did you? Yeah. And when was that done?
It was in July and August, Senator.
And can you see anything that's come out of that survey that's resulted in further programs on the part of the government?
Not at this time, Senator.
No, not at this time, no. Okay. How did the survey come about? Was it Austrade's idea or the government's idea?
It was Austrade's idea, Senator.
Okay. In early August, it was reported that travel agents and tour operators were encouraged to check their spam folders for emails from Deloitte, which may have ended up in junk mail. Why did this occur, and was there an incident of some sort?
So no incident, Senator. So a lot of businesses are very alive to the impact of scamming and phishing, and they respond to government advice about being careful with their business correspondence through email. And so many of them have very tight email spam filters. And as a result of us becoming aware that people weren't going through the financial verification process, they weren't signing into the portal and participating, we then became aware that their emails had gone into spam filters. So that's why we went out to ask through our supportive stakeholder bodies and through organisations like Travel Daily to help us make sure that people were aware to check their spam filters for that Deloitte email.
And you're confident that the people who lost the email in the spam got it in some other way? Is that?
So we went through a number of different communication processes to do our very best to make sure that those who had the email sent to them were aware and could action it.
Yeah. How was Deloitte selected to complete the verification work?
Yep, I've got information on that. So we put out a competitive tender process under the procurement rules, and 6 firms were invited to submit a response to the tender.
And obviously Deloitte won the contract.
Sorry, Senator, I should
yeah.
have finished the answer. Yes,
Yeah.
Deloitte won the tender as a result of that process.
Yeah. Were you part of the group that made that selection?
That was done in my division in Austrade, yes, Senator.
Yeah. How many of you were on that selection panel?
I could just check with my colleague.
There were 3 people on the selection panel.
So 3 people on the selection panel, Senator.
So you and who were the other 2?
So Margaret Bowen, the branch head for tourism recovery.
I'd have to come back to you. There's some
Can we take it on notice, Senator? Sorry.
Okay, no worries. How much did the work cost?
So the work is still ongoing, Senator. It hasn't been completed yet.
Well,
the expenditure to date is $568,832 on the financial verification contract. And we also have a small separate other contract which we've spent $19,525 to date for Deloitte to help us with actually assessing alternative income where there's been a mix of TTV and normal commission income in order to make sure that CTSP applicants could get a reasonable payment.
That amount of just over $500,000, how does that compare with the total? What's that as a percentage of the total amount of money that's been handed out in this
So it's a $258 million program, and we've spent $177 million to date. So if we spend the full contract value, which is $1.1 million, it's still quite a reasonably small proportion of the total.
Right. How long is the contract for?
A contract's for, so there's 2 contracts. One is 1.104, and that's, I've got the number here, it's 0.5% of the total program budget. Right. And the other contract for assessing the accounting method to verify the amount, that contract value has a maximum of $32,500.
Right. How many applications were actually sent to Deloitte for verification?
Yep, so I've got that here. So 1,109 cases with turnover of over $500,000 has been sent to Deloitte.
Right.
So it's just under $1,000 per assessment that it's taking us to work through. It's quite complicated.
Run that by me again.
It's just under $1,000 per assessment.
Right, okay. Have there been any complaints about the process?
I know there's feedback, and you could characterise some of them as complaints, particularly around having to go through the process at all. A number of agents, particularly those under distress, were not appreciative of the step that we needed to take to ensure probity in the delivery of the grant program.
How did they voice their
Through
complaint?
a variety of mechanisms, Senator.
Right.
I think by
Did you talk to any
email,
of them?
through their stakeholder groups, we've received feedback. I haven't personally spoken to any of them. I'm not in a detailed client-facing role, but certainly my staff let me know. And then in the engagement with our stakeholder bodies who are part of this process, they certainly engaged with us as we were setting the program up to give us feedback about helping us ensure that Deloitte were understanding of how the industry operated, so we could adjust the program and process to make sure it would be as smooth as possible.
Thank you. Now, in response to questions on notice following the June estimates, the department advised that modelling on round one expected up to 5,002 applicants to the program, but only 3,117 were received. What accounts for the difference there, and is it due to the well-publicised problems with the criteria?
Oh, Senator, I think our ability to estimate the number of businesses that were operating in the travel agency space and also in the tour service arrangement space is quite challenging because many businesses use different ANSIC codes. They don't necessarily use the 7220 code. And what we did when we set those programs up was we tried very much to be conservative because we didn't want to establish an estimate for a program and then not have sufficient funds to be able to roll that through.
All right. Have you told me yet how many applications were received in total for round two? Did you mention that figure?
Yeah, so I can't remember if I told you before, but I'm very happy to go back and get it for you. So round two, there were 2,112 claims that have been granted. There's 223, my apologies, 223 that have been rejected, and there's 113 that are still pending for a total claim number of 2,448.
So that's, 600 down on round one?
Yes, remembering the TTV, if you got a payment based on TTV, you weren't eligible.
Yeah.
Senator, I do have the answer to your procurement question now.
Excellent.
You asked for the names of the panel members.
Yep.
So Margaret Bowen, as I mentioned, the branch head for Tourism Recovery. Senior Advisor for Tourism Research Australia, Kristen Corrie, and Senior Advisor for Tourism Recovery, Jason Namoski, and the delegate who signed off on the contract was the former Deputy CEO, Kelly Ralston.
Thank you very much. How many exceptional circumstance applications for round one were found in favour of the travel agent?
306 were approved in favour of the travel agent or the tour service provider. That's about 68%.
Right.
And 141 or 32% were rejected.
Thank you. How many exceptional circumstances applications for round two were found in favour of the travel agent? And how many were declined?
So 161 have found in favour of the applicant, that's 63%. 96 have been rejected, that's 37%. It's also worth noting 48 have been withdrawn throughout the process.
Right.
So far, we've still got some to go, as I mentioned before, in round two.
Right, and my final question on that point is, when do you expect all applications to be finalised from this program?
Senator, we are hoping very much to get them completed by mid-November. Our challenge here is that we have some pending cases where we're waiting certificates. We need to get income certificates from the ATO. Those certificates must be released to the business. They can't be given to government agencies because they're private information for the businesses. The lockdown has made the provision of those certificates more lengthy than we would have liked, particularly for those businesses who have their ATO correspondence sent by mail, and of course mail is taking longer, or if they have it sent to their tax accountant and their tax accountant is actually in lockdown and they've not been able to get that. So we're actually waiting on 44 cases.
Why would that stop the accountant from...
If they're not allowed to travel, if it's not possible to get access to their office or their mail service provider, or it's not a reason within the jurisdiction to be travelling.
No, okay, no, I get you. All right. All right, now we were talking about that grant program to Tasmania, and I'd like to ask a few more questions about that. What involvement did Austrade have with the decision to provide Tasmania with the $3 million to undertake the voucher scheme?
Certainly, Senator. So we have an application process. First of all, the RTO, or in this case the Tasmania organisation, the tourism organisation on behalf of the RTOs in Tasmania, make an application to an assessment panel. That assessment panel involves an Austrade member, a staff member from the Department of Infrastructure and a Tourism Australia staff member to assess that application and make a judgment about whether it complies with the guidelines.
Sorry, just, so there's one Austrade person?
One Austrade person.
And one Tourism Australia person.
And one person from the Department of Infrastructure.
Yeah,
so there's three in total.
Yep.
And then they make a recommendation to the delegate, who is an Austrade decision maker. So for some of the decisions, that's my decision, and for some, it's Ms King's decision. I think this one was, because of its size, a decision for the delegate was Ms King, and then we enter into a grant agreement.
Right. Now, I think you've explained why Tasmania was treated in the way that it was, because Tasmania is treated as a whole, whereas the other regions are treated as discrete.
Yes.
However, Queensland had a significant amount left over in their bucket of funding through the Recovery for Regional Tourism program. At June 1, there was still $7.4 million available. Will consideration be given to running a voucher scheme in this jurisdiction?
So, Senator, all the regions had up until the 30th of September to lodge their application, so it wasn't surprising at June that a number of regions hadn't yet completed all their applications. And in fact, Queensland has put in a travel incentive voucher scheme for North Queensland as part of its applications, and that's been agreed.
Right. Has that rolled out yet?
I think it has started because I've seen promotion and media coverage for it, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes, it has, yeah.
Has any thought been given to the federal government running a national scheme of vouchers instead of the arrangement where you fund state or part state arrangements?
So I'd say, Senator, I can say that we have thought about that and a wide range of other programs as part of thinking through what options we could put to government. Normally, travel voucher schemes generally run by state tourism marketing organisations rather than by the Commonwealth, because they have the mechanisms to do that. And quite often they're seeking to attract tourists through that mechanism. And this RRT allowed us, because of its demand-driving component of the guidelines, allowed us to support regions that wanted to make those cases and could make them within the guidelines. So we were able to fund them, but we haven't as yet. We've provided a broad range of advice to government, but we haven't got a national scheme running, no.
Also, Ms Palmer, I would just add on that there are a significant number of state government schemes in that regard that are sort of voucher schemes around the country. And whether the government wants to consider this in due course is absolutely a matter for the government.
Oh, look, I understand that, Ms King, but they do seem popular. I know I've had a little bit to do with the Northern Territory one, and that seems to sell out sort of very quickly. Minister, can you tell us whether you've got any plans for a national rollout of a voucher scheme?
As stated before, on the guidance of the industry about what it is they need at a point in time into the future. We'll always listen and then work with them on programs and projects that will support them. If that is something they're willing to put forward, well, I'd love to hear about it. But I think, as has been stated before, with everything each of the state and territory jurisdictions have in place, you've got a lot of schemes operating at the moment, including the Tasmanian one you talked about. So, but look, again, we have to monitor the circumstances as the borders open up and the market begins to operate, hopefully as close to normal as possible, and we'll see what support is required.
Yeah. Was that a yes or a no, Minister? Just a bit unclear.
It was a industry ideas
was it a maybe?
Support.
Was it a maybe?
We'll listen to and talk to them.
So just so I'm clear on that, Ms Palmer, you have batted up some ideas to the government for consideration in this area, or you've had some internal discussions about those ideas and you're waiting for the government to come to you and say, look, any ideas?
We've had internal discussions, Senator.
Yeah.
I haven't, I'm not aware of a formal recommendation going.
No, and the government hasn't said to you, look, you've got any good ideas to get us back to, pre-COVID arrangements?
I mean, I think that there's...
We're talking the voucher schemes.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
not that I'm aware, Senator.
No. Okay.
I mean, we do have, of course, regular discussions with the Minister and the Minister's office. He's highly attuned to the needs of the sector and he's in constant discussion himself, as is his office, with the sector. And I think we feel very comfortable that the schemes we have in place are providing very good support to the sector at this stage.
Have you had any feedback from the states that have been running these voucher schemes as to how successful they've been and the merits or otherwise, or the benefits that have come from them? Have you had any analysis of all of that?
I think it's a little bit early, Senator, for some of them.
Northern Territory's been going for more than 12 months.
So for the ones that we've been party to funding,
Okay,
yes.
okay, all right. No, I get you. Yeah, no, I follow you. Yeah. All right. Now, I've got some questions about international borders, which I'd like to ask. What involvement has Austrade had in the discussions around the resumption of international tourism?
Thank you for your question, Senator. Part of our team has been involved in various whole of government discussions around the reopening, and I'll hand over to Ms King to give some more details.
Thank you, Mr Simonet. Thank you for your question, Senator. I think our responsibility at Austrade is to provide advice to government on tourism policy. Because of that responsibility, we're broadly engaged with other agencies as the decisions are being made on the reopening of the international border, but those decisions are largely for other government agencies.
So where do you fit into the pantheon of government that's looking at these? Are you on the edge, or?
No, well, I think, Senator, that probably the best answer to your question is that our role here is to ensure that the government understands more broadly, as in other agencies, understand the importance that the tourism sector attaches to decisions to open the international border. And I think those decisions are very, that support for those decisions on the part of the sector is very well known. And I think just as the Minister is very supportive of decisions on the international border to get that moving and to ensure that international tourists can return to Australia. So our role is to make sure that other agencies understand the tourism sector and what their interests are. And we continue to do that with other agencies.
Yeah, so on that issue of international tourists returning. What's your understanding as to when they're likely to start returning? Have you got a
No, Senator,
date
that
or-
really is that is a decision for government.
Yeah.
It doesn't really help, I don't think, for us as an agency to speculate. There are a lot of decisions that need to be taken. The Department of Home Affairs, Prime Minister and Cabinet, including DFAT as well, and it really is a decision for the government.
Oh, of course, it's a decision for the government, but I thought you might have, some information that you could tell the listening tourism operators, particularly those that are reliant on international tourism, as to when they might expect international tourists to return.
Thank you, Senator. I'm afraid I don't really. I can't really provide those insights.
Yeah.
Like I say, these are decisions. I think the government has made very clear that the safe reopening of the country is its absolutely highest priority. And I think it's clear from decisions that have been taken in recent weeks that there is a very, very strong focus on that. And I think it's important that the sector feels reassured that decisions are being taken. There is very close consideration on the importance of how this is done and when specific cohorts will be able to access Australia. I think we have a national plan. The government is very clear that it is committed to that national plan, and decisions as we go down the track are very much a matter for the government.
Now, you may be familiar with comments reported today from the Chief Executive of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Andrew McKellar, who said that the Morrison government's decision to allow Australians to leave the country without exemption or not letting tourists in was the worst case scenario for the tourism industry. Mr McKellar went on to say, with borders opening for Australians and outbound travel expected to increase, our tourism industry is facing the loss of domestic tourists and no clear timetable for the return of international tourists. What do you say about Mr McKellar's comments?
Thank you, Senator. I can't comment on his comments. I don't have a particular view on whether he's right or wrong about that. What I would say, as I said at the start of my commentary, I think we need to understand that getting domestic tourism going is going to be extremely important. We understand the anxiety in the tourism sector about the importance of the return of international students. I think we are seeing decisions by the Commonwealth and by the state governments as well that they want to proceed as quickly as they can along the national plan. I think we've seen decisions in the last few days from various states about the importance, for example, of the return of international students. And I think, we're watching very closely to activity that results from the ability of turning vaccinated Australians to return to the country around Christmas and to be with their friends and family and to be able to travel domestically when they do that.
Minister, do you have any comment or response to Mr McKellar's comments today?
Look, I didn't see them myself, and he's very well entitled to make those comments on behalf of his members, of course. Just in terms of the plans around welcoming visitors from overseas into Australia, decisions will be made based on the advice of health professionals and, of course, in accordance with the plan as well. So, but there's probably not a great deal more to add that wouldn't be classified as commentary, Senator Farrell.
I'm happy if you would like to make some commentary.
Well, the idea is that there be questions and answers on information.
Oh, you're a stickler for the rules, Chair.
That's what I'm trying to do.
All right. Now, have you completed or commissioned any modelling on the impact of tourism businesses between now and the borders opening?
Ms King?
Senator, I'm not aware of, Tourism Research Australia looks at these issues very closely. I'm not aware of any modelling that we have commissioned. I know they are looking carefully at what the impact is likely to be in coming weeks and months, and they do, as you know, the National Visitor Survey and the International Visitor Survey. We have with us our Chief Economist, Sherelle Murphy. I don't know if Ms Murphy would like to add anything to the work that Tourism Research Australia is doing.
She's coming forward to give us some information.
The expression on her face tells us she's delighted to.
Sherelle Murphy, Chief Economist of Austrade. Thank you for the question. We haven't done any modelling, but we do keep a very close eye on the data, of course, in this area. There's a few points that I could make around that. First of all, our National Visitors Survey gives us quite up-to-date information on the travellers who have just returned from trips, and we've actually already, even through to the third week of October, started to see an increase in the trip rate there. So that's the percentage of respondents who say that they've come back from a trip in the last 4 weeks. So it's only moved up a little to 12.5%, but that's from 9.9% in September. So from September to October, there's been an improvement. We've also seen some improvement in the accommodation data. Again, it's been very small. It's only been a few weeks since borders have been open, but we have seen some of that. We monitor more informal data sources as well, and these would include the Google Trends data, which we've seen a very sharp spike in searches in Australia for the terms holiday, travel, accommodation and flights, again since mid-October, very, very prominently. We look at open table restaurant bookings data as well. And for the week ended the 26th of October, which was only last Friday, we saw seated diners at 57% of 2019 levels, and that compares to just 12% of 2019 levels the week before. So you can already see a movement of people back into normal activity. We keep an eye on some of the credit card data from the banks, and from ANZ, for example, we have seen a small pickup in spending in New South Wales petrol stations, New South Wales transport spending, New South Wales accommodation, New South Wales car hire, and we've even started to see a very small turn in the Victorian equivalent numbers as well there. We also look at DSpark data, which measures mobility through mobile phone tracking, and that showed that overnight visitors to Sydney, and I'm using Sydney given that's an obvious example of where the borders have started to, or the change in the borders have made a difference, has actually again started to increase. We didn't see much of an improvement in Melbourne in the week to the 15th of October, but by the 22nd of October, again, we had seen a very small improvement there. And something else that we just like to keep an eye on, because it gives us very up-to-date information, is the share price of our major travel companies, where we can get a read on how investors are thinking about the sector. And we have seen uniformly across the sector over the last 2 months an increase in the share prices of Sydney Airport, Qantas, Corporate Travel Management, Flight Centre, Webjet and Hello World. So I think together these data do give us some evidence that we are seeing a bit of a turn, and that turn became quite prominent from the middle of October.
And all those figures came from Sydney, did you say?
No, the only figures that I was referring to with Sydney were the ANZ card data.
Oh, okay.
And the rest were national.
All right, thank you. That was very detailed information, Ms Murphy. Now, are cruises expected to return when the international borders open for international tourists? Is that the expectation? Or what can you tell us about cruises?
Ms King, do you want to take the question?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr Simonet. Thank you for the question, Senator. Again, I think this is a matter for government as to when this will occur. What I can say, though, is that Austrade is involved in a number of conversations with other agencies about what would be required in order for cruise to recommence in Australia. I think the Minister's public comments speak to the fact that we would like to see this take place. The cruise sector has made very clear that summer is their peak season. They take a lot of time to get organised and bring their ships to Australia, etc. So we're focused on this. We're working hard with other agencies and, of course, with the state and territory governments that might have an interest in ensuring that cruise operations can begin again in Australia.
Look, I think I missed some of that, your response there. So the department is having conversations with the cruise industry?
We are in touch with the cruise industry, yes.
Yeah, okay. Are you communicating face-to-face, or are you writing to them or emailing them, or...?
We're meeting with them, Senator.
We
can't meet with them face-to-face at the moment, but we're meeting
Zoom,
as face-to-face as you can do at the moment, remotely,
like
yes.
Something like what we're doing today, yeah.
Yes,
tonight.
correct.
Yeah. Has the department provided any feedback to the government about the gap between the borders opening and tourists returning, and the impact that might be having on tourism operators?
Sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
Yeah. Has the department provided any feedback to the government about the gap between the borders opening and tourists returning, and the impact that's having on tourism operators?
Okay, thank you, Senator. So you're talking essentially about the issue we were discussing before,
yes.
That there is potentially a gap for some operators between when business can commence and tourists can return, and when their income might be generated.
Yep.
I think the government more broadly is very conscious of this issue. Again, I'll go back to my original points and the points that Ms Palmer was making as well. A lot of our support for the tourism sector is ongoing. And at this stage is still relevant and being applied, and there are programs that are still being rolled out. So we are conscious that this is an issue. We are conscious that it is a concern on the part of the sector. And again, I go back to my earlier point about making sure that we track very closely and consult very closely with the industry too, in terms of what they're seeing on how quickly the domestic travel in Australia, how quickly the return of vaccinated Australians generates business, and how quickly travel agents in particular, the opening up of the borders for Australians and the ability for them to leave the country now without an exemption means that activity, that income is generated.
Yes, I'm not querying whether you're discussing it with the tourism operators. I suppose what I'm saying is that then getting passed on to the relevant minister?
I'm afraid I'm not really in a position to talk about the internal advice that we provide to the minister. What I could say, though, is that I think that this is a minister that is in regular contact with the industry himself. All the feedback that we get from the industry is that they have a clear sense that the government in the broad understands their concerns, and I would hope that is the case.
Right, thank you, Ms King. I've been going now for an hour and a half, Chair, so I thought I might hand over to my colleague.
Well, before you do so, Senator Van's got a little interlude,
okay.
and then we'll go to Senator Ayres. Senator Kitching, is it?
Yes, sir.
Right, sorry.
Very kind of you, Chair. I've some questions on EMD,
Yes, Senator.
Right people at them?
Yes, I'm happy to help you.
Since the changes, how many applications have been received under the new program?
Before Ms Palmer starts, I'll just give a bit of context. Some significant reforms have been implemented to modernise and simplify the EMDG after extensive consultation. Extensive consultation. And business have told us they want simplicity and predictability. Ms Palmer,
yes,
do you want to give some details?
so there's two schemes in operation at this year, Senator Van. There's the reimbursement scheme. There have been 1,425 applications as at the 26th of October for the reimbursement scheme. And then as at the 26th of October, we have received 540 applications under the new grant scheme. 88 of them are in Tier 1, 213 of them are in Tier 2, and 232 of them are in Tier 3, and 7 applications have been received for representative industry bodies.
And so if I'm right, given that this closes in a couple of days, that's about half the number?
So it closes on the 30th of November, Senator, so
Okay,
there's
so
over a month to go.
Okay. And how many applications have been processed and approved for payment?
So we haven't processed any applications in the EMDG 2.0 because we can't actually enter into grant agreements and finalise processing until we have all the applications in and the round closes. We have committed that we will issue grant agreements within 10 weeks or by mid-February for EMDG 2.0.
And so when will the money start to flow from there?
So for Tier 1 and representative bodies, they'll be able to receive a payment this financial year, and for Tier 2
So
and
not
Tier
until
3,
July?
But this financial year, so before July, they'll receive. And then for for Tier 2 and Tier 3, they won't be able to receive a payment until next financial year.
So these are exporters that have been going through COVID, have probably really struggled under this time and they're not receiving money. This wouldn't have happened under the old regime, would it?
So they'll still be receiving their EMDG 1.0 payments for this financial year, so they will come out this financial year for 1.0, and so Tier 1 and representative bodies will be able to get their payments from this financial year's appropriation, and Tier 2 and Tier 3 will get it at the beginning of next financial year.
Have you received feedback from participants that under the new scheme, having to fill out the greater number of forms, etc., is far more complicated than, or use your terminology, 1.0?
So under the new scheme, the process to complete the application simply is to go through the portal and provide information to show that you're an eligible person and that you have eligible products. And then the process around eligible payments or promotional activity is actually just a simple 1 or 2 page plan to market. So it's a much simpler process to apply for that grant.
This is definitely not the feedback I'm getting from industry or from exporters. They're not finding it easy at all. For example, are you finding that more applicants are requesting assistance regarding having to do 2 applications at the same time with less time to apply?
So in the,
I certainly am.
in the transitional year is definitely obviously more work for people to apply for the last year of EMDG reimbursement scheme and the first of the multiple year grant payments for the new scheme. But the new scheme only requires applications once at the beginning of a multi-year grant agreement, so they won't have to make multiple applications each year. They'll then only have a simple milestone payment report, which will be required in order to show that they've actually spent their funds on eligible expenses and have matched them to the grant agreement amount.
It's certainly not how the industry is perceiving it. They're perceiving it as being much more complicated. For example, the increased requirements of information that needs to be supplied is a lot greater under this scheme than the old scheme.
So I'm a bit confused by that feedback, Senator, because under the old scheme, the rules and the materials were over 230 pages that you had to understand, and under the new, it's less than 50 pages of information that's required.
I'm sure if you'd done the extensive consultation, as Mr. Simonet had mentioned, that you probably would have got this feedback.
So I've definitely had some feedback, particularly from people who are very expert in the reimbursement scheme, that they're looking to see that level of detail reflected in the new scheme and are trying to find avenues to apply that level of detail in the new scheme, but it's actually not there. It's a very simple process in terms of articulating your plan to market. It's only a 1 to 2 page process in order to actually make that grant application.
So how come I'm hearing that the export consultants that work in this area have had a boom in work because the exporters are finding it much harder to do than they did previously, which is great for the export consultants, but I'm not sure it's great for exporters.
So the system is designed to be simpler and a lot of the process has been removed, but it is a requirement in this process because the review found that exporters who plan ahead actually are more successful. So what export businesses are being asked to do is plan into the future and predict, make a plan for what they will do, instead of actually simply submitting receipts and activity for what they have done. So it is a slightly different process to actually have to think about what you will do into the future, as opposed to simply provide receipts of what you have done. So it is a different process, and any change in a scheme, going from something like a complex reimbursement scheme to a more simplified grant scheme, if you're not used to applying for grants, it is quite different.
Senator,
possibly.
if I can add something.
Please.
Obviously, we didn't push change for change. There were three key benefits to this reform. The first one is to make it easier for exporters and to catch red tape. The second one is to
We're not seeing that, clearly.
The second one is to provide upfront funding commitment to exporters. And the last one is to be able to connect the grant program to our other export services so that we can support exporters. I think one aspect that Ms. Palmer emphasised is the fact that we're in a transitional year with two programs, which probably is complex to manage. And I suppose as well, because it's a historical program, change is complex in itself, and it's going to take a bit of time to go through, to have a clear understanding of the program.
But the exporters are telling me that, you know, they weren't consulted on the change extensively. You know, there was roundtables, but they weren't listened to. There was one person who put forward the changes, and that seemed to be pushed through no matter what everyone else said. They're finding it hard to understand the current system, and you know, okay, everyone has to get used to change, but the change seems to be for change's sake as opposed to for their benefit. For example, you mentioned the new forecast requirement. I mean, how does any exporter, at this stage, certainly in some of the industries that Senator Farrell has mentioned, how do you do a 3-year forecast coming out of 2 years of COVID? I mean, it's just nonsensical.
So, Senator, the reforms are based on an independent review that was undertaken.
Yeah, by one person.
With the support of other expert members as well, and also there were
exporters.
There was work done as well by Swinburne that looked at a whole range of data to support that independent review. That was put to government, and government made a decision to accept the recommendations in principle and proceed to change the scheme to a forward-looking grant scheme in alignment with the Commonwealth grant guidelines, and to reduce the complexity in the scheme, and also to support exporters to spend less time on that process of reimbursement, but also have more certainty up front with how much money they're going to receive through the grant and for multiple years, so they can plan with certainty what to spend rather than spending their money on eligible marketing expenses but not being sure about actually how much they would receive and having some time pass before they're able to receive it.
But isn't this scheme, it's capped in value terms and in the number of years you can apply and the markets you can apply in? So I'm not sure it ticks many, if any, of those boxes.
So it actually reflects the value difference in the scheme, Senator, reflects the averages of what people had been applying for in the past. So while you could apply for up to $1.2 million under the reimbursement scheme, on average people were not going anywhere near that number. So by fixing the amount and putting it into tiers that enable at different amounts for different parts of the exporter journey, it enables the government investment to be placed in the right place and time to support those exporters as they go through their journey and might need different funding to expand or diversify along the way.
But it doesn't seem to be able to do that. It's country-based, not market-based. So if you have an existing market on the west coast of the US, you want to expand into the east coast, you can't do that.
Yes, you can, Senator. Actually, you can, and that's one of the examples we used in one of our webinars recently.
Can you put some detail around that on notice, please?
Yeah,
I can ask also Mr. Beresford in Sydney to give more details about market expansion and diversification, which is...
No, I'm happy to take it on notice, and Mr. Beresford is happy, I'm pleased to take his input on that on notice as well.
Sure.
It's just the feedback from exporters that, and as you know, I've been deeply involved in this over years. This scheme is not working. and I think it's time to really sit back, think, and at least engage with them some more, which I'm very happy to assist with.
So thank you, Senator. We've added some new material to our website over the last month, which will help explain and add additional information and frequently asked questions to assist people to understand, and more examples and case studies that also might be helpful. So happy to point to those on notice as well.
I'll take you up on that, but could Mr. Simonet, to your earlier point, can we do some more extensive consultation, please? And again, I'm very happy to be involved in that.
So while we're in the grant application process, under the probity requirements of the Commonwealth Grant Guidelines, we can't consult while an application process is actually underway, and the application process will end once the assessments are done for those at the end of this year into mid-February. So we will undertake evaluation as well, and all of the stakeholder groups, including the consultant groups, will be a very important part of that evaluation process.
As I said, the consultant groups are incredibly happy. It's the exporters that aren't necessarily. So before next estimates, whenever that may be, will you undertake to me that we can do some more consultation, please?
So we can undertake to do some evaluation and engagement to receive feedback on the operation of the scheme.
And so as a question on notice for next estimates, can you bring those details of that evaluations to next estimates, please?
For the process that we've undertaken, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
There being no further... There are, all right. I was just living in hope. Living in hope. Senator Kitching.
The opposition.
Senator Kitching has the call. How long do you think you'll go for?
I'm going to be as minimalist as possible.
Because we go to a break at 9:15, so if we can finish by 9:15, that'd be good, or we can go a few minutes over to allow these people to leave.
I'll speak very quickly.
Good on you.
And Chair, don't forget you've got the Simplified Trade System team as well here, if there's any question on the Simplified Trade System.
Don't ask for trouble. Don't give them
Could I
ideas.
ask about the Business Events Grant Program? Have the recent Delta outbreaks caused any of the events to be cancelled?
So yes, Senator, the recent lockdowns have had some impact on some events. I don't have the exact number for which events have been affected, but most event holders are very keen to postpone. And in fact, quite a number, I was explaining earlier to Senator Farrell that quite a number have postponed into 2022 and one has postponed into 2023.
Could you just take on notice and just give me some more detail on that?
In relation to which events have been postponed or affected by the Delta?
I think cancelled, postponed.
And is it just for ones that would have occurred during the period of Delta lockdowns?
Yes.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What happens in the instance that they are cancelled?
So where events are cancelled, the grant recipient can keep any funds for non-refundable proportion of the travel or ticket price or whatever the grant agreement relates to that's non-refundable, so they're not out of pocket, and then the remainder will be returned.
Thank you. Have they all been cancelled? I mean, they've all been cancelled because of outbreaks. And is there any other sort of ancillary reason?
So in general, events that have been affected by COVID are because people who were within the market to attend the event aren't able to travel, or the event is in a location where travellers are not able to visit. So they're the primary reasons in relation to this program, yes.
Are you aware of the collapse of any providers?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Did the government's 11th of March 2021 announcement that the Business Events Grant Program would be extended by 3 months appear on the program guidelines?
I'd have to have a look, Senator. I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with them as perhaps I should be.
Yeah, if you could take that on notice, thank you. When did the program close on the 30th of March 2021, when the government announced a 3-month extension on the 11th of March 2021?
So, Senator, the program closed because the extension was announced on the basis that it was a time extension, and at the time it was announced, there was quite a lot of funding that hadn't been allocated because there hadn't been the demand that we expected at that time, but a very high proportion of applications came in the last couple of weeks of the grant round, which actually exceeded the amount of funding available. So the extension announced by government wasn't able to proceed because it was an extension of time only, not of funding, and all the funding was allocated.
Thank you. What was the total cost of applications received and awarded by the program by the 11th of March 2021?
So a full $50 million were actually allocated, and then there were applicants that were assessed as eligible but weren't able to receive grants. Now, as events were cancelled or went virtually fully online, and those funds were returned into the program, as the order of the applicants were assessed, they were able to actually then get a grant once cancelled programs returned funds into the program pool.
Thank you. How many eligible applicants attempted to apply for the program after the 30th of March? And what would be the total estimated cost if they had been accepted?
So you're not able to apply after the closure because of the way the Grants Hub works.
Are you aware of any?
So about $6 million worth of applicants had applied within the time frame, but they had not, they were assessed as eligible, but we in effect used the entire amount of the funds. So I can tell you exactly how many that affected. So I had that number here somewhere. It's 160. So there were 160 applicants who were assessed as being eligible, but we weren't able to issue them a grant agreement because the funds had been fully exhausted, and the value of that was about $6 million.
Thank you.
So I should add, sorry, Senator, I should add the government recently made that additional allocation of $6 million, so all of that 160 eligible applicants could be fully funded, and we're continuing to issue grant agreements for those.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, I thank the officials from Austrade. This concludes the committee's examination of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. The committee will be suspended and resume at 9:30 with Export Finance Australia. Thank you, Mr Simonet. And Donnelly,
Chair.
Ms Murphy and Palmer.
Thank you.
Cancel. Something's up. Good. People are coming through. Mr Darvey is.
It's Senator, it's Mrs.
Not
Darvey.
Ms Darvey. My apologies. Yes. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Good. All right. Questions, Senator Ayres.
Thanks very much. Good to see you again, Ms Darvey. I have some questions about the Export Finance Australia's participation in this Telstra decision to purchase Digicel Pacific. If you can assist me with that. Has EFA sought advice from DFAT in relation to this purchase?
Senator Swathi Darvey, Managing Director and CEO of Export Finance Australia.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. As this is a transaction on the national interest account, we have indeed sought advice from DFAT and Department of Finance in these deliberations.
Thank you. So it is, I think I could hear you say it is on the national interest account, is it?
That's correct.
And is Export Finance aware of any potential adverse effect on Australia's trading relationships in the region as a result of financing this acquisition?
No, I'm not aware.
Any other potential buyers that you're aware of?
I'm not aware. Certainly there have been press reports over time, but I'm not aware.
And can you tell me what are the details of the financial support that that EFA will provide?
Okay, so as disclosed by Telstra to the market earlier this week, there is a loan package of US $1.33 billion, which includes $720 million in debt facilities and $610 million in equity-like securities, and that's all in US dollars. And there is also a form of political risk insurance.
And when you say equity-like facilities, or equity-like securities, what does that mean?
It means they have features of debt and equity, but they're not fully debt or equity. So, like debt, there is no voting or ownership rights associated with it. And like equity, the return on the securities are paid through distributions, which is linked to business performance.
And in terms of those categories, what will be the duration of the facilities, and what will the rate of return be?
So I can share with you the duration because that's been disclosed by Telstra. So the debt is for 10 years and the equity-like securities are for a longer period of time, and some of them are perpetual, which means there's no end point.
I see. So there's a series of different, within that package, there's a series bundled up that are some are different durations and some permanent.
Yes, well, perpetual.
Perpetual, yes. That's a better way of describing it, much more accurate, I think. And what about the return? How does that, what's the likely rate of return?
So, Senator, I can't disclose that. We have literally just signed the transaction and it's going to be a number of months before it closes. And when it closes, we'll be in a position to make our normal disclosures in line with our statement of expectations.
So is this, forgive me my ignorance, but is this will this be the sort of largest entry on EFA's books?
This will be the largest transaction.
By a long way?
By a very long way, yes.
Yeah. And so if you can't tell me what the rate of return is for those various categories, does the government have an expectation about a long-term rate of return for this investment?
So the transaction has been structured to provide a rate of return over the long term.
And that's all you can tell me at this stage. It's a rate of return over the long term.
Yeah, so I mean, that's correct.
I don't have any further questions on this.
I do
but I thought that Senator Fierravanti-Wells may have.
Senator
Yes.
Fierravanti-Wells.
Thank you. And following on from what Senator Ayres has said, can I just say I actually think this is a very good transaction. As a former minister, certainly my concerns, I expressed certain concerns when I was a minister back in 2016, 2017. It became very, very clear at that time about the potential of this company, and so I'm really pleased to see that it's now being invested in this way. And to your point, I think, Senator Ayres, perhaps if you can assist us a little bit further, you would no doubt have done due diligence as part of this arrangement.
Yes, that's correct.
And as part of that, I mean, we need to put into context that for many people in the Pacific have gone from having no telephone to having a mobile service. And therefore, we're not just talking potentially, if I'm certainly from my observations, we're not just talking about a telephone service, we're actually talking about a whole range of day-to-day activities that people in the Pacific will now be able to do through their mobile telephone service. Yes?
Sorry. Indeed, because it's a mobile service that facilitates many other interactions like we see in various other countries.
So to Senator Ayres' point, we're talking, when you talk about, and whilst a figure of return is not being put on this transaction, nevertheless, the scope of services and activities that Digicel associated with a company like Telstra can offer gives reasonable comfort, if I can put it that way, to what will be a likely return on this investment. Am I correct in that assumption?
When we look, sorry, if I can just clarify, as a commercial financing agency, our focus is on what are the commercial arrangements that are appropriate for this transaction.
Yeah.
And so the financial structuring is designed to deliver a commercial return.
Yeah. Okay. So can I just ask, as part of the $3 billion Pacific Step Up, I've always been very supportive of the $1 billion of that, which was for the additional callable capital. This is not part of that. That is separate. That $1 billion is separate. Mr. Daway?
So, Senator, I think what you're referring to is the AIFFP. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm not referring to the AIFFP. I'm referring to, as part of that package, I understood that there was an additional $1 billion of the $3 billion was additional call-up capital for our financing agency to be able to assist with projects in the Pacific.
Yes, indeed. So it was an additional $1.2 billion of callable capital.
$1.2 billion. Now, I assume that what that $1.2 billion is still being still quarantined for the Pacific, or have we expanded to the Indo-Pacific?
The $1.2 billion of callable capital was available when we got our infrastructure mandate. And our statement of expectations indicates that is for the Pacific, including Timor-Leste, but also for the broader Indo-Pacific region.
Okay, so when did it go from being for the Pacific to the Indo-Pacific?
So let me just check with my colleague.
It's just that when the announcement was made, my very clear recollection was that it was $3 billion, of which $1 billion was for additional callable capital for the Pacific. So I'd be very concerned if all of a sudden, and this is why I've asked the question, because I understood that it was to be for the Pacific and only the Pacific, not, I understand Timor-Leste, yes, but not the broader Indo-Pacific. So that, the object was not to have projects in the Indo-Pacific. You understand the reason why I'm asking this question, because there's a big difference between the Pacific and the Indo-Pacific. Yeah.
Indeed I do. Senator, we are guided by, indeed, we have to follow our statement of expectations. My colleague, John Hopkins, who is our General Counsel and Chief Risk Officer, he can indicate when our statement of expectations clarified what we were to focus on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Senator. John Hopkins, Chief Risk Officer and General Counsel of Export Finance Australia. Senator, thank you for your question. In relation to when the power related to both the Pacific and the Indo-Pacific, it all happened at the same time. So the statement of expectations actually emphasises the Pacific and Timor-Leste first, but it also then includes language that states that the infrastructure power and related capital also can be used in the Indo-Pacific as well. So it all happened as part of the same package at the same time.
All right. Could you provide to me on notice, please, those documents? Because it seems that the announcement that was made in relation to the Step Up purely spoke about the Pacific. I didn't read, unless I missed something, and as a former minister, I've kept a weather eye on this. I'd be very interested to have documentation and see your documentation as to why it sort of suddenly was included the Indo-Pacific was the remit rather than just the Pacific, and I'd be interested to have a look at those documents to see when all of a sudden it became Indo-Pacific rather than just the Pacific, because it was sold as the Pacific. That's my clear recollection. It's not a reflection on you. I mean, I'm just interested to have the clarification from you in relation to your documentation. Thank you.
Happy to provide those.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Thank you.
No further questions. Minister, you don't have anything to assist why there's such a gap between the government's statement and announcement and press conference and marketing and spin and the reality that's been presented to us now?
Regarding this matter, no, nothing to add. I
didn't think so.
The characterisation you provide there, I'm not going to buy into that, but I think the officials have well handled a very serious and welcome development.
They certainly have, yes.
I have to say, Minister, if this is the case, I would really like clarification of it, because this is not the way it was sold. It was sold as part of a $3 billion package for the Pacific Step Up, of which, it was to be for the Pacific. And it brings home all the concerns that I've raised over a long period of time about debt and all sorts of things in the Pacific. So that's why I'm particular about it, and I'd like an explanation as to why we are asking these questions. Okay, are there any other questions? No?
And Senator Farrell-Vanderbilt, just noting your expertise in this area, I think certainly we'll be sure to get you that explanation.
Perhaps Senator Seselja might provide me with an explanation. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the committee's examination of the Export Finance Australia. I thank the officers for their attendance. The committee will now move to its examination of Tourism Australia.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah. We might just take a short suspension whilst we get the officers from Tourism Australia on the... Thank you. Okay, we will now begin examination of Tourism Australia, and I welcome the Managing Director, Ms. Philippa Harrison, and officers from Tourism Australia. Ms. Harrison, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, questions. Senator Farrell.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and welcome to everybody at this late hour. We'll try and get through this as quickly as we can, and we can all go home with an early minute, one hopes. I'd like to start with a couple of questions about the tourism experience sector. I asked this of Austrade earlier tonight. I'm not sure whether you were listening, but I'm keen to hear what measures Tourism Australia has undertaken to ensure The small businesses in the tourism stroke experience sector were catered for in the response to COVID-19 pandemic.
Sure, Senator. So, as the agency responsible for creating demand for the tourism sector, when international borders closed, we moved back into the domestic market for the first time this year. So our job has been over the last 18 months or so, borders closed, to try and create demand for domestic tourism experiences and to feed our industry that way. So we've looked at every opportunity we could to make sure that tourists to our operators.
Ms Harrison, can I just interrupt you? We're getting every third word. It's not very clear.
Okay, right. We'll just get our IT support back in then.
Okay.
There was some background noise. Is this easier to hear me now?
Yes, that's a lot better. Thank you. All right.
I just think there was background noise.
Background noise.
Yeah.
There's what?
Okay. Senator Farrell.
Yeah, thank you. Now, it's been put to us that the bookings and expenditure on experience sector are broadly half of what they were in 2019 in the major affected states, and many small business suppliers are struggling to survive. What support have you provided to the experiences sector?
As I said, our job is to create demand for those sectors. So it really has been around looking at the areas of need in the domestic market, because the domestic market, and for a short period of time, New Zealand, were the only opportunities available to our industry. And so it has been about trying to get Australians to travel like international travellers do when they're in Australia. So we worked hand in glove with our state and territory partners on this, because they have been in the domestic space for a long time. They continue in the domestic. So our state and territories, a lot of the destination marketing focused on the areas of failure. So we focus on getting Australians to do more experiences, to spend more, to stay longer, and to go to the places that were most affected about tourism.
No, I'm sorry, Ms Harrison. There's a real problem. We can't.
Okay, I'm going to try and log on in another system. I'll just one moment, please.
Or just come in via phone.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't I just come in on this system here and so kill that? Yeah. I'll just use my own.
But I'm keen to hear what measures Tourism Australia. That's what I said.
Sorry? Yes, we should just suspend briefly while we just sort this out, please.
what I'm interested in is, Tourism Australia historically has focused on international tourism. You've done the switch during the COVID. What support can the experiences sector continue to expect from Tourism Australia as we go forward now?
Well, our job is just about to start, and that's really, again, which is really around welcoming international visitation back to Australia. And that's what the industry rely on us for historically, and that's what we have got to do. And I've got to say that over the last 18 months when the borders have been closed, we haven't gone quiet in our international markets. It's been very important that we've maintained a presence as all of our commercial partners have pulled away from talking about Australia. States and territories have had to pull back and focus more on domestic. And so we have really kept, the voice of Australian tourism alive in international markets. And the reason we've done that is so that we can ramp up quickly when the borders do reopen. And we're just preparing to do that right now, because what the industry tell us is the best thing that we can do for them is get tourists back for them as quickly as possible, and that's what we're really focused on doing.
All right. Has Tourism Australia consulted with the tourism and experiences sector about the post-COVID recovery of the national tourism sector?
In what sense, Senator?
Well, have you been talking to them? Have you been ringing them up?
We talked to them. Yeah. Bring them up. Yes, we talk to them all the time. We have a team that is specifically focused on industry, and they, over this period, have done 1,200 meetings, one-on-ones. We've had a series of webinars, which are really just about disseminating information and keeping them up to date with what is going on, because it has been a very movable feast over this period. And then the many team members, including myself, spend a lot of time talking to industry. Over the last 2 weeks, I've done 6 presentations to regional areas. I've got one tomorrow night to the east coast of Tasmania. And it really is around making sure that we are talking to them about what we're doing and also listening to them about what they need.
All right, thank you. I also asked Austrade a question earlier tonight, but I'm keen to hear your take on this, Saracen, as to whether Tourism Australia has reviewed the voucher schemes on offer around the country at all.
Yeah, so I did hear you ask that question about, the national, have we considered a national voucher scheme? Those sort of stimulus programs really are something that is outside of our remit.
All right, and so therefore the government hasn't asked you for any advice on that?
What I would say, though, is that over this period, we haven't had an issue with consumer demand. We've had an issue with, with border closures and people not being able to get out and experience Australian tourism. So, I think it's, the best thing that can happen is that we get borders open and we get moving, everybody gets moving again.
Yeah, hear to that. Now, I understand your digital spend in the month of June was June 2021 was the highest it has been since January 2020. How much did you spend on digital in the month of June 2021?
It depends what you're asking me. Are you talking about digital marketing, or are you talking about us investing in our digital platforms, or
both? Yeah, both.
Specifically, are you talking about digital? Is quite a big, all-embracing word.
No. Well, I want you to embrace it all and tell me how much you've spent in what you consider to be the digital spend.
I need to take that on notice. If it's specifically just on what we spent in the digital space, because all of our marketing is a mixture of outdoor, broadcast television, digital marketing, and there's a whole range of things we do in terms of industry events. So there's a whole range of activity that goes on in any one month. So I'd have to take that one on notice.
All right. Okay. Well, let's let's do that and see what comes back on that one. All right. Now, just moving to domestic marketing, I understand Tourism Australia's next big campaign is Give the Gift of Travel. How much is the total contribution from Tourism Australia towards this campaign?
I'm going to need to take it on notice. It's in the region of $7 million.
I don't know if you noticed, the previous witness was terribly helpful and seemed to have all this information at their fingertips. You've now taken 2 questions on notice. Ms Harrison, did you not anticipate any of these questions being asked, or your 2 colleagues there didn't? It just makes it a lot easier if, you can tell us the information, or Mr Craig or Mr Fennell can help us with any of these. Perhaps they can't. But it makes for a much... Can I say this? It makes for a much... we're very late at night and, we've been here for 4 nights until 11 o'clock every night. When you get helpful public servants, like the previous people from Austrade, they set an example, I think, for the rest of the people in this industry, and it would just be helpful if you do have, or somebody there has this information that they could tell us, and we can just move on and I can ask the questions and we can get through this in an orderly manner. But if you're going to sort of take every question on notice, then perhaps I should just submit all of those questions. In fact, that's what we'll do. I'll submit them all on notice. Thank you.
Okay.
The witness is going to be like this.
All right.
Oh.
Yep, you want to ask them?
So we have no more questions? Senator...
No more questions, no.
Okay. Senator Kitching, do you have any more questions?
No. I'll put some questions on notice.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that concludes the committee's examination of Tourism Australia and the Foreign Affairs and Trade portfolio. I thank the ministers and officers for their attendance and Hansard and Broadcasting. The hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.